Good evening. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Just checking how it's going. Yeah, checking. Okay. Let me see. Just a second. Okay. All right. Well, hello everyone. I'm your host, the Sea Monster. Good evening. Let's see. First in chat, Blake Overton. From a thanks for 01. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. So, welcome to my first ever stream, the first ever instance of Sea Monster Live. If there was like a, kind of a, let's just say like an awkward pause there, I would like to, apologize for that. But yeah, here we are. Uh, First ever stream. And yeah, just kind of, just waiting to see if any more people show up. But if anyone wants to say anything, put a comment in chat or anything, they can totally do that. Just want to see if there's like any more people coming in. Sup, Godzilla 93. Yep. Okay, so yeah, basically, just gonna give it a little more time for people to start popping in. You know, it's kind of like Jaws. It's like a bit of a slow burn, but eventually we will get there. I got like two screens going on. One where my recording is, and the other being, on my laptop, like just kind of viewing it from the YouTube stream. For some reason, the profile picture for this for StreamYard isn't showing up on the YouTube screen. I don't know. It's a little weird, but not a big deal. You ready for the new Empire? Yeah, I am. I will say that much. I'm, a bit tempered. I'm kind of tempering my expectations a little bit for it, but I'm definitely looking forward to it for sure. Um, yeah, and I've definitely been, if as far as I've been ready for it in terms of like having been caught up on the other MonsterVerse films. Yeah, I kind of rewatched all four of them, all four of the previous MonsterVerse movies that have come out up to this point, just to kind of be refreshed a little bit on them. So we're going to be specifically talking about Godzilla versus Kong on this stream. It's the most direct predecessor, and for GXK, and I figured it would kind of make sense to look back on the film that kind of sort of was like at least the first MonsterVerse crossover between Godzilla and Kong. So same. I've been doing a rewatch myself. Cool. So yeah, but so I'm going to be specifically talking about Godzilla versus Kong. So if anyone has like any sort of points to talk about it, or just any of the MonsterVerse movies in general, then that'd be good. It's kind of a general like MonsterVerse discussion, but just specifically GXK, but at least like for the most part. So yeah. Okay, so if anyone has like some points to discuss, like anything to start off, because Yeah, like upon revisiting the MonsterVerse movies, I can say that I still really enjoy the movies quite a bit, like all four of them. But it's definitely to varying degrees in terms of like which ones I would say is the best out of all of them. I definitely might be in the minority where I would be willing to say that the would be willing to like defend King of the Monsters, as like being the best entry in the MonsterVerse. But that would probably have to be for another time. Um, and in terms of like Godzilla 2014 and Kong Skull Island, I pretty much consider those to be pretty solid. I can certainly understand people saying that they're more well written films, pretty much. Potentially, at least in terms of like the fact that they don't have to deal with like as many variables in terms of like the world building and what have you. Um, but in terms of like Godzilla versus Kong, as much as I still definitely find the movie to be a lot of fun as like a big monster beat 'em up, pretty much. I will say when I first saw it, obviously I really loved it. Not as much as King of the Monsters, but I definitely um, loved it. But over time, and upon like hearing like more and more people like Cianimous kind of listening to his thoughts on GBK as well as the other MonsterVerse in general, I definitely kind of understand why GBK isn't like is not the strongest written film. And upon like the recent revisit, like or at least like as far as like more recent revisits of it, not just because I actually revisited it like almost a year ago for like my first four MonsterVerse movie like final assessment video. And it definitely kind of went down in my estimation in terms of like whether or not I think it's like where it stands like in terms of just overall quality. Um, and it's kind of got to the point where I would say that GBK might be is certainly the weakest entry in terms of writing. I would say. Out of all the concepts we got from the MonsterVerse so far, what's your favorite and least favorite? As far as like the overall concepts that we've gotten, I would say my favorite would be like the prospect of like it. God, I had to think. I kind of have to think about it actually. Um, I would say like my least favorite would be. Hmm. That's a good question. That's a excellent question. Yep, sorry, folks. First ever stream for me. Yeah, it's a little not the most polished thing ever. Yeah, like in terms of like I, I'll just say this much. In terms of like my favorite concept in the MonsterVerse, it would be because of the fact of how Godzilla is sort of seen as like or the Titans, had kind of, pretty much had been around for many years, pretty much, and are almost seen as like deities or gods that are like that kind of represent certain forces of nature and what have you. Um, and like King of the Monsters kind of like does kind of dips its toes into that front for sure. Where Godzilla is like seen as like how King of the Monsters kind of like takes the concept of like Godzilla being like a mediator for the balance and the natural order, like as he was established in 2014, and pretty much like adds like a further context of like how civilizations from thousands or even millennia, thousands of years before the events of today, like he's kind of seen as like something much more than that. In terms of like how he like keeps like some like either like the Mutos from like overpopulating, pretty much, or something like that, or especially when he's combating against something like King Ghidorah that threatens the Earth in pretty much a global, like, catastrophic way. So you pretty much have that. Um, so yeah. As far as like a least favorite, I'm sure I'll probably think of it like later on the stream, but I kind of have to think about it a little bit. Yeah, like idea wise, I say King of the Monsters is easily the best American-made Godzilla movie. Yeah, I would say so. 2014 is certainly a close second. GVK is the best American versus movie. If we're talking about like a versus Godzilla, like a versus movie from the Godzilla franchise, I mean, yeah, I mean, I suppose, but in terms of like, a versus movie made like in the U.S. just in general, like if we're talking like Batman v Superman, or or Alien versus Predator, or Freddy versus Jason, or stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I mean, I could kind of see an argument being made for that, but in terms of like overall, like I guess if a versus movie would be like it doesn't necessarily have to have versus in the title. It could just be something like like Captain America: Civil War, or Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Like it doesn't necessarily need to have versus in the title, but it implies to be somewhat of a versus movie in turn just from the conceit of its story. I won't necessarily say that GVK is the best versus movie made in the U.S. At least on that general front. So yeah, not sure, but no movie is perfect. No, I mean that's, I mean, of course, to be fair, like that is a fair point, but I would say there's definitely some movies that hold up a lot better than others. Like for example, like Godzilla -1 holds up like a whole lot better in terms of writing than GVK. I mean, I know that's like in terms of like tone and what the movies were trying to go for, and in terms of like the goals of the creators in mind, like they're very different films. But since they're part of the Godzilla franchise as a whole, like they're one is sort of clearly better than than the other, just in terms of like solid writing. So you basically want Toho Goji. I'm not quite sure about that. About that question. Sorry. Like I mean, any like if you mean like you want like Toho Goji in terms of like suit. Are we talking about like Suitmation, or are we talking about like in terms of like the style of or at least like in terms of like we're talking about like what Toho's been doing with Godzilla lately, or what they've done in general? Like as far as like the Reiwa era, or just any of the previous eras, outside of the MonsterVerse. I mean, because if it's that, then it's not necessarily, it's not necessarily saying explicitly that. Pretty much, not like I wouldn't necessarily say that I just want Toho Goji. Pretty much, I mean, like a Godzilla movie can. I mean, if we're saying like in terms of like where a Godzilla movie comes from, whether Toho's producing. I mean, like how Toho done Godzilla in general. Not not like not like only that. Pretty much, I think American Godzilla, like I pretty much definitely think a good Godzilla movie can come from anywhere, for sure. That's kind of like why I mentioned about the Godzilla versus Champagne video. It's like just because like as long as the Godzilla is legally considered to be Godzilla in terms of like if you have like a giant radioactive a giant creature, like dinosaur-like, bipedal, that is like nuclear in terms of origins, or at least in terms of his powers, or capabilities. Yeah, and it kind of vaguely looks like Godzilla. Then it's like anybody can make a Godzilla movie pretty much, and it would be like sort of like a valid sort of entry. So like I would like I'm definitely, like I said, I'm totally cool with with how the MonsterVerse has been doing things with Godzilla. Um, I will say I definitely think they probably, like, depending on, like, obviously since GXK isn't out yet, it's yet to be determined whether or not they should stay the course in terms of like what what Adam Wingard or what have you are kind of doing as far as the MonsterVerse from GVK to now at this point. But I mean, like, I'm a little privileged to see how it goes, but it definitely seems like the MonsterVerse movies definitely are like very just kind of like very, like, definitely have a huge variety of tones pretty much, because you got like you had the 2014 film, which was very serious. You had Kong Skull Island and King of the Monsters that were kind of more of a balance between the two, or at least like, well, Kong Skull Island kind of definitely leans a bit more, you know, like it definitely a much grittier and more realistic. Well, not, I mean, grittier in terms of like just having like because it's like a like a Vietnam War film, but with monsters in it. But it definitely has like some lighter elements in it, like Hank Marlowe pretty much being sort of like somewhat of a comedic relief. But even then, it's not like so overtly comedic relief. Pretty much, and like the movie has like much more of a sense of humor to it. King of the Monsters, is kind of more or less that. Like it has some comic relief, but it also takes itself like a lot more seriously. It's about more grand, pretty much, has a lot more lofty sort of ideas, pretty much. In terms of like trying to say something. And you got Godzilla versus Kong, which is and GXK, which look to be just straight up like sci-fi action movies. Pretty much action adventure movies, journeys into the Hollow Earth, and and monsters like fighting each other in big, and admittedly very entertaining, death matches. But yeah, in terms of like how Toho has done Godzilla in general, in terms of like the style, like whether it's like Suitmation or I'm sorry, I'm a little all over the place. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, I would say like in terms of, I definitely really. Yeah. The funny thing is like as of late, like -1 is like the only Godzilla movie from the Reiwa era that I really liked, or let alone just straight up loved, pretty much. So it like I mean, there's like been like a variety of, like Godzilla movies in general have always had like a variety of like quality, over the years, pretty much. What no matter where they come from, whether it's from Japan or from the U.S., you've had some really good ones like Gojira -1, or GMK from Japan, and you have 2014 and King of the Monsters from U.S., where you have like some entries like Godzilla's Revenge, as an example, from Japan, and '98 from the U.S. that are not so good. Okay. So yeah. Hopefully that answers the question, even if even if it wasn't the best. Yeah. Again, like first time here. It's my first day. Anyways, so yeah, I guess I could just sort of kind of just throw whatever, just kind of like throw like a topic in as far as like GBK, Godzilla vs. Kong, like just kind of start the discussion, at least sort of bring up some points. Um, if anyone wants to actually come on the StreamYard pretty much and have like a direct conversation with me, then just kind of like let me know in the chat, and I'll definitely be sure to send the link. So okay, so basically the first thing that I kind of been thinking about, with GBK and Godzilla versus Kong in terms of like, like points that have come up in terms of like my most recent revisit of the movie. I will say and some of these points that I bring up, maybe sort of like have been somewhat featured, or at least like iterated before this, back in my 3-part essay video series on GBK. But I will say, I think I do like the first thing I would point out is that I do is that it kind of is regarding Mark Russell, pretty much Kyle Chandler's character from King of the Monsters, who shows up again in GBK. I do think he was kind of wasted in in GBK. Especially considering how strong of a character he was in King of the Monsters. Considering the arc he went on, I think there could have been a little more that the film could have done with him, for sure, or at least like featured him like a lot more prominently than it does. I pretty much kind of understand why that would be the case, because like you already got like quite a few characters to kind of go over, and you want to like give Madison Russell like like a lot more focus because she's doing like some of the more important stuff like sneaking into Apex Cybernetics and finding out about Mechagodzilla and what have you. But at the same time, I mean, I can kind of like this is something that fellow YouTuber C Animus kind of brought up in his in like apart from his like GBK Great Sadness sort of series, was kind of or at least some a general idea of like how he, or I think as well as I think even a comment somewhere in a video where they kind of said it seemed like he sort of like walked back. Like people said that sort of piece of that Mark Russell kind of walked back on like what he perceived of Godzilla, or at least like like it like the comments from it says like in King of the Monsters goes on a arc where he goes from hating Godzilla to fully understanding him, to the point where he's is sort of like on Godzilla's side like all the way, pretty much just making peace with like his demons, pretty much, considering that Godzilla killed his son back in the San Francisco battle in 2014. But then GBK says like creatures like people can change, in in terms of in regards to the Pensacola attack. Like in a way, I could kind of understand like how someone could be like wait a minute, why would like so why would he kind of like think that Godzilla could just suddenly change like that? Shouldn't he be like he like, or actually the funny thing is like someone, I think Cinemas may have pointed this out where I don't know, where I think it was may have been pointed out that he says like creatures like people can change, and like pretty much next line later he says now Godzilla's out there and he's hurting people and we don't know why. It's kind of interesting that he's like, well, okay, or that there isn't, or even like before that he said like there isn't a reason why Godzilla did this, pretty much, when he's trying to like shut Madison down, and she's trying to be like there's got to be a reason for this, where it's like So when you kind of like try to put it can try to connect two and two together, you're just like, wait a minute, Mark, is there a reason for Godzilla to be doing this and you just haven't figured it out yet, or is there not? Like, why would you say like there doesn't need to be a reason for Godzilla to do it because he could just change his mind whatever he wants? But then next thing you know, like in the next sentence, he's like, he's doing this for a reason, even though that's kind of why you were arguing with Madison. Even though you literally were just arguing with Madison that when she's saying that, oh, there's something provoking him that we're not seeing here, which is not too different from like her sort of a kind of being like you guys are both on the same side. Now I will say I definitely can understand why Mark Russell would kind of just want her to not to just stay at home and just like be chill and not not do anything. Let him worry about stuff, cut him some slack, because of the fact that he's one of the leading members, seeming to be one of the leading members of Monarch at this point, and basically Monarch that has kind of put his reputation, on, in faith somewhat in Godzilla restoring balance, for the betterment of the world, with mankind, being part of the world for sure. And now suddenly Godzilla has just committed an attack on a human facility unprovoked. And so he's just like everything's all topsy turvy, he's just kind of like, whoa, 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 everything is upside down. It's like, like that quote from King of the Hill. It's like, everything's upside down. Um, in a way I get, and he's kind of like, look, this is like a really crazy situation, pretty much, and we're just trying to figure it out. Just let me worry about it. Like, you don't need to. You don't need to. All right. But yeah. At the same time, it's like you would think, like, considering that the journey he went, like people kind of said, may even say that it's somewhat like he did a complete 180 on his arc, which I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to agree with that necessarily, but there is some. It is kind of awkward, in terms of like how how it could have been done. Like I think if the dialogue was like tuned up a little better, like just like reworked a little bit, where then it probably could have been a little better. Well, yeah, it would be perhaps. At least it would just kind of make it understandable why Mark isn't willing to listen to Madison in terms of like because granted, he's from saying like, oh, you're listening to some crackpot podcast and some theories that could just be nothing more than a meme. But yeah, so he's kind of dismissive of that. But yeah, it is just kind of weird that he would be that dismissive, where he's to the, especially considering that he should be like, well, there could be something to this. Perhaps we just have to look into it. He wouldn't say something along the lines of, because animals or creatures like people can just change on a dime just like that. Like he should just be like, look, you need to stay home. We have no idea what is going on. Just like chill out, Maddie. Yeah, I think it's probably the dialogue could have just been reworked a little bit. But so yeah, that's how you doing, chat? And let's see. So got that first. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, again, if anybody wants to hop on, hop on to here. I'll send the StreamYard message. One of you guys the StreamYard link. Um, whoever wants to chat. What do you think, Godzilla 93? um, So yeah. I actually did take a listen to the main title theme of GXK. That Tom Hokenborg, Junkie XL did. Like it's up on YouTube. Um, pretty pretty neat, pretty neat. Definitely a neat track. It at least seems like it will be more or less in line with the GBK soundtrack. At least just from on the offset of like in terms of like that one track that just listens to the main title track. So, which I guess will be played during the opening credits. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, I will say there is now. Anyways, back to the movie at hand. Um. So yeah, the whole thing. I would say one of the things that, like another aspect of the movie in terms of like the writing that was not particularly great by any stretch. Um, Ren Sarazawa. That's kind of. I'm not even sure if it has to do with the fact that the movie just was like cut down for time or whatever for some reason. Like like there's like a runtime mandate that was going on, or what was left on the cutting room floor. But yeah, Well, let me just say that Ren Sarazawa as like a character, um, lots of like missed opportunities. Let me just say, especially just looking at it, um, like the fact that he has the same last name as Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, Ken Watanabe's character, like that should have like some kind of weight to it, some kind of pathos. Especially considering that now we got this guy who may potentially be the son of the man who literally died to bring Godzilla back, into the fight against Ghidorah back in KOTM. Yeah, you got his son basically, working with a company that's trying to kill Godzilla with a Titan war machine. There could have been something there. There was like something there like to be mined from for sure in terms of like potential storytelling that could just that would be very intriguing, but they it didn't really do anything with that. If anything, Red Sarazawa was just like could have just been replaced with like with like just some rando that doesn't even that has no relation to the Sarazawa name whatsoever, and not just in terms of blood, but just like not even having the same last name. Like, so I'm not even sure. Like, I even think I brought this in my review or essay video on GBK, where they could have just changed. Like, they could have just changed his last name from Sarazawa to something else. And not even give him the Sarazawa name, because that just kind of like. And the funny thing is, I don't even think I even brought this up in my essay video, but in the scene where Walter Simmons and Ren Sarazawa meet Nathan Lind at the university, and Nathan Lind is greeted by them and introduced to the names. He Considering that Nathan Lind used to work for Monarch, he should have been like, "Oh, you're Ishiro's son." It's like some kind of acknowledgement. Like there could have been some, like either it could have led into something with Ren being like, "Yep, he was my father," or he could just be like, "Oh no, I'm not related." "Oh, you mean Dr. Ishiro Serizawa?" "Oh no, no relation whatsoever. We just kind of share the same last name." Because it's entirely possible. Like you could promote. Like we live in there's a lot of people on this planet. Let's just say, and for all any one of us know, There could be someone who shares the same last name as us, or even the same first and last name as us, but we have no relation to them whatsoever. Like I could just pull up on Google or even on Facebook or something like that, go to the search engine, look up my first and last name. I can pretty much am guaranteed to find at least one other person who I am not, who they don't know of my existence whatsoever, but they would, but they share the same name as me. But we have nothing in common in terms of like our, the blood in our veins. So yeah, like I mean that, but even then, it would still just come up in terms of like a writing standpoint. It would just seem really weird to name a character, give a character the Serizawa name when you're not going to do anything with that. It's just a reference, especially considering that even like I get why they did that. It's something that means to fans of the franchise, not just the Godzilla franchise, but the MonsterVerse in general. Um, like that's a name that we recognize. Serizawa has like the Serizawa name has a legacy, in the meta for us. But here's the thing: in universe, Serizawa would mean something. Like I am very positive that Ishiro Serizawa, who was on national television, talking to the United Nations or the Senate, United States Senate, it's on national television. People would know that Ishiro Serizawa was one of the lead people of Monarch, and he died during the events of King of the Monsters to bring Godzilla back, which is this big titan that's like the king of the monsters that pretty much killed Monster Zero, defeated Monster Zero, which is this big scary three-headed dragon that was trying to destroy the world with other titans. And I'm pretty sure Monarch would definitely would try to like disclose as much information as possible for context, at least on that front. And if anyone were to ask, well, what happened to Serizawa? Is like he gave his life to bring Godzilla back after he nearly died from the oxygen destroyer, or at least they would just say like he died trying to bring Godzilla back into the game. Let's just say, something along those lines. Like Serizawa would almost be like Ishiro Serizawa would have to have like a memorial made in his honor because of the fact that he was essentially the man who helped save the world in King of the Monsters 2019. So the fact that in the scene where Nathan Lin meets a character who has the same name as one of the lead people of Monarch, who again who could easily be considered to be like like an unsung hero somewhat. But there's like no acknowledgement of Ren Serizawa having that last name whatsoever. I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird that that's not really addressed. And in terms of like, so that's kind of a thing. It's a little weird thing going on. And I think there could have been something done with the fact that he's like that. Ren Serizawa could have has been sort of looking, like the scene when he takes control of Mechagodzilla. Like here's it could be like anybody that takes control of Mechagodzilla, but he's like he's the guy who goes ahead and does it. Does the whole mind, psionic connection, if you will, and he does it. And when he's like controlling Mechagodzilla, doing the things like when Mechagodzilla kills that skull crawler, he's like smiling, like almost getting, some sort of adrenaline fueled, or perhaps like some kind of like dopamine going in his head, and like he's actually enjoying, the sheer power that he's like essentially wielding. like I think there could have been something there. Um, like he could have either been wanting to, like he's like getting satisfaction from wielding this awesome power of like this mechanical titan, killing monsters because he probably is like, has some, perhaps like some hatred for titans, or he pretty much feels like he wants to become a monster, or at least something, on a level playing field as them, something like that. Um, but the film doesn't really elaborate on that because they don't really elaborate on this character very much. So, yeah. Yeah, long story short, there were a couple things in GBK that were kind of missed opportunities here and there. just a few. And keep in mind, like, it's a like again, it's a movie that I find like entertainment, on like a personal level for sure. But if I were just to look at the quality of the writing, there's a couple of like things here and there that could have been better. Um, so does anyone else have a? What do you think, chat? So. So yeah, I actually have my one monstrous moment video for the Year of the Dragon edition, like all set and ready. I think I may just upload it like right after the stream, right after I'm done with the stream, whenever that will be. Could be, could be an hour from now. I want to try to like get the stream going for like at least you know 2 hours, pretty much. Looks like we're at 42 minutes, 42 and a half minutes. Um, so yeah. Yeah. Now I will. Okay, so another point in Godzilla versus Kong that I would like to kind of sort of a sort of address that seems kind of funny. It's like when we're pretty much in the throne room, where Kong, he's kind of walking around, well, gets his axe, pulls it out like it's Excalibur, pulling like a sword from in the stone. And it's like chilling out. Godzilla, but then he starts charging his axe on the floor. Now I kind of hear like some people say like, oh, Godzilla is no longer like some people may have said like Godzilla's like his power no longer derives from radiation, but rather like this hollow earth energy, which is weird because like there is dialogue in the movie that kind of says like the axe is drawing radiation from the core, like it's drawing some kind of energy. Um, so like radioactive energy. So it's like kind of it's not great, not the best thing, but it's I guess you could say like it's somewhat tries to connect somewhat, like some connective tissue to Godzilla's like radioactive origins, considering that Apex sort of hypothesized that the Hollow Earth has an energy signature, or has like a form of energy that is what imbues Godzilla with his abilities, that gives him, or at least, or even like gives him his energy. Kind of like how in 2014, like Godzilla and the Mutos, they're fed by radiation. Or in King of the Monsters, like Godzilla like gets powered up by a nuclear bomb to make himself stronger. So pretty much got that going on. I will say the one thing that was kind of interesting, and I brought this up in my essay video, but the fact that the throne, the Kong's like the old his ancestors' throne room, um, it's like directly around in the proximity of Hong Kong. I think that like in this vast world that's like underneath our world, the surface world, like it lines up that perfectly. That's kind of I don't know. I just find that kind of. I mean, I brought it up in my essay video, but I also kind of think it's kind of weird that you have like this room, where you got all those acts, where you had like all the other axes like put down, but there's like the one that Kong pulls out of the skull, like what used to be like another creature that Kong species may have been fighting against. And that one axe is like like the one that he picks up that he uses for the rest of the film, and that we will see him use in GXK. It's just that axe, and it's like the only one that has to be like placed on the floor to be charged up, along with all those other axes on the floor, so that it could get so that they could find that energy. I did find that kind of interesting. Like, what if it was like what happened like back in the day? Like, why would it just be just that one axe? Especially considering that it was implied that perhaps there were like other creatures some creatures that were like attacking Kong species at some point. How come it was just the one axe that was laying on the ground? You would think that there would have been like other Kong species members kind of like pulling those other axes out of the ground. Like, what would happen if like some of those other axes that were on the floor weren't there? Like, if they were just scattered across the throne room, and Kong would have to be looking for them, so that he could get his axe charged. Or what would happen? Or even better question: what would happen if some of those axes were like got lost outside of the throne room? Like they got lost in like the woods somewhere, or like outside the cave, or maybe even just like what if one of them was like destroyed? Do all the axes need to, and do all the axes? Does it have to be that all the axes have to be on the floor in like this, like sort of like giant Godzilla creature looking mural thing to be charged up? Do they all have to be there, or could Kong just place just his on the floor and have it charged up just like that without needing to worry about the others being accounted for as well? I don't know, it's kind of interesting when you think about it. Some it's something I kind of it's like something I had to think about. It's like, well, what if it just played out like that and this, and yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah. But yeah. All right, so now one thing I will say, like another video. So I actually watched OmniViewer's like video on like Bernie Hayes in GBK, and yeah, there's definitely and I pretty much more or less found the video to be a pretty good, pretty cool, pretty neat. Well, and I seem to have more or less like kind of agreed with like all of his points. As much as I find like the line delivery that Brian Tyree Henry does, when he says like "I gotta die here with you and sober," like mainly just because the actor sort of delivering that line, like it's kind of funny, and I pretty much kind of like Bernie in the film. As far as comedic relief goes, like he's pretty entertaining. I will say, I do think that considering that it's the flask of whiskey that his late wife gave to him, that he pretty much says like the day that the flask goes empty is the day that you know that I've given up. Hey, we're still at work. What's up? Not pretty much doing all right, Sinzilla. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, just kind of talking about Godzilla versus Kong in general. Just kind of giving, just kind of bringing up some points here and there. I talked about Mark Russell pretty much, at least a little bit. At least in terms of like how he was sort of underutilized. Talked about Ren Sarazawa, how he was underutilized. Talked about how the axis, how like Kong's axes on the floor, just kind of, more or less like just some stuff about that. and so now we're just up. Now I'm just talking about Bernie for a bit. But yeah, things are going pretty well. I hope you stop by pretty soon. I sent you the link on Discord. So if you want to drop in, go right ahead. Anyways, yeah. So the thing about Bernie's like flask is that it holds a lot of sentimental value to him. And as funny as that line is about him dying with a bunch of kids sober, after the flask was like poured down into the computer that was like controlling Mechagodzilla. Yeah, I do kind of, looking back, I definitely think that scene, like, it should have, like, we didn't need that bit of humor. Like, it kind of seemed a bit unnecessary when you take into account that Bernie kind of holds a lot of sentimental value to that flask of whiskey. It was a gift from his wife, who died. And I definitely think that they could have like had it to that the film could have done something where, and I may have even brought this up in my essay video, but like the fact that Bernie could have just like his wife dying could have like given him some kind of motivation to sort of expose Apex. Who knows? Maybe like Walter Simmons or somebody from Apex, like him and his wife were also like, trying to like, find out the truth about Apex, but she died more or less, or at least I don't know, like something, something. I mean, they don't necessarily need to do that, but they could. But it's like it's more or less a suggestion to kind of like give Bernie like a more solid motivation to a more personal motivation to go after Apex, to try to expose them, rather than just because they're doing something. Apex is doing something shady, and exposing them for their shadiness would be the right thing to do, which is kind of what it sort of seems like. Which is what we got more or less in the final movie. I know that there was like something in the novelization of GVK. I don't want to necessarily count that. I want to stick with the movies pretty much, because the movies, like because the thing is like people don't want to have to like generally people don't really want to like go like. Fans in general, I mean, I know, like fans for sure would want to like get themselves acquainted with as much Godzilla content or content or media from like their favorite franchise or or genre as they can, to get all the nitty gritty details. Like, just get it all in, just get it into the system, pretty much. But like general audiences, like we're just speaking as some like in order to really discuss these films like in a way that would be lead to like a more fruitful discussion in terms of like which ones are really good and which ones are not, to determine their quality. I definitely think that we shouldn't really go outside of the main medium in which the movies sort of like get their installments from, which is the movies, which is why as much as I like, I mean, I'll just be transparent. I have not seen the Netflix Skull Island anime or Monarch Legacy of Monsters yet. Not that I won't get around to watching them at some point. I've just never had the time. So, just to kind of answer that, potential question. But second of all, I don't want to like bring those into discussion because not everybody's gonna like people who want to watch like a MonsterVerse movie like Godzilla versus Kong or Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. Like general audiences aren't really gonna be that interested in like are more likely they're not gonna want to like go looking like if there's something in one of those movies that doesn't make sense or doesn't line up, they shouldn't have to like go to like a novelization or a tie-in graphic novel to in order to find the answer. You know what I mean? Like it like because like the movies are kind of meant to be to be watched as their thing, as the thing as they are. But and everything else is just like the other outside material is just like, well, it's outside material. Like it shouldn't be factored into determining whether or not a movie's good or bad. Like it's kind of like talking about a movie based on a comic book, like a Marvel movie or a DC movie. Like if there's a concept or certain character motivations that don't really make sense in the movie that you're talking about, like you can't just be like, oh well, in the comics there's this thing and that explains it. Is like, okay, that's cool that the comics have that, but we're not talking about the comics. We're talking about the movies. And that's kind of what I want to stick with here. So, anyways, side tangent over, which may or may not be more or less relevant to this discussion. The books and EU extended universe should enhance the universe. It shouldn't be what keeps a story that preceded it from falling apart. Exactly, Zenzilla. That is, preach. Yes. That's pretty much right there. What Zenzilla just said. Like you don't really, like you don't really see people like trying to like defend the rise of Skywalker. At least in terms of how Palpatine came back by saying like, well, if you read the novelization, the answer, the details of how he got back can be found in these pages here. It's like you wouldn't do that. Granted, people wouldn't defend Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker because it's Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, but that's I digress. But in terms of like anyways, back to Bernie, back to Mr. Bernie. Like I definitely think that scene where like the scene where the flask gets poured into the computer. Bernie should have been the one to do it rather than him just panicking and sort of like being like just offering Josh Valentine to drink the whiskey, and Josh just figuring it out, drink. Oh yeah, let's just short circuit. Let's just use the whiskey to short circuit the computer. Maybe potentially cause Mechagodzilla to malfunction or lose the connection to the satellites or something like that. Maybe buy Kong and Godzilla some time to finish the fight. A good example of this, Boba Fett explains. Like I think Bernie should have been. I definitely agree with Omniviewer's point that Bernie should have been the one to pour the whiskey onto the computer. As sort of like a completion of like sort of like a coming full circle somewhat, where he's like today is not the day that I'm going to give up, pretty much, to kind of like invert the earlier line of dialogue that he said about that flask. Okay, here's the Fuller comment. Good example of this. Boba Fett explains how he was hired for the clone army, but it's the game bounty hunter that goes into detail. We didn't need the game to have his comment have weight. You mean Jango Fett? Because Boba Fett. Because Boba Fett was created as a clone, an unaltered was as a clone of Jango Fett, or at least I don't even think that was that explanation even in Attack of the Clones. Like that was like a. It's been like years since I've seen any. So, yep, my bad, Django. Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, that's yeah. I can definitely like you don't really need Star Wars Bounty Hunter to to kind of like understand like how how the Jango Fett became a template for the clone army. Um, and like we could set the issues aside in terms of like whether or not the commissioning of a clone army makes a whole lot of sense in terms of like the grand scheme, the grand calculus of Palpatine's plans throughout the prequel trilogy. But in terms of like Jango Fett, like where his place is, like he was just a template for the clones. Yeah, we don't really need Bounty Hunter to like, to pretty much. By the way, Bounty Hunter, Star Wars Bounty Hunter, pretty cool game. Would recommend it. But yeah, like basically, like instead of having that scene, the flask of whiskey being poured into the computer, like it shouldn't be. Instead of like having it be for a joke, it should have been like about Bernie potentially dying sober. You know, it's like. What happens when you're working and YouTube at the same time? Lol. And yeah, that was explained in episode 2. What? Okay, I pretty much got the second part, but what was the first part? Pardon. So if there's like anything wrong with the stream, can someone feel free to let me know, so I can try to correct it. The mix up with Boba and Django. Oh yeah, oh yeah. When you're watching the stream and working at the same time, yeah, I get you. Yeah, I actually usually don't do that. YouTube and work at the same time because my job doesn't really wouldn't allow for such pleasantries. But yeah, I get you. Uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I can understand the mix up there in that context. Yeah, I definitely think the whole. Anyways, the whole thing with the flask should have been like a more like dramatic moment, as opposed to being humorous. It's like I mean, like I get that a movie can have humor every now and then, but sometimes some humor just doesn't need to be put in the film. Just doesn't really seem to be all that necessary. Um, but yeah, that's my 2 cents as far as the whole Bernie Hayes thing. Because I definitely think Bernie Hayes, Bernie, isn't that bad of a character, pretty much, in that film. It's just that there's much like a lot of aspects of the characters in GVK. There isn't really much to really say about them, or at least anything that's like particularly great. Like I said, I think the whole thing with Ren Serizawa being a missed opportunity, a lot of missed opportunities with him. Mark Russell was kind of wasted somewhat. Um, um, Gia was good at least, so we got her. You know. Anywho, all right. So yeah, the next thing on the that I do kind of want to discuss a little bit, and definitely would be great to maybe have someone else come on board to sort of like hash out like certain discussions. Is kind of about the characterization of Godzilla in this movie, in GVK. Like it definitely would be pretty nice to have someone come and discuss that. I will say I more or less kind of understand, considering that Godzilla like Godzilla, like pretty much like being on the hunt. I'll be down to hope on. I'll be down to hop on when I'm home. All right. Feel free to let me know. The link will be in your Discord messages. So yeah, yeah. Hope to talk to you soon, Zim. So yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I definitely, on the one hand, I pretty much don't necessarily mind more or less Godzilla, like potentially committing like collateral damage if he's like on the hunt, like looking for what may be like the presence of Ghidorah or something that's like a potential threat to his existence, considering he's the mediator of the natural order, i.e., Mechagodzilla being run on a Ghidorah head, or heads, as Bernie somewhat theorizes. Which I mean, we'll get to that in a moment. We'll get back to that actually, pretty soon. So like him attacking Pensacola, seemingly, which may seemingly be unprovoked, and so humanity is kind of like now having like this perspective, like, oh my god, Godzilla is like no longer an ally to us now. He just attacked us for no reason. That's the one thing. Like that I wouldn't necessarily say is like totally against his character. Like not even necessarily like him even like sort of shooting down or blasting away like some of the going into self-defense against like those like fighter jets like attacking him. I wouldn't even necessarily that is like totally against them, because like he could definitely perceive them as like threat, like sort of against him. But yeah, so him being on the hunt for Mechagodzilla and trying to looking for him, or looking for Ghidorah heads that are being a major component for Mechagodzilla, just kind of looking for it. That's one thing. But I will say, like him, like sort of going after Kong and actively like as much of a really cool visual spectacle as it may be, like in isolation, just watching Godzilla like tearing up stuff and attacking Kong like out in the sea. I would say Godzilla like actively destroying destroying like all those like battleships going on, where the Navy's like, you sunk my battleship. That's a bit much, especially considering that Godzilla doesn't, especially when Godzilla's like going after like like another Titan that's like potentially like threatening, that could be a threat to his power or to his existence. It's weird that he would actively like just like actually like almost sort of casually like destroy ships and kill thousands of people, especially when in 2014 he literally, when he was like at the Golden Gate Bridge, he wasn't even attacking the military. Pretty much, even when they were firing at him, he didn't really attack. I can bounce on a few minutes. Just gonna drive home. All right. All right. Stay safe. But yeah, like considering like at the Golden Gate Bridge scene, he wasn't even like actively attacking the military that were just like firing at him on all sides, like in self-defense, pretty much, like clearly hurting him even, or at least like making it to where he's just going, like, "Ow, stop that!" To the point where he smashes into the Golden Gate Bridge, which was clearly unintentional. On his part, because he was getting shot, he was getting flanked and shot at like all over the place, because he was at the Golden Gate Bridge. So kind of seeing him destroying these like a whole bunch of military vessel, like ships and an aircraft carrier, killing thousands and thousands of people. It's a little weird. Like that, I can kind of more or less understand people having an issue with that, because even as I was watching it, my most recent revisit of GVK for for the stream and for preparation of GXK, that kind of like sticks out to me as like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if Godzilla in the past couple MonsterVerse movies would do that. in in hindsight, you know. Yeah. And another thing was when he like gets up out of the water and he just like like when he rides in Hong Kong, he just like gets out of the water, he rises up and like knocks down that one bridge, kind of like what happened in the Golden Gate scene in 2014. Except he just like does it like in a way that's like unprovoked. It's like, why did you do that? Like what? It's like it's just like, Godzilla, what are you doing? um, don't do that to people. Um, like, yeah, yeah, kind of watching that scene, it was just maybe go, I don't know. I know that Godzilla tends to have like a body count, pretty much, and you could kind of like you could pretty much could sort of like excuse that in movies, whether I mean, obviously you could sort of excuse if he's like a villain, like in -1 or in GMK, Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah all out, giant monsters all out attack, where he's like clearly the villain, like he's actively killing people, and it's like, well, yeah, you're supposed to, think of him as very scary and very, very just like, oh man, you really don't care about humans, pretty much. Or if he was like doing it by accident, like in 2014, or in or in King of the Monsters, like he's not actively trying to kill, like he's not actively trying killing civilians, killing humans, but he's not like, even if he doesn't, I mean, he may not necessarily go completely out of his way to protect people. Like people should just like know better to just like get out the way, but he's not going to actively try to kill people. He's just, because Godzilla, he's a titan of sheer focus and will. I once saw Godzilla kill a titan with a pencil. Oh god. Yeah, John Wick reference for the win. But yeah, just kind of like, what, like, even if he did that by accident, like rising up from that bridge, it's just like, dude, you didn't have this problem in 2014. You recognized that there was like a bridge ahead of you that you had to try to find a way around potentially, with the shallow water. Like, why? Like, what happened? Like, what were you doing there with this time? I don't know. It's weird. Um, say that a lot. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm enjoying this movie, but there's some things in here, some things here and there that could have done a little better. So yeah, so that's that. Yeah, yeah. It's just kind of chilling a little bit here. 4 viewers so far. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, just give me a moment here. Kind of check some stuff here. Gonna be I'm also gonna be like giving up gonna be like working on my Son of Frankenstein essay video pretty soon, um, or at least get to working on it full time. Just kind of been working on some bits and bobs here and there, but I want to like give the movie a rewatch in order to really take notes, study it, analyze it, give it a proper analysis. I'll also be gonna be obviously after GXK comes out. Well, when I first watch it, I'll be first see it in the theater, see it for the first time. I'll do a first impressions video on it. Pretty first impressions video, kind of like what I did with -1. So, what are your thoughts on the sidelining of Rodan? Yeah. In terms of like, I will say I would like to see more Rodan. I will agree with that. I think he I would say like the role that he was given in King of the Monsters was pretty satisfactory, at least for that part one movie. But yeah, I would love to see more of him. That Rodan, how much he was pretty cool. Very very fun. There's definitely like I honestly would not mind, like it's. I don't know if it could potentially be a bit of a gamble for Legendary, perhaps, but I would not mind them like trying to go beyond like just doing Godzilla and Kong crossovers or what have you. Like maybe even potentially do like a Mothra movie down the line. Maybe potentially feature Rodan as well for that film. Maybe they could potentially sort of team up against like a bigger threat. Like, they could introduce Batra or, that'd be pretty cool. Like Batra would actually, honestly, I think Batra would make a pretty neat sort of inclusion. I mean, granted, you would probably have to think about it a little bit in terms of like how come Batra didn't show up until now of all times? Like I think there could be a way around that for sure. But yeah, I would like to see more Rodan. So, and I would say like I know people would think like, oh, so is Rodan and all those other monsters like Behemoth and what have you? Like, are they all dead because of like that little like tournament style like tree going on in the opening credits of GVK? Well, they kind of are. Yeah, they're listed as defeated, but I've kind of mentioned in in the past, and I think others have as well, that being defeated doesn't necessarily mean dead. Pretty much, like obviously with the Mutos and Ghidorah and the Skull Devil, Ramarek from Skull Island, like those guys being defeated would certainly mean death for sure, because they were killed for sure. Like Godzilla shooting his atomic breath down the Fenmuto's throat, pretty much decapitating her. That's like instant death. Kong pulling the Skull Devil's like entrails out from its mouth. That's obviously death, for sure. And so on and so on. Being defeated wouldn't necessarily mean like if we're going to tournament, it wouldn't necessarily mean a death. It could either mean like they're incapacitated or they pretty much have submitted to Godzilla's rule and just kind of like are like, all right, just waving a white flag and say like, all right, I surrender. All right, I'll go to sleep now. And considering that Rodan would, like the closing credits of King of Monsters kind of establishes Rodan sort of like went back to sleep in another volcano. Like I don't know what, like I don't like. There's nothing in GVK that would suggest. Granted, there's nothing in GVK that suggests that Godzilla didn't kill those monsters, but there's nothing. But at the same time, there isn't anything that suggests that he did either. It's not necessarily that Rodan is dead canonically. He more likely isn't. In fact, like the ending of King of Monsters would, unless a future movie were to like suggest the contrary, which would be pretty lame. Like there wasn't really anything in Rodan's final scene with Godzilla that would suggest that he would just actively try to challenge Godzilla's rule, pretty much. At that point, so yeah, but yeah, I would like to see more Rodan in the MonsterVerse. Give me more Rodan. And as far as like doing a Mothra movie in the MonsterVerse, it's like, yeah, she may not be as recognizable of a name as Godzilla or Kong, but she is like more recognizable of a name as far as Godzilla or kaiju Toho characters than most like you're not gonna see legendary like you're not going to see Legendary like announce like a solo movie for Megaguirus, pretty much, or a solo movie for like oh what's like an obscure Titan that I could or monster that I can think of from Toho that would just be like um I would even say it's even really hard to imagine Legendary, announcing a MonsterVerse entry for the Gargantuas, Santa and Gyra. Um, it'd be really hard. But for Mothra, like a lot of people, like a good number of people, maybe not as recognizable as Godzilla or Kong, but I think I would like to think that general audiences would recognize Mothra more than most other characters. Um, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Zimzilla's here. We're just gonna bring him onto the stage.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hey, how you doing?
How's it going? Pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. Having a pretty good time.
So this is your first stream, isn't it? Right?
Yes. Well, my first stream hosting it. Obviously, I've been on a couple of your streams as a guest.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, at least you're doing a good job so far. I'm also helping you, doing some sharing as well. So give you a little bit of an extra reach too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Tubular.
So just sharing that. I think there's probably gonna be a few more people if I send like something to them that may want to join as well, since I'm in as well. But yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so basically, we're kind of just talking about the MonsterVerse in general. Like it says Godzilla versus Kong discussion, pretty much, but obviously leading up to the new film. But we could just talk anything MonsterVerse, literally anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say generally, are you seeing? Because I was still driving for a little bit, so I may have missed it. But are you seeing GVK tomorrow, or are you not GVK GXK tomorrow? Or are you seeing it Friday?
I'm seeing it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some showings like in the afternoon, like on that day.
Okay. Yeah, no, what's it called? I'm gonna be, since I have work again tomorrow, I'm gonna be seeing it Friday in the morning, and then I have my big open mic stream that's gonna be later that night. Like, I think this is gonna be the only MonsterVerse film that I'm actually not seeing like opening night, quote unquote.
Right. Well, actually, to be fair, I kept. This is probably the first one that I would be seeing like on like a Thursday, pretty much, or like an opening day, pretty much. The closest one would be like I think King of the Monsters 2019, but I like saw that on like the 31st. Maybe it had like some showings like that day before, pretty much.
Fair enough. Is there an IMAX in your area, or are you just seeing it at like a regular theater?
I'm seeing it at a local at a theater that's like part of like a chain that's not as like recognizable as AMC or Regal, but I'm seeing it on like a screen that's kind of akin to it's got like mostly small screens, but it's got a screen or two that are like really huge, like maybe not IMAX pretty much, but kind of more.
Fair enough. What's it called? Yeah, because I'm gonna be seeing it at like an IMAX that's attached to like a Jordan's furniture near like where I live. So I'll be like seeing the whole like big wonderful experience type thing.
Yeah.
But I would say like generally, like, what kind of impression do you have going into things?
I pretty much kind of go into it with like very with like these days. I kind of go into things with like a fairly tempered up like expectation. Like I have like I like to go in things like like as optimistically as I can, but obviously you know, but obviously like temper it a bit. This is pretty much like the first MonsterVerse movie that I can pretty much say that I will admit I have some temper. I kind of have to temper my expectations a little bit. Like I'm
Mhm.
kind of hoping to at least like at least for the first watch through to be like, oh hey, that it's like what that was a not nothing great, but I pretty much had fun with it, but I'm not. But yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect at the same time. Um,
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah, I guess like I don't know, like I guess since Wingard's the one who's coming back for this, it's sort of gonna be the big ol' like a lot of which we got from GVK is gonna be transferred over to GXK. And the fact that like I always keep mixing up GVK and GXK kind of says it all. Um
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I guess
Sorry.
like when looking at the stream, or not the stream, the like everything that Wingard's been saying in regards to this movie, going back to the Showa era has sort of been like the tagline for both him and a lot of people who are like very adamant about defending this movie. I guess
Yeah,
what
I've
would
been
you say like
seeing.
your thoughts on this are?
Yeah, I've been seeing like some like tweets about saying like it's like a callback to or something like that to the Showa era. Um, I would say
Return to tradition, return to Showa.
yeah. I would say like it pretty much like would sort of depend on like which aspects of the Showa era we're pretty much gonna be calling back to
Yeah.
because like the way I kind of looked at it is like the Showa era is almost like an era with sub eras almost if you will
Mhm. No,
when
no,
you think
definitely.
when you kind of think about it, like because you had like the first two movies, 54 and Raids Again, which aside from them being from the 50s, they kind of are kind of like 1-2 sort of thing about like Tokyo or Japan, just sort of like reeling from the aftermaths of World War II. Um, and you got like the Showa era where at least for the first couple, well, the Showa era with the 60s, you got like King Kong versus Godzilla and Mothra versus Godzilla, which while those movies were definitely leaning more towards like the spectacle of seeing Godzilla fighting another monster, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because Raids Again didn't really do it all that much. Like the fact, like Godzilla fighting Anguirus was just kind of like a side, almost like a side thing that was happening.
Mhm.
Um, but like King Kong, but KKVG and MVG, they were at least like trying to. It seemed like they were sort of trying to say something like a little more going on, like about consumerism or man's greed and capacity for like redemption going on, at least for Mothra versus Godzilla. And then from then on, it's like if they start leading more and more into like just kind of making like like you could say like popcorn flicks,
Mhm.
from like Ghidorah to onward. Um, maybe with some sprinklings of like some thematics here and there, like I would say potentially like Terror Mechagodzilla. I would
Mhm.
say which I will say my one monstrous moment video, which I will be posting tomorrow, will be on that movie. So stay tuned for that. Wink, wink.
Yeah, and I have to finish editing mine tonight so I could have it posted for tomorrow. So that's gonna be fun. Um,
Toko
yeah,
Pop says, "Yo, what's going on? Oh, just talking Godzilla and
yeah,
Monster."
yeah. It looks like the people I spread it across like a bunch of places, so there's probably a few people trickling in here and there.
Nice.
But you're definitely right. The Showa era does have like sub eras. Like 54 to 55 is its own era. 62 kind of feels like its own thing, weirdly enough, compared to like 64 to 65 with Mothra to the Ghidorah films. Then you have the two island films. with Sea Monster and Son of Godzilla. Destroy All
Yeah.
Monsters feels separate from like those films, although you could say 62 up to Destroy All Monsters and 68 is kind of like a sub era on its own. Then All Monsters Attack kind of feels like the beginning of like all the champion stuff. Well, I think the Total Champions Festival begins with like Hedorah and ends with like the Mechagodzilla films, or like starts with Guy. It starts around like the 70s. But yeah, like the 70s Godzilla films are very different from the 60s films. But like I think like he really wants to, or at least Wingard said that he's been trying to want to emulate the films from the 70s. But if you think about it,
Yeah.
you have just Gigan, Megalon, Mechagodzilla, or both Mechagodzilla films, because Hedorah is technically 68, I believe.
Hedorah is 1971. What's
1971. Yeah. Okay. That's what happens when you're tired. Whoops.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello there. I shall be arriving soon. Just got back from the gym. Hello there, Black and
Yeah, so it's like just Hedorah to Mechagodzilla, which like I guess is like the advantage of the late 70s films was that they were all directly just versus films, and each film introduced a new monster, which is cool. And like a lot of people are saying that like you're getting something that's like super psychedelic and stuff, and I guess like the biggest comparison is gonna be like the Hedorah. Like Hedorah is like the one everyone thinks of when they think psychedelic, but yeah. I guess
that's
like
high.
Like that's at least like when someone says they want to make a Showa ask you, then I have to say what era, and then when they say like the 70s, I think a lot of people mean to say they just mean Hedorah and maybe Gigan, because I wouldn't really say that like from what we've seen, GVK Jordan GXK doesn't really feel like one of the Mechagodzilla films, even though like even GVK itself had Mechagodzilla in it.
Yeah.
I just don't think that like what those films had can really be emulated by these films, in my personal opinion, because at least those films were emulating and drawing from a style that was contemporary to them. And I would say 2014 is at least contemporary to 2014. And King of the Monsters like isn't really contemporary to when it came out, but it doesn't feel like it's trying to like it's visually calling back too much to like older films. But I think with Wingard trying like to say that he wants to make like a 70s Godzilla films, that he's pulling from an era to like get a visual aesthetic that I don't think like translates as well to the modern day, because that visual style was contemporary and modern for its time. If that makes sense.
I would say like I would say like at the very least I could kind of see that, but I think more importantly is that it kind of seemed like perhaps like we could have been like done like somewhat of a slow burn. Like if this was to go in that direction, it should have gone like a bit more of a slow burn, because 2014 definitely had the pretty much had like its aesthetic of being like being sort of like kind of like being very serious, very grounded, or at least as grounded as it can be. And you got Kong Skull Island and King of the Monsters, which the most you could say about those films being like more being like lighter is because like you have like some humor here and there just to kind of just kind of break things up a little bit, but not a little too much. And the fact that they kind of bring a lot more color to it, because 2014, was kind of was criticized for having some scenes taking place in the dark, which I would say like on a recent revisit for 2014. I mean, it was just my experience pretty much. But I didn't have any trouble like watching it watching 2014 like on like a digital like home screen pretty much. Yeah. Although it may have had to do with the TV that I was using, having the brightness being up a little.
Yeah, I know with some of the TVs you did have to like adjust it yourself. And real quick, someone asked if they can join as well. Can I just send the stream link you sent me for them?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Cool.
Sure
I'll
thing.
send that to them.
Yeah, and I can even, I think I said even in my essay, I think it wasn't the third part of my video series on Godzilla 2014, where I said like the fact that the film there were some troubles with how the film was transferred from the big screen to home media on a visual aspect kind of makes it, is kind of an issue, because when I'm like getting like screenshots of them from the movie, it's just like, because I use my phone to do it, to get the screenshots, just a little BTS sort of look, if you will, in terms of how I make the stuff. Like with 2014, it's like, yeah, like this thing is definitely not meant to be watched on a phone. It's meant to be watched on like as big of a screen as you can, or at least like a reasonably sized screen in a dark room.
I think
or at least a dimly lit.
That's interesting to consider, is that 2014 is out on Netflix right now. I haven't had the time to watch it, but I do wonder when I have the time to, like, how much like I'm gonna have to adjust the brightness on like my iPad to watch it, because I don't really use Netflix on like my TV and stuff. I just use it if I'm like going somewhere like mobile.
Yeah, and meanwhile you got like Skull Island and King of the Monsters, where you don't have to worry about that as much. But anyways, going back to like the transition of like the tones, what have you. Yeah, like you got like Skull Island and KOTM, which still, which have like more humor in them than 2014, like undeniably, but but not by much, to where it's like they still like Skull Island still being like a sort of like a Vietnam War film with monsters, and King of the Monsters being sort of like just kind of being like certainly a much grander film that's like certainly takes itself more seriously than GVK for sure. I definitely think that we probably could have used like maybe like another movie or two to like kind of just ease us into that tone, or GVK could have just, I don't know, dot things back a bit. Like one thing I kind of addressed, and I mean, like, I'm kind of borrowing a point from the Omniviewer with his like Bernie Hayes video that from like a few days ago, where he kind of says like about how Bernie has like this flask of whiskey from his late wife, that he says like the day that this goes empty is the day that that I've given up. But the thing goes empty, when they're trying to short circuit the Mechagodzilla computer, he says a joke pretty much when the scene could have been, certainly would have been much better off if Bernie was the one to pretty much be the one to pour the whiskey and say something along the lines of, like that this is, or do something to where that it's not the day that this is the day that he won't be giving up. Like he has something to live for.
Like it does feel that a lot of the film is trying to emulate a lot of like bathos type humor from the MCU, and as a result, like a lot of like really good character moments just fall by the wayside.
Yeah. All right, all right, Vic, about to bring him on here.
Hello.
It's the Vic.
Hello.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
It is a pleasure to meet you, good sir.
Good to meet you too.
Actually, I think you guys have both met.
Yeah, pretty much a few times. Yep.
And real quick, since I brought Vic on, Vic is going to do a little bit of heavy lifting for me, because I literally got home and just jumped on the stream. I'm going to take a shower real quick, which is going to take like a minute or two for me. I'll just do a military style, and I'm going to hop back on. So I'm just going to mute myself, and then I'll jump back in.
All right, go ahead. Okay, so Vic, what do you want to talk about here, pretty much?
Oh, well, let's see. I guess this sort of well, what were we discussing beforehand and stuff? Because I know we were talking a little bit about like MonsterVerse and the style and like GVK and stuff.
Well, we were just kind of talking about how, like, how the fact that GVK and GXK, the new Empire, sort of seem to be like giving off like the vibes of like the 70s Showa era, based on like what Adam Wingard pretty much have said. And what I kind of said, what brought to the table was that we could have had like something maybe like at least like potentially like could have just eased into that tone like a little more, or at least like just kind of tried to stay like a much more balanced or what have you. And Zim pretty much like kind of said that the 70s Showa era style doesn't really translate all that great to the modern films. So
yeah. Personally, I would say that I'm a little bit of the opposite opinion, where I think the way Wingard has been handling it works better than it did when it comes to like the tone and the portrayal of trying to be like a more lighthearted fantasy film than it would back then.
Right. Well, I could say like I could certainly see that, and I more or less may even sort of agree with that somewhat. But I will say I definitely think GVK there had like has like stuff in there, like certain character stuff, like we were just talking about Bernie, pretty much, and how they could have done something with the fact that he, about his like late wife, and how he could like potentially like, just kind of like, about that flask of whiskey, if you will. I'm not sure how much you caught. How much did you catch that?
I did catch a little bit. I do agree. Like, I wish in GVK we would have gotten to know a little bit more about Bernie and like his character motivations. Because, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I heard somewhere that, like, in the novel or something, that like the wife worked for Apex or something, and their accident was caused by them or something.
Something. Yeah, I think it was something like that. Which I mean, I think I even mentioned something along those lines, like maybe like in a very somewhat of a general sense, because my memory as far as like that particular detail was a bit hazy. But yeah, they easily could have just included that or something like that in the movie itself to to kind of like to potentially like maybe give Bernie like a more personal motivation to want to like expose Apex for their shadiness and what have you.
Yeah, because I think the only thing we get is like, if you look at his journal that he carries throughout the movie, you can see there's like pages labeled as like evidence and like fingerprints and stuff. So I'm definitely gonna say that like maybe something was supposed to be there, but it got cut for the runtime.
GVK is kind of unfortunate. Like, as much as I personally enjoy that movie, it's definitely like a victim of like there was just stuff on the cutting room floor that could have made it better, pretty much, but for some reason they left it out. I don't know what, it's could be for time, or could be for what have you. Or the studio pretty much like said, we don't want people feeling sad and all that. We have like we have a quota to meet. We want this movie to be fun. People are saying that these MonsterVerse movies, they're not fun enough. They said they said the last one wasn't fun enough. It didn't have enough the monster stuff. We got to get to the monster stuff. Which I mean, it's like you can have like a very action oriented like Godzilla or Kong movie pretty much in the works and all that, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice like potential good character stuff, to get to that crowd pleasing stuff. Like, you can have a balance of both. For sure, you can have both. But I mean, if that's what was the case, then I mean, unfortunately, that's studios for you. But if it was kind of like runtime, then it could also be studios. But yeah. Another thing that I kind of like mentioned like earlier in the stream was like kind of the wasted potential of like Ren Serizawa, and how he could have been like, they really could have done something with him. Or at the very least, like if they weren't gonna if what they did with him was the extent of their vision for him, they shouldn't even have named him Serizawa. Because of the fact that the Serizawa name, like, it's recognizable to us as Godzilla fans, you know, because Serizawa, you know, that as a name has a legacy to it, you know, because of 54. But in universe, that name would also potentially have that sort of legacy because Ken Watanabe's character, Ishiro Serizawa, you know, like, he basically was shown on national television, you know, talking to the Senate, you know, representing Monarch, you know, on national television at the beginning of KOTM. So people would have some idea of who he is. So, and they certainly would have some kind of reverence to him if they were to find out, if the public were to find out, like, at some point between the timeline of KOTM and GBK, that he basically died to get Godzilla back on his feet to essentially save the world. So Serizawa played a big part in saving humanity. Like, you know, kind of like it's kind of like if we were to have some kind of equivalent to that kind of person who would do something like that, or like people like, you know, kind of like how, like, in the MCU, like, people would talk about Tony Stark giving his life at the end of Endgame. Like, everybody would know about that, pretty much. You know, so
yeah.
So and it's really bizarre how, like, Nathan Lind, you know, Alexander Skarsgård, he was established to be like a former member of Monarch, so he would know who Ishiro Serizawa is. So when he's introduced to Ren Serizawa, why didn't he just ask, like, "Oh, are you Ishiro's kid?" or something along those lines? And that should have been addressed at the very least, as opposed to just being like, "Oh, it's just a name." So yeah, there's some things that make me go, that could. I was like, man, you could have done something with this. It's like, you know.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, again, it's that thing where you get hints of it, like at the beginning when he's looking at Godzilla as he's coming towards the facility and stuff, and like you get hints of it, but again, for the runtime, I guess, or for some reason to make it like a tighter paced story, like it was cut.
Yeah, you get hints that there could be something more going on to him than what's like at face value, but unfortunately, yeah, since that, but we don't really see that more of that, you know what I mean? You know, like, it's just kind of, yeah. Like, unless unless we've always gotten to more of that in the movie itself, because, yeah, like, I mean, you know, unfortunately, I am kind of one of those people who would kind of say, like, we shouldn't, like, I think where the movies shouldn't really require, like, you know, extended, like, material like a novelization or a comic book or a game or what have you to try to like fill in any sort of like gaps, or even like write the lore or the story for the writers of the movies. You know what I mean? Like, like, you think, like, because like general audiences just like they're not going to have the time or really even the patience to do that. You know, like, I mean, us as fans, we could potentially do that, but that doesn't mean that we should like encourage that, more or less. We should just be like, oh, if you do a novelization, then, you know, I mean, you could go a little more into detail about certain stuff, but it shouldn't be like huge important details that were left out of the movie itself, which is the main, you know, medium that is supposed to be drawing in the big bucks, you know, the general audiences. I mean, so like, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of like expecting people to have watched WandaVision, for example, in order to follow Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. You know, and it's like when Multiverse of Madness easily could have just had a line saying like, the Darkhold as prescribed in the Darkhold, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, is prophesized to enslave the multiverse. Like the fact that it's supposedly in the Darkhold is in WandaVision, but they never clarify it in Multiverse of Madness for people who haven't watched WandaVision. They couldn't even do that. So yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I wouldn't like. Obviously, like, yeah. So yeah, that's where I'm standing on that.
Yeah, I definitely get that because, like, I think a movie, especially within a franchise, should definitely be able to stand on its own, and then have those moments where like they're for the fans or the people who have watched along the way. But
Yeah,
above all, it should always like stand on its own without needing like a novel or something to
absolutely.
read, which
Yeah,
I definitely understand. Because
yeah,
watching it, like I definitely want more, and to an extent, I certainly appreciate what we do have. But it's just that thing where like if it could have been better, then like it should have been fought more for it to be better in a few
yeah.
aspects.
Yeah, it definitely should have been. The writer should have like, pressed a little more to just be like, look, we kind of need this to, like this, like we can make our movie like so much better, pretty much. Like I know, like we know, like we're gonna give the audience what they want, or at least what you think the audience want, which is, Godzilla and Kong punching each other in the face, in Hong Kong or on a battleship, and just going and just like, trading, throwing hands at each other. But like we could, but there's no reason why we can't have the story be a little better, pretty much, or at least have a little more going for it, substance wise, with the script.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would also make me, remember how when everyone was asking for like an extended cut of the film, like I think they only would have benefited from an extended cut, even if just like a few, extra scenes to give those explanations and motivations to it.
Yeah, definitely. Like it certainly could have used like considering that the movie was like sort of clocking into being close to 2 hours. Like there's no reason for it. Like if there is like some extra scenes that you could add to make the movie better. And if it's not, and if it doesn't accumulate that much more time, they could have at least like just added them to it, even if there is like a 2 hour mandate. Like it could be done.
So what did I miss?
We were kind of talking about certain characters, like how I kind of was going over like some stuff involving Bernie and Ren Sarazawa, and the fact that they were kind of like their stories kind of like had stuff that should have been left on the cutting room floor that a novelization could explain. I mean, like, I mean, so.
Yeah, I'd say like out of all the characters that something was left on the cutting room floor, Red Sarazawa is probably the more detrimental of the two.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the fact that his name, they gave him the Sarazawa name, because it's a name that people recognize when there's already a character in universe who would have that legacy of a name, and the fact that you have this younger character who could potentially be a son or a descendant of Ichiro Sarazawa, a man who literally saved the world by dying to bring Godzilla back. Like people would know about that. And the fact that it's not even addressed in GBK, that you got this guy who has the same name as like essentially as almost a war hero.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's weird.
Or the fact that like Monarch was keeping tabs on like Jonah and King of the Monsters, but had essentially nothing to say about Ren Sarazawa, who was like the son of their chief of staff.
like another, that's another thing I was about to get into, like the fact that Alan Jonah wasn't even addressed in GVK when it could have, it may have been on the cutting room floor or maybe not, but either way, it's not in the film. Like they easily could have just had it to where like if like Walter Simmons secretly made a deal with Alan Jonah to buy off that Ghidorah head, and like if we were to paint, like if they wanted to paint Walter Simmons as a bad guy, like they could have done it, who needed to be exposed, who Bernie would be validated in exposing to the world, pretty much, his shady, shadowy dealings. He could have, like building a mechanical war machine that is intended to kill Titans. He could have just like exposed, like, oh, he made deals with this eco-terrorist who played a hand in awakening Monster Zero.
What's really a missed opportunity is the fact that since Jonah is a complete misanthrope, it could be super interesting if he sold Simmons that skull with the intentions that he knew Simmons would use it to create some type of machine with it. But since he knew King Ghidorah isn't like a part of the natural ecosystem, that he set up Jonah to fail and then somehow, some way absorbed like his company to gather the resources.
Yeah.
Like Jonah had such opportunity to be an awesome reoccurring character, and like he could have had that Thanos buildup. It was literally all there.
Yeah. Yeah, and he had Charles Dance, like amazing thespian actor.
Like you had Tywin Lannister there, and like anyone can say that like I know some people say that his like motives make no sense, but like his motives work just fine. Like a misanthropic character doesn't really need to like have too much logical motivation. They just want to kill all humans and they see no value in life. So like it could have worked so well. It only needed like 2 bits of dialogue from GVK to do that.
Yeah.
And since Doherty wanted to implement stuff into GVK, it could have worked. It could have worked so well.
Yeah, the fact that Michael Dougherty was like credited as supposedly having worked on the story for GVK, it makes you wonder if perhaps something like that detail was originally going to be in GVK, but they cut it out. Like the writers the actual screenwriters like just were like told, nah, cut that out because we can't get Charles Dance for some reason. It's like you can't even just like what. Or I don't know. Like it'd be really stupid if GXK isn't out yet, but I'm cautiously
out in some places right now.
I
know it's out in a few places already.
Yeah, I know the premiere just happened.
Yeah, the premiere happened.
The Chinese theater premiere.
Yeah.
Gonna have to check out now. You guys take care. Take care, Scotty. Yeah, like where was I? Like it'd be really dumb if like GXK or like a future movie like were to like say like do something like some throwaway line of like, oh yeah, Alan Jonah just like died off screen.
They better not.
They better not. No.
I have a funny tidbit about something like that. Actually, I don't know if you remember. Whenever they did the live commentary on Twitter with all the directors, like I think one of them made a comment that I think it was Wingard said that in between films Jonah was squashed by a Titan or something when someone asked where's Jonah.
God,
I hope that's a joke.
I hope
it played off as one, like the whole Godzilla was playing with Kong thing.
Yeah,
I hope that's a joke.
I would hope so too, but that's like the only official thing I've ever heard of any update on Jonah.
Wait, what was that? Was that the King of the Monsters live thing, or was that something else?
I think it might have been I forget. Was that before or after GVK was coming out?
I've never watched any of the commentaries, so
yeah, me neither.
Well, it was like the one on Twitter where everyone was just supposed to start the movie at the same time, and then on Twitter.
I think they did that with King of the Monsters. I know they did that with
all of them. Yeah, they did it for all of them. I know 2014 had one. I don't remember if KSI had one. I know Cottom did, and I know GVK did. So I guess that means that like we'd have to check to see if one of the check to see if someone can find like that archive stuff, because I hope that's not real. I really hope not. Like,
I really hope not either. That'd be really dumb.
that would be beyond dumb. Like, why?
That would just be like, okay, guys, look, I've been riding with this series with this with the MonsterVerse so far, at least the movies. You know, I have not watched Skull Island or Monarch Legacy of Monsters yet. Just haven't been able to get around to them, but you know, I'll get to them eventually. But I mean, I've been sticking with these movies so far, but that would just be like the point where be like, okay, no.
That'd be like. I understand that like maybe you might not be able to get Charles Dance back, but like
Right.
I'm sorry, at a certain point you should either just bite the bullet, recast the character, or give him an in-universe successor. Like if he actually got squashed by a Titan, sure, but literally just give one of the subordinates. We may not have even had to have seen that subordinate in the movie. Just like give him someone to carry on his legacy.
I would say his son, but he died in.
Yeah, his son's dead too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so just kind of like go on a bit. Like as far as like a hypothetical MonsterVerse movie that we could potentially make. As far as like just like spitballing of an idea as like this is what I would like to do. You know, because we're talking about the MonsterVerse in general with this stream. My idea for like a. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you guys pretty much have your like if you have any like ideas for a solo MonsterVerse movie or just a potential MonsterVerse movie that could be made if you were given the chance to make one. I definitely would like to. I personally would love to do like a Godzilla 3 that would just kind of, you know, I don't know how you guys would think of it, but it would kind of primarily focus on Madison Russell pretty much as the main character, but not necessarily teaming up with anybody, but like she's kind of like doing something perhaps, you know, like she's the main character, like the main human character at least. And at some point her trail just like stumbles upon like, you know, Alan Jonah pretty much, you know, like still alive and well, but someone is like a successor to him. Someone who is like somewhat of a successor to him is like doing something with potentially like Titan DNA or something, like you doing the black market or what have you. And there's some big calamities coming like, I don't know, like I was like it's just spitballing ideas, but an idea I would like that they could do is Biolante. Like I've heard, you know, in fact, like they could potentially. I mean, it would have to like do a lot of brainstorming for it, but we could potentially like explain how there could be like a second Ghidorah head in Mechagodzilla, pretty much, because Bernie kind of says like that there's like two heads, pretty much, one in the control room that Ren Serizawa is in, and one inside Mechagodzilla's head, which is like that, which some people could say like, oh well, he's probably just like, you know, just being kind of kooky, being a conspiracy theorist, but it's like, well, there's been several instances throughout the film where he was like sort of validated for his crazy theories and all that. So, but if that's wrong, then shouldn't we like? Then it's like I don't know. Like it just seems kind of weird that they would just, you know, forget that there wasn't really another Ghidorah head that was like just lying around as a spare, unless you were to potentially, if you had to, like establish that there was like a second Ghidorah head, like also frozen in ice somewhere, like in cryostasis, like a second, like I don't even know, like maybe not even necessarily another Kevin head, but just like another one of the heads that, you know, it just like grew back or something, but it was like couldn't suspended animation due to being in ice and what have you.
Here's the one thing. One thing that you could do, and could make a whole lot more sense, I guess, in my opinion, for GVK was that they could mention Jonah without actually having Jonah on screen, but tie it back to the end credit scene we saw in King of the Monsters where Jonah gets the Ghidorah head.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, we don't know what the Hollow Earth energy does. It's essentially just a MacGuffin. It powers Kong's axe like an atomic breath. It has a similar energy reading to Godzilla.
Yeah.
It powers up Godzilla, gives Godzilla life to some degree. So therefore, we could say that maybe the only reason why Apex was able to power up Mechagodzilla the first time was because pockets of this Hollow Earth radiation or this Hollow Earth energy are leaking out onto the surface.
Right.
And then they could be like either a comment or like a scene where we don't see Jonah on screen, but we see like his goons mining out this energy, giving it to the Ghidorah head, and then like somehow keeping it alive to some degree and harvesting pieces of this Ghidorah head. But then obviously the energy is not enough to actually regrow like the entire body or bring it back completely to life, but it's enough to keep regenerating Ghidorah bits, where he's essentially able to create a whole new head from like culturing Ghidorah meat, essentially. And then now you have a situation in the world where there's someone out there who's able to like rebuild King Ghidorah, and it leaves the possibility that if Ghidorah got enough of this energy, Ghidorah could come back, which means you don't have to worry about having killed off Ghidorah too early, because like you'd be like, oh, well, the Hollow Earth energy made Ghidorah stronger. And like, if we need to explain it more, we can explain it more. But ultimately, it allows for King Ghidorah's death to mean something in King of the Monsters, but build up to his eventual return. And like, since we know what happened the first time, like it can serve plot lines in the future. Like that's what I'd say. Like if I was to do something with King Ghidorah's like skull.
Right. Yeah. Like, I would, if I were to like do like a slight rewrite of GVK, a little bit, like I actually, I could also potentially have it to where like, like you have like Ghidorah, at least like Kevin's like brain was sort of like kept in preserved because of because that's kind of like how they would be able to do the whole psionic uplink, if you will, from like between like the two brains, pretty much, as opposed to just saying, oh, there's another head in Mechagodzilla that we never saw pretty much on screen.
Another like wacky thing that you could do is that like completely cut out the fact that Ren Sarazawa is a Sarazawa, just have him be some random sghentist. But like make him like kind of just super like quirky and off, and it's because like since he's been uploading into King Ghidorah's head's been uploading into his, that like he's just having like weird side effects from that, and ultimately like Ghidorah just takes over the body and ends up killing him anyway.
Like the name, just like change his name altogether, pretty much. Don't even call him Sarazawa. That was actually that was like something I said earlier in this cast, and it was something that I even brought up in a video that I've done for GVK. Where it's just like you could just changed his name, and we would have avoided the Sarazawa issue with him. And the
Sarazawa question.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And pretty much going back to the brain thing, it's like considering that like they could just like go on, with just sticking with the Ghidorah skull, because they just like because they're just like, well, we could just use this as like potentially like a cockpit or something. But the brain in Mechagodzilla, it's like they could pretty much easily preserve the brain, or to make sure it doesn't like rot, or at least like slow it down, or heck, considering that Ghidorah is like an alien, like who the heck even knows how like his biology would really work beyond the fact that he can regrow his heads pretty much. So his brain
biology, we don't really know exactly how it all works.
Yeah, his brain could potentially even be like it like the decaying process for a Ghidorah brain would either take significantly longer, or may not even happen at all, pretty much. Like, or maybe not necessarily the latter, but definitely the former. That would just there you go. Like that would just there's like tweaks here and there. It's just like we can there's some tweaks in this movie that could be made for this movie, pretty much.
We can fix this movie. We have the technology.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess what's it called, Vic? You wanna, if you have like a MonsterVerse movie idea, let's hear it.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. The only time I've ever really thought about doing like my own MonsterVerse thing was like, because whenever I hear people saying, "Oh, there's no way you can do this monster in the MonsterVerse," like out of spite, I'll just come up with a concept and throw it out there. And one was for like Space Godzilla, where basically, there's this, I don't know, maybe it would be like any remnants of Apex or some other global science group where they it's basically a rampage thing where there's a space facility, or like a space station type thing, and they're studying Godzilla cells,
In
Titan cells,
space.
yeah, in space.
Yeah.
And then, a freak accident, space accident, basically happens, causes the Godzilla cells to mutate into Space Godzilla, and then crash lands on Earth, and then Godzilla has to deal with it, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which I think is basically, I think a very plausible way to put someone like Space Godzilla in the movie. Since I mean, in the Heisei era, like I don't know, I've heard things people complain like, "Oh, it doesn't really make sense. Like, why would that happen?" But I think whenever someone posits like, "Oh, this could never be, made more plausible or whatever," like I think there's always a way to write a story around it that is not only plausible but also offers like entertainment and like commentary on it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's definitely like that's a thing about like these types of things like you can like there's like ideas that could potentially be like really good. You just gotta
It's not
think
impossible.
about it.
It's just really hard to do good.
Yeah, you just gotta
Mhm.
think, or even just think about it a little bit. Just kind of like think through. It's like, okay, how can we make this work, and how can we make this line up, and how can we make it consistent here?
Mhm.
It takes a lot of work. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say, because like there's like one big Godzilla like idea that I've had that's been scrolling through my head, but continuity wise, I don't think it could line up well with the MonsterVerse.
Right.
I guess my thought process is now that like if we're gonna do the whole there's humans in the hollow earth now and we don't really know what's down there,
Right.
I think totally bringing back Mu as a civilization in the MonsterVerse could totally work
Yeah.
because like Mu wasn't like just exclusive to like Toho's canon. It's like been like a concept that's been floating around in fiction for years. So like bring back Mu and like you don't have to pay for Manda, but like it could totally be cool to add Manda in as a monster.
Oh, you're
And
referencing Atragon?
I'm referencing Atragon in the sense that like we're using Mu and Manda. We don't need to necessarily have like the Gotengo as a
Oh.
part of the story, but like just having Mu be a civilization that like wars against the surface world would be kind of cool. So like you're doing
Ah.
elements of Atragon, Godzilla versus Megalon, but like
Yeah.
at this point now, it's sort of like it could raise questions about sort of where humanity's place is since now that there's humans in the hollow earth is like where is the balance now that like humans can live anywhere or is it like are those humans special in some way which could like you could do a lot of story stuff with that and like there could be a lot of interesting thematic elements that you could bring in or like you could do some like really interesting culture stuff or like physical designs with like the Muians and if even if you can't get Manda, if you could have more like monsters like Tiamat or like creatures that are Tiamat adjacent in terms of like they don't necessarily have to like look like Tiamat in a sense of being giant serpents, but just carry on design motifs that could work towards like a Titan army for this human civilization.
Yeah.
That could totally be something that could work out. And like um it could be a case where like it does feel like something where Godzilla and Kong would have to team up to like do something significant because like it's coming from the Hollow Earth. Kong's probably gonna go back to the Hollow Earth once this movie's over, And like that's the writer's like deadlock there, is that like you have Godzilla and Kong in two different places now. Like, how do you do a story where like one is involved and one isn't? And like that's what I'd love to do, is like a big GXK type of story. But like if I had to do like a Godzilla solo story, I guess even though like they're saying it never makes sense, and like all the writers have said this for some reason, but like I just do an alien invasion. Like at that point, like Kong's doing his thing in the Hollow Earth. Godzilla's just on the surface doing Godzilla stuff. You could reference Kong in the movie, but have Godzilla like take on an alien invasion and really cement him as the defender of Earth. Like that would work for me. Like that's what I'd love to see. And that's what I'd love to do, because like I think that it's like something where like the stakes are high enough to where it feels like there is something to be lost, but it's not like big enough or involving a place where like you need both of those monsters to appear. And obviously with the inclusion of King Ghidorah, you could introduce either new space monsters, or you could, and some people may know this about me, but like you could totally bring the Griffin over from the Scrap 94 script, and you could bring what would have been the essentially first American Godzilla enemy into the fold, and have him be like the main antagonist. Because like honestly, when I look at like the maquette for the Griffin, it doesn't feel and look out of place compared to King Ghidorah from the MonsterVerse. Like those two feel like they could go hand in hand with one another. And I think that's so cool. So I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not have the Griffin finally fight Godzilla? Like you could probably MonsterVerse the Griffin a little bit. Because I still think that like the Godzilla that like fights the original Sandwich and gut design really is like significant to that Griffin design. But I don't know, like that's something I'd have to think out more, but like I think that that's what you could do.
That sounds really cool. That could actually work. They could actually do that. I don't know if they have to if they would have to pay like some kind of like, you know, like I don't know, like royalties or something like that to get the rights to use a concept from a scrapped movie script. But I imagine it wouldn't be that hard to do. Pretty much. Another idea I probably much would have had, you know, not necessarily a Godzilla movie, but I would like to try to have like a Mothra movie, pretty much, and have it where, you know, and even like sort of as well as introduce Batra into the mold. And I think I even sort of like meant like when you asked the question about what I thought of like the sidelining of Rodan, I would think, we could potentially use this as like somewhat of a potentially like add Rodan into the fold, you know, to give him more to do, pretty much. Because like his place in King of the Monsters, you know, was certainly satisfactory enough for the role he's kind of given. He's just kind of like another Titan that's like, you know, posing like a threat to the world, you know, especially under the will of King Ghidorah. But you know, like as far as like, you know, the rest of the MonsterVerse, like I don't know, like I can kind of understand why he would be somewhat left out of that story, because like, well, you know, it would seem I don't know, like it would be pretty hard to justify having Rodan coming to GVK or GX.
You know what? I would say this right now. This may just be due to the fact that you didn't watch the anime for Skull Island. Vic, did you see the anime for Skull Island?
Mm-hmm.
Considering what happens in that show, I could totally see Rodan and Kong being like their own little duo down in the Hollow Earth. Like Godzilla sends Rodan down, and Rodan and Kong just get to chill together.
Yeah, Godzilla's all like, "Hey, get up!" Right?
Well,
need you to go down.
So, do you care if I like? It's not super important, but you mind if I like say something that is in regards to like Skull Island, the anime?
You can pretty much go ahead.
So like there's a bird monster that's in the anime that Kong like has like a buddy relationship with.
Right.
And considering like it's essentially like a hunter and like a falcon, like that kind of relationship. And considering that Kong's gotten so much bigger since that anime, I could totally see Rodan being a slightly bigger like replacement for that bird. I think the bird survived the rest of that series, but like I could totally see that like since Kong, we don't see that bird at all in the later movies. Um it could totally work having Rodan be like a sort of side character for Kong. And considering how much character Rodan had, that relationship between Rodan and Kong works better than I think Godzilla and Rodan does, at least in this universe. So like I could totally see like Rodan being super cheeky and Kong sort of like dealing with it. Like I just think that there's an untapped dynamic that could be done between those two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're good.
But yeah.
There you go.
But I'm also thinking too, like, also another thing where you'd have to like wonder about like how much rights sharing you'd have to do for this.
Yeah.
It would be super interesting to at least see some of, and I'd be like super particular about which ones they use, but like some of the GTS monsters, even though like they're mutations, like some of them just could work as Hollow Earth inhabitants. Like it'd be super, since obviously it's the first one that appeared. I would love to see like a live action version of like C-Rex appear and like fight against Kong, or actually, yeah, definitely against Kong, because like Scylla's kind of like that for Godzilla. But like C-Rex could really work. We don't really need King Cobra because we have the War Bats. I was thinking of like other monsters from that show.
El Gusano.
Yeah, but I think probably his face probably would need like a design touch up to fit the universe, because like he has a really like cartoony kind of face. Like he works for that cartoon style. I think like honestly his like worm face, like his pre-mutation face, would work better in like live action because it looks more insectoid like. The mutant like Black Widow. It wasn't a Black Widow, was it? Like the giant spider, yeah. That could work too. Skeeter could work well. Sago could also work really well too. Actually, Sago would be that could work really well as like a Legacy of Monsters type villain. Because like you have the threat of a big monster, but then you have all like the little ones that they made. So
yeah.
Because like they haven't really gotten into like the idea of bioengineered titans yet, and sooner or later I think that's going to be the case. And
yeah, that's kind of what my pitch for Biolante was.
So like
kind of like that, or even Orga, pretty much. Like
Orga involves, I think Orga. If you do Orga, you need aliens. So like it would work, but like someone's gonna probably, if they wrote it, would have to throw away a line about like, oh, we used alien stuff. You did alien stuff type of stuff. But like Biolante doesn't really need aliens. No. And a lot of the mutations in what's it called in GTS don't really need alien intervention.
Yeah, and the fact that you could just bring back like Alan Jonah's like eco-terrorist group, it's like you could just have it be like, well, we tried to do a mass awakening, that got thwarted, and if you wanted to potentially like, if we were to like potentially like have it established even just through dialogue that they were behind the whole Apex Mechagodzilla fiasco, somewhat because they sold the Ghidorah head, then you could establish that as well. And it'd just be like, well, that didn't work. Well, that went down the crapper. And whatever happens in GXK, well, we had nothing to do with, apparently. I mean, unless the movie were to establish otherwise. But I doubt that would be the case. So they'd just be like, well, let's just move on to, I don't know, like finding some guy like Shirogami or whoever, some guy to help us to, like, potentially, like, blackmail him, or just like hope, or just like you leverage him into creating a new, like, almost like unstoppable Titan that basically cannot be killed so easily. like pretty much, and so that's how we kind of get Biollante.
The thing is that, like, at this point, we have Monarch, we had Apex, we have Jonah's forces if they're still around, and then I forget what the name is. I have Hunted's I have the Hunted comic here as well with me. I forget what this company is called.
Isn't it just RMN Industries or something?
It's something like that, yeah.
What's it called?
There's the new company that has like where the Titan Hunter guy, like where his stuff was done.
Right.
And I think they're involved with Monarch, so like that's how they have all their AIM. It's AIM, or not AIM, well, AM Construction.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So like there could totally be like an interesting like some new faction that deals with like bio stuff. Like I immediately think of like Weapon X, the Life Foundation, things like that. Like something that could totally like give the MonsterVerse like a horror angle.
Yeah. Yes, I was thinking that it's like my idea of like would be to potentially have like a MonsterVerse Godzilla movie, like potentially like tap into a little bit of sci-fi, horror a little bit, even, like just kind of at least to like potentially like freshen things up a bit as far as like the tone, to give it like its own identity somewhat, at least in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, because I think that like, and that's the thing too, is that I think all the MonsterVerse movies have had the same rating, haven't they?
PG-13, yeah, they've
All
all.
of them.
Well, I mean, it's like something you can do like a horror pretty well without necessarily having it making it rated R, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I mean, Kong Skull Island Kong Skull Island pretty much pushes that PG-13 to rating to its limits at times.
Yeah.
I mean, you see the guy with Mother Longlegs' like leg through his mouth. I mean, it's like there's like a point where when you pull the leg out, there's like a couple frames where you even see like blood somewhat a little blurry. Like I did like.
Well, like the guy who got his like leg sawn off by the
Have both of you guys watched the Underwater from 2020?
Yes,
yeah, the Cthulhu movie.
I refuse to call that a Cthulhu movie.
I thought the movie was pretty decent. I would like to watch it again though. I might potentially do a video on it in the future.
Like it's an interesting horror movie. It's just like, don't call it Cthulhu, please don't. I'm sorry, but no. Like, I understand it's in the public domain, but like, don't do my boy Cthulhu like that.
I will say, like, calling it Underwater may have sort of screwed it over in terms of its box office potential, pretty much, because it's like, oh, so it's just a movie called Underwater, okay?
I think like I think a lot of people thought it was just going to be aliens, but under the ocean, which it kind of is. And like, I saw it and I was like, that's okay. And then like, audience perception's everything, and like when you try to tell me that like your monster at the end is supposed to be like the Cthulhu, I'm just sort of like, no, it's not. Don't you lie to me. Don't you do this to me. You're not slick. That's not funny. That's not funny at all.
I think it's essentially MonsterVerse Cthulhu, really.
Well, I mean, like you could call it, like, I guess, but like at that point, just call it like a MonsterVerse Shoggoth or something, because like when you're using Cthulhu as a character, the character's in the public domain, so like you aren't restricted to like what the character can do, and there's so much that like is essential to making Cthulhu that like when Cthulhu doesn't act like Cthulhu, it feels really off, unless like the only way like at least it works in, like for me, is that I feel like you're doing like an overt parody, like Cthulhu Saves the World. I think that's like a video game, like that's okay, I guess, but like even then I'm like, I find it funny because you're taking a concept like Cthulhu and being completely absurd with it, with like an adaptation that's supposed to be like a grounded version of Cthulhu. It's like you're doing horror, you're trying to make it grounded, just make your own monster. Cthulhu works as his own brand of horror.
I kind of took Underwater as being whenever I was finished watching Underwater, I was just like, wow, it's like, oh good, finally I got like a proper, even if it's like an unofficial like follow-up to Cloverfield, at least like an origin
Yeah, it
story.
feels more like a Clover. It does feel like more like a Cloverfield movie. You were very right.
Yeah, you could just tweak some bits and bobs here and there, like some names of like the name of the company that was doing the drilling down there, and rework the monster a little bit, Cthulhu, into being like Clover or something, and there you go. And
Or literally just make it. You don't even have to make it Clover. You could just make it a whole another monster and then just tie it into Cloverfield. Like you have a whole bunch of other monsters down there. We don't know.
or that, yeah, and we could just be like, let's pretend that paradox never happened.
Exactly. Let's pretend what? I don't know. Paradox. There's no paradox in Boston Say.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. People keep saying that there's a movie called Cloverfield Paradox that came on Netflix, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Cloverfield Paradox. I see nothing. There's no such results.
Yeah, that movie was a paradox.
Paradoxically bad. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and then obvious what's it called? I think there's also still a MonsterVerse game that's in development.
Yeah, it's like I keep hearing stuff about that. It's like, oh, we got a Godzilla game coming up or MonsterVerse game coming up. It's like I'll believe it when I actually see it. You know, like really, all someone really needs to do it. Like originally, I pretty much had the thoughts like, you know, all someone really needs to do is to just like take like those like older Atari Pipeworks software Godzilla games, like Destroy All Monsters Melee and Save the Earth, and just like do like a slight remaster of them and just like put them out. But then I saw what happened with the Battlefront Classic Collection. And now I'm like, I don't know if I want that now.
Well, what's it called? There's Save the Earth Melee that's getting developed, so if you want like that, but just a fan project.
Yeah, where would I find that actually?
If you join the server, they give you install links and like install instructions so that like your computer is safe and all that, so like you can install it properly. Like I think personally, if when that game gets complete and like the like people like either there's like a dev kit or mod tools that can be given to like the community, I would love to see a bunch of people do like custom campaigns and just like all the gameplay is just supported through like the regular fights. People could literally do little Godzilla fan films on that, and it would be an interesting tool for the community. Like a lot of communities survived off of like just games with mod kits, like Halo Custom Edition survived, the original like before the classic editions. Battlefront 2 had so many mods for it on PC, so like,
oh yeah, a lot.
That could work too. So I watch Save the Earth Melee's developments with great anticipation.
Yeah, like you would think that like a Godzilla game should be like I know making stuff in general is kind of hard, but you think like making a Godzilla game should be like pretty straightforward, pretty much. It's like once you get the rights to it, like you could make something really cool out of Godzilla.
I mean, like it's very like if I don't want to like sound like I'm Godzilla meat writing too hard, but like if I do recall, it was like the work that the Pipeworks crew did on like Destroy Monsters Melee and Save the Earth that like got them on the map.
Yeah,
as developers for other stuff. So like it wasn't like they like were some like company that like produced like a product and then like was never really heard from again. But like a lot of like people recently have been talking about like the 2005 King Kong game.
Yeah.
And like if more people are taking notice of that and like just the games industry or like just game like dev scene or the game reviewer scene, then like if a new MonsterVerse game is getting developed, then like, hey, maybe y'all should be taking notes from that game that was made like years ago and see what you can do in the now newly relevant like monster series and see how things go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, that Peter Jackson Kong game, that game was like
Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie.
yeah, like, absurdly long title aside, like that game was dope. Like a lot of fond memories of it, pretty much. So I could certainly make an argument that it's like one of the best like movie games.
Yeah, it raised the bar for movie tie-in games. It raised the bar for like monster games. It raised the bar in a lot of ways, and the fact that like people don't like, only recently people have been giving it the credit that it deserves. I guess fine, cool, but like took you long enough, in the words of Dr. Halsey.
Yeah. Basically, one of the key things about that Peter Jackson Kong game was the fact that Jackson himself kind of worked closely with it, pretty much. Like because of like I pretty much like watched like some of like the what do you call it, like the extras in the game, and there's like this extra where Peter Jackson's like talking about the creation of the game, pretty much. And it's like, man, they really put in like the work to make it like the best game that they could, even if and I would say they pretty much did for the most part. All right, so we got another guest coming up. Who is it? Jaws Man. All right, bringing him on. All right, here we go.
Jawsy boy, what's up?
Hello, what's up?
Hello.
Nothing much. It's been a while, good sir.
It has. Are you going to G-Fest this year?
I'm going to G-Fest this year, of course.
Well, so am I.
There you go. It's gonna be like all times.
Yeah, it's gonna be
wild
out. We're gonna be wild out doing all this stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole Daft Punk thing this year. Remember that from last year?
I do remember. Well, no, was that from last year? Or was that from the year before?
Sorry, that was 2022.
Yeah, I was about to say that was 2 years ago. You old man.
Yeah. Okay.
Make me feel old.
I might do the gold helmet this year instead of the silver one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have you? What's it called? Are you seeing GXK tomorrow? Or are you seeing it Friday?
I'm seeing it tomorrow, and it's Godzilla Kong, not Godzilla X Kong.
Yeah.
No, I'm ready for I guess the most original MonsterVerse film that has been made. I guess since they've run out of IPs to make. Like they don't have Ghidorah anymore, or Rodan, or I guess there's when I say IPs, I mean like the big names, like Godzilla versus Kong. Holy cow, that's gonna be something crazy. And now it's like we're going in this like not knowing who the heck these creatures are. They're original kaiju's. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I mean? Kind of the same thing with the Mutos. We don't really know what to expect from them.
Yeah. Well, them or the Skull Crawlers.
How?
Oh yeah, I guess
the
Skull Crawlers ended up turning into like bugs that they can just dispose.
Yeah, they are literally now just like the arachnids from Starship Troopers. You could just put them anywhere and just you'll have an enemy to fight, and then they die by the hundreds.
Or Skull Crawlers just like hanging out somewhere, just they're just like, we don't bother with them.
Skull Crawlers minding their own business. We chilling. Skull Crawlers, once they are needed in a movie, we're gonna die.
Yeah.
It's like that bug from Rick and Morty. Oh man, here I go dying again. I just love dying.
Yeah.
Or the fact that apparently the big one's alive again, which is funny. But it's like even bigger now.
It is. What?
Yeah.
Was it the comics?
Yeah, you want to know where like what happened to it?
Wait, are you talking about the Skull Devil from Kong Skull?
Apparently, and again, I don't think the comic's done yet, but apparently in the Justice League Godzilla crossover, they had found, like, the Legion of Doom found the skull of the Skull Devil, and apparently the League of Assassins brought like skull crawlers to Metropolis, and the Skull Devil's like back with a new design and stuff. And since they brought up the League of Assassins, I think they dropped it in the Lazarus Pit and somehow regenerated the whole thing, and now it's like GVK Kong size now. So yeah. Apparently,
I got the
I think I
right.
saw an image of that. or
that's what
something.
someone told me. Yeah, like if you're seeing like Skullcrawler Justice League Godzilla image, I can go
I
look
mean,
for that in the meantime. But like apparently that's supposed to be a revived Skull Devil.
I got the Rise of Skywalker writing team on it. Somehow Sky Devil return.
Somehow
Somehow
Skydevil.
Ramalek returned.
I love the fact that like all the good names kept on getting shelved in the MonsterVerse. Like we had Ramrak, that wasn't used. We had Nozuki, that wasn't used. And then we have
Warbat.
Warbat.
I feel like Warbat's turning into like the next Skullcrawler because
No, they're just flying Skullcrawlers.
did you see that extremely spoilery Chinese trailer?
Oh, yeah.
No, don't say anything. I have not. I've not. I rather not know anything about it.
Did you also
Just,
see that poster?
There's been so much. The Chinese, the psyop from the Chinese isn't going to be a cyber attack on America. Is literally just spoiling all of GDP.
I guess China's not allowed to be surprised when they're watching movies anymore.
Oh,
No,
wait.
the CCP forbids being surprised.
wait a minute. You know, I think I may know what you're talking about, but I don't want to spoil it for chat. You know, in case anyone doesn't want to know.
What's it called? See, I just if you want to share my screen, that's the Justice League Godzilla image.
Where?
Let me-
Where you posting it? No mic or something or what?
No, what's it called? I put it as a share screen, so C's just gonna have to post it to the stream just for everyone to see.
Okay, let me see. All right, here, let me check.
Are you you guys seeing it tomorrow?
I'm seeing it Friday.
Me too. Friday.
I'm seeing it tomorrow.
I can't believe fucking Varen shows. No, I'm just kidding.
We got Varen in the house.
Varen shows up and doesn't do anything as usual.
Typical Varens.
Isn't there like another creature that like people talk about but like isn't like advertised?
There's like probably a bunch of stuff that's like advertised but actually isn't like there.
Well,
I
like,
don't know.
wasn't there a monster that Dope Pope made for the film?
Yeah.
It was
No,
like
I know what you're talking about. Honestly, since he doesn't want to get too spoiled, we will not discuss it here. See, were you able to see my screen and share it or no?
Well, considering this is my first time, I'm trying to figure out where to look. Actually,
It should be like where our icons are at the bottom.
Okay.
And it should say like Zinzilla 99, but it's just gonna have a different icon next to me.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
Add to stage.
Yeah. So apparently this is a revived Skull Devil, guys. Apparently. So yeah, the League of Assassins is essentially much worse. So yeah, apparently, or at least what people are telling me and have told me, that they dunked the Skullcrawler like skull into the Lazarus pit. How they got it.
So this is like a spin-off. This isn't like legit canon, right?
Oh yeah, wait. So yeah, hey, love. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. He's confirming that it is. So yeah, no, this is like an Elseworld story. So this does not connect to the actual MonsterVerse. This is
or DC, right?
No, this is just a side thing for DC.
Yeah, it's kind of a thing that's just like, hey, just for funsies. It's kind of like
the same thing as like Injustice, where like it doesn't affect like the main universe really at all.
Yeah, it's kind of like Red Dead Redemption, Undead Nightmare. It's like a it's almost like a what if type of story. Pretty much, it's like what if Godzilla and Kong like showed up and were fighting Superman, or what if zombies like showed up.
You know, that kind of reminds me of that really shit movie, The Hangover Games, where it's literally just The Hangover, but if it was in The Hunger Games.
I am. What's it called? Speaking of which, another thing on this comic, King Kong becomes a lantern, so that's fun. So that everyone's like seen this image with Kong with the Green Lantern ring.
Oh,
it's like cool, but like I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's like cool, but it's just like it's cool as like a comic. I don't really think I need to see that in anything outside of it.
I would say this.
This is what's happening at the end of Godzilla X Kong.
Ignoring the fact that he's got like the Green Lantern symbol and the ring on, that's actually a pretty dope picture of like King Kong is just a still, like on its own. But like Why? Why did you do this? Why did you put that here? Why did you do this?
Why?
Sí, ¿por qué?
Why?
Mhm.
But
Dude, how neat would it be if we saw like Zilla in the MonsterVerse? Like he just
No.
shows up and he's like in Australia.
you get nothing. No.
You lose. Good day.
You
sir.
lose. Good day, sir. No.
Mhm.
Da.
What do you think? Have you guys been seeing the concept art being posted, or you guys trying to steer
Yeah.
clear of spoilers?
Well, I mean, I've seen it. I know probably some of the other people in
Mhm.
here have been trying to steer clear of it, but
Do you know about the whole sleeping cat story?
okay.
Like the director's cat. Okay, so have you guys seen the part of the trailer where he's in Rome, Godzilla?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was-
He's sleeping in the Colosseum,
Oh, like how
curled
you
up
said-
like
Oh.
a cat.
yeah.
And the inspiration behind that was the director Adam Wingard just saw his cat sleeping in his cat bed and thought, "I'm gonna have Godzilla do that, but with the Colosseum."
Why? Why?
Okay. Huh.
Why?
But I've been reading reviews and I hear that like when it comes to sharing I can't talk. When it comes to sharing the screen with humans and kaiju's, they say it's like the worst it's looked since all the other MonsterVerse movies. Like it just looks weird. I don't know. They don't know if it's a green screen. They don't know if it's a scaling. But even with the kaiju's in actual places, like let's say Rome, it just looks out of place. Like it must. I don't know if it's the comping, because I've noticed like some of the trailers, most of the parts where Godzilla is in Rome, it doesn't look like he belongs there. It looks like it really badly edited on the footage.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Like, and here's the other thing too, is that apparently this is like the most we've seen in terms of like monster screen time. So like, if that's the case, given how the industry is with VFX, how hard were these guys getting worked on this? Like,
I've kind of looked at the Wikipedia page. I mean, maybe it's not the most reliable thing because it could easily be edited, but apparently the budget for the movie is like estimated to be like 135 million. So it's like less than how much GV the last film was estimated to have cost. So
I don't know. I don't know.
So that means
Well,
it's more
I'm-
CGI. It's just animated.
or maybe like they probably like laid off like some people who work in the CG room.
Yeah, but then like
I hope not.
that's the concern I have, is that like if if we're talking about Showa, then oh man, we are literally like we're trying so hard to emulate the Showa era, even if it means like really small budgets and like really having to do what you can.
Well, the thing about Heisei is that it's boring, so that's why everyone's going to Showa.
Like, here's the thing. Like, people can call Heisei boring. Heisei at least had like pretty good concepts, and like throughout like its run, at least the effects were consistent because of that. Which
Yeah.
Showa, like, I appreciate everything Showa did, but like, man, we don't need to like, just because we like that era does not mean we need to emulate like the conditions that caused the Showa series to be the way it was. Because
It
if
looks like Rampage.
I'd say this, at least like Rampage, for what Rampage wasn't that bad. Like, say what you will.
Rampage certainly has a lot of issues with its plot, but I will, especially when you get to the villain's plot, which oh my god, like I'm sure it will like fall apart under like the slightest bit of scrutiny, but I would say, but there's definitely like enough. I could say there's even like some stuff in Rampage that like enough like in terms of like George or what have you that could kind of like carry it somewhat, that we're just like, oh, you did that all right at least, and you gave us some pretty awesome monster action for sure.
Of course, the wolf flies.
Of course, the wolf flies.
That like literally that is the closest we get to MonsterVerse Varen, guys.
Probably, yeah. That's kind of unfortunate when you think about it.
Funny because
Do
I
you
remember.
Sorry, continue.
It will no, because like there was one time where I went to see Rampage with like a few buddies, and I remember it was like the second or third time I'd seen it, and I remember I screamed in the theater, "It's Varen, guys!" And someone like yelled back, "How do you know that?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay, friendo."
Uh,
What did you guys think of like? Okay, so back in 2014 or around, I guess 2015, when they first announced the name of the franchise was the MonsterVerse. What did you guys think? I thought it was kind of tacky. I'm like, MonsterVerse? That's the best you can come up with?
I mean, like it feels like
It's a little-
like modern Hollywood naming convention.
It's a little bit tacky, but I could kind of, but it's like I could kind of see that, especially if you're gonna potentially introduce like a whole bunch of like monsters like Kong or Mothra or Ghidorah, pretty much. But yeah, like considering that it's like, well, we're not gonna be introducing that much more than that, aside from like some new monsters.
I'll say this, like at least with the name MonsterVerse, there was, you could say, a misheld belief that like, oh, we could see a universe beyond just Godzilla, and like you could see like a lot of classic American monsters come back, and I think that like a lot of people had that belief, but like it really does seem that like the series is supposed to be like the Godzilla show and Friends, unfortunately, but like
I keep forgetting about Kong Skull Island because I'm thinking Godzilla and then King of the Monsters. You know, I keep forgetting about Kong Skull Island, and I realize that Kong Skull Island is probably the best looking and best directed film in the MonsterVerse.
Well, you want to know what's funny about that is that the guy, like one of the writers behind it, is one of the writers behind. He was the writer and the director of Nightcrawler.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the thing, like, I just really like the style of that movie. Sure, it's like it's a Vietnam movie, but there's so many neat.
Yeah, it's a Nam movie.
There's so many neat like lens choices, and just there's some parts where it looks like a live action anime. Like whenever you see the guy in the pilot in the helicopter when he's like incoming when he sees the fucking tree heading towards him. Like you see the lines like next to him. Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's definitely an interesting. I didn't even think of that. It's like, oh yeah, those are the kind of anime.
I like the slow motion. I can't talk. I like the slow motion of that movie too.
Not to mention the fact that, like, I say even more than Wingard, even more than Doherty, Jordan Vogt Roberts, like, he really involved himself with the discourse around his movie. Like, I mean, he even was in like an honest trailers for his movie and like criticized so much of his movie, like respect. But like also it showed like one, he was like willing to call out like the issues, and like if people listen to him and he was the next director, then maybe like those issues might have gotten addressed in like another film that he directed.
Yeah, he probably could have.
See him direct another MonsterVerse film?
Oh, I'd love to see him direct another MonsterVerse film, but
like that was his baby, you know. He made Kong, and then I really wonder what he would take his Kong. I like to think that, you know, Kong, that's his character that he developed and shit.
I'd say like at least this like version of Kong is his.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see what direction he would take it. Let's say in Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah.
But I think it's funny how like most of these movies now are all Kong oriented. Like from all the trailers, this movie's clearly
it's a Kong movie. Yeah,
it's a Kong movie, and I'm seeing reviews saying that like they wish this was just a solo Kong film.
Yeah, Kong film. Yeah, kind of. Well, that almost seems kind of telling because like I've kind of heard that, you know, that there were like some like the rumor mill that it was could potentially have been like a Son of Kong movie, or that Adam Wingard wanted to do like a Kong centered movie, but then it like, I guess after the success of GVK, like they just like reevaluated and decided to make it like another Godzilla Kong crossover. Who knows? Like it's possible that, you know, that as we go into this new film, we might end up seeing like some potential pieces that were meant to be for a solo Kong film. You know,
that a mini Kong?
Is that a mini Kong?
Now I have seen everything. I think it's funny how the Suko is like the same size as Kong was in Skull Island, but he looks like maybe
he looks so much smaller.
Well, no, he's like the same size as like teenage Kong from Skull Island, but like that like ends the amount of like people like I've heard like things I've heard to justify that has been insane, but
Yeah, yeah. Well, people are saying like I just hear people saying he's like this is like he's supposed to be like the same size as Kong was when he was back in 1973, and I'm like, I don't believe you.
But no, like it like he is like objectively he is, but then I'm like, oh my gosh.
Every franchise needs a baby something. Baby Yoda, baby Groot, Mini Kong.
The consequences of Wingard and its effect on the MonsterVerse will be studied for generations.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know. I think island
just made
dwarfism
Death
is a
Note
pretty easy explanation.
I mean, like it's for a fan, yeah, but like it's sort of like unless like that's actually taken up in the film, then like I can accept it as headcanon, but I'm just sort of like it's very clear that this was not planned.
Well, no, it was never planned from the beginning.
Yeah, but I think like that's a big issue with a lot of franchises that like a lot of things aren't planned, and then you end up having people who do like they are auteurs, they have a vision, and because they are auteurs and they have a vision, they kind of go in their own directions with things, and then you get a Last Jedi.
I would say like the MonsterVerse, like the most direction that can be argued that it had was like, okay, we're eventually building towards Godzilla and Kong meeting each other, because like I mean 2014 obviously didn't do that because it's like the first of its kind, and it was before the MonsterVerse even was a thing. But Kong Skull Island and King of the Monsters were definitely like sowing the seeds for them to cross paths, and then we got them crossing paths in GVK, and now we're just kind of getting them crossing paths again in GXK, and so yeah, I mean, so you pretty much got that.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and it's like you can a franchise with like several creators who each may potentially have a different vision, but ultimately are meant to like try to like stay on like a same general path, like that could be in a state of flux, but just like kind of like with the MCU like had like the MCU was not always like was always intended to be like what we ended up getting from Iron Man 1 to Avengers Endgame, but it was still kind of more or less a plan that they were on a track at some point. But but even that franchise, now post Endgame, it's just like, let's just throw whatever crap on the wall that we got on the wall, see what sticks. All the crap's like falling off the wall right now, except for Spider-Man and Guardians. But those are like,
look at the Hollow Earth, for example. Like, you see how they like in 2017, the Hollow Earth was just supposed to be a bunch of tunnels, and that's what they were like bombing the land for, just to try to see where the tunnels are. King of the Monsters, we got that whole ancient civilization. It's like, oh wow, look, they made all this for Godzilla. And then in Godzilla versus Kong, it's a portal to Middle Earth or Hollow Earth. It's a whole nother fucking subterranean world down there.
I'll say this. Like, where it concerns between Skull Island and King of the Monsters, it makes sense that you could have ancient civilizations buried underneath and be connected to the Hollow Earth. But like it'd still just kind of be chasms and stuff. But the problem arises in GVK where you want to go Journey to the Center of the Earth style Hollow Earth with the Skull Island and King of the Monsters, and then you go all the way to like Pellucidar at the Earth's core with GVK. And like I like the concepts. It's like classic American science fiction.
Yeah, it's an awesome concept.
Like, the problem is that like you're mixing too many Lost World type concepts together, and they're not sticking well with each other. Like
you're kind of like they're trying to do like the Pellucidar angle with that's like much more fantastical than like what they were trying to do with Skull Island and King of the Monsters. And it just kind of like you would have to kind of jump through hoops to just like try to justify why that sort of worm, like that spiraling thing that the submarine in King of the Monsters kind of went through could be different from like the Stargate type of stuff that we're seeing in GVK and GXK.
Like I could like that Stargates, honestly, like you could make Stargates could work a whole lot better than what they're doing now with the portals, but
I'm just saying that it's like you could. That's what they kind of look like.
No, yeah, you're right. But then, like, also we have Axis Mundi, which acts like the Lost Lands from Turok, where you have an area that is separate from everywhere else, but like the time dilation's like weird, and like things are coming in all the time and coming back out all the time, and that's how you get like that mishmashed environment. But then, like,
God, when I heard about that in Monarch, without even having seen that show, when I heard that there's like a some in between juncture there, like Axis Mundi, I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? And it just does like this weird interstellar type of time, sort of timey-wimey, sort of weird,
It's crazy to think that in 2014, the Hollow Earth is there.
like, like at least, like, I'll say this, like, it's kind of there because like Godzilla just kind of blips off and then they find Godzilla again. So like at least the beginnings of Hollow Earth are there, but like 2014 to King of the Monsters, that Hollow Earth is pretty consistent. It's GVK that messes it up.
Yeah.
And, like, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So look, they wanted to turn into like a sci-fi film. And then like I think it's so funny, like the 2014 was so grounded, and then in the trailers of GXK, they're like, where will you be when the next attack happens? I'm like, Jesus Christ.
It's also
They also in King of the Monsters, they also make Ghidorah nearly fucking end the world by rising all these different kaijus, and then all of a sudden they're gone in GVK, and then here's one of them popping up for GXK.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
and then there's obviously the stuff with Dominion and Hunted that like. At least, like,
well, like the monsters, like in the credits of King of the Monsters, were helping the Earth come back to life or something like that, like freezing the Antarctic again, or bringing rain to the fucking desert. I don't know. And then for some reason, they're all defeated in the opening credits of Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah.
Considering that Wingard said that entire title sequence was rushed. And like you can see that with so much of that thing, I just have to consider it like non-canon or like super superfluous because of that. Like there's so much wrong that comes from that.
Yeah,
like what?
Like the only thing I could kind of just
for example, at least when you're like writing like a fight between Godzilla and Mechagodzilla, the stats they give for Godzilla make no sense and are pretty consistent with like how he was portrayed in King of the Monsters. You have the like stats for his body, which were just blatantly taken from Wikipedia and specifically from like an article that states Godzilla wouldn't be able to like walk given the stats that he's given. So it's like, okay, cool. Or the fact that there were so many artists pieces that were just outright stolen for that like that title sequence. Because like for anyone who didn't know, like the biggest example was that there's a picture of a skull crawler that you see for like a split second, but if you look at it, it doesn't look like the classic skull crawler. It looks more realistic, and it was actually from DeviantArt. Someone had drawn a more Spec Evo styled skull crawler, and that ended up in GVK. And then, of course, there's the whole Titan bracket thing. And given the fact I believe Scylla was also in the title bracket, since Scylla is clearly alive in the later, in that later movie, it's clear that really didn't follow through either. So
the defense that I could give for the bracket there is that when they pretty much say defeated, like obviously you have like those three, with the Muto, Skull Devil, and Ghidorah being defeated, and they were like just pretty much killed. Like it doesn't say like straight up like deceased, pretty much. I mean, like for those three they do, but all the others they show it.
I think they
just-
say like what they like. I think they say defeated, and they also say like what happened to them. I think the others just say defeated, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
The ones
yeah.
that were shown off, like Ghidorah and the Muto and Skull Devil, they have a cause of death in them.
Yeah,
But
the others.
the
were
ones
just
in the
defeated.
bracket, I always interpret it as it's just to signify that they bowed down to Godzilla.
Yeah,
but
Yeah,
Behemoth,
there's another mention.
Rodan, they all bowed to him, and so they're just like, like in a way they're like, I mean,
It just
defeated
shows
maybe.
that he's the alpha king of the monsters.
Yeah, defeated maybe a bit too broad of a way to describe what they were doing, but
Mhm.
it's like if you're pretty much like accepting defeat, you would either have to, like, at least for these monsters, you either die or you submit. That's kind of what seems to be going on. There. And most of them submitted, while some, like Ghidorah, in the Muto, they died.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because what's it called? One sec, wait. 'Cause I can actually show. Because we don't need the audio for it, and I'm just gonna pause it. See if you want to bring my screen back up if you're so willing.
all right, here we go. Add to stage. Here we go.
Yeah. So, up.
Yeah, you might want to mute it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, is it? Can you hear it?
Well, I'm not sure if I would recommend, like, having.
Yeah, no, the audio is muted on my end, so yeah.
Okay.
But no one's like, yeah. So that's the image I'm talking about that like was stolen from DeviantArt.
Oh.
But obviously that's different. We have all the different expeditions that like were added to the movie, but let's just go to let's skip ahead. Nuclear pulse. So yeah. Yeah, defeated status deceased. So they do make it. There's a distinction between the two.
Yeah. They make a.
Titanic Kong. Yep, deceased cause of death. So yeah, there is a distinction made. Defeated.
And they don't.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting too, because they actually don't say what Ghidorah's cause of death is. I guess that's probably because they want to hide the reveal for Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, they don't show the stats of.
But then I'm also like, wait, because then I'm looking like what this bracket was like, because that's the female. That's not the female Muto. That's the other Muto from.
That's Barb.
That's Barb. Yeah.
I think it's funny how like they just took screenshots
And then
of the fucking movies.
Yeah. So wait a second, because I think that is Scylla right there. So Scylla fought Barb. One of them went on to fight Methuselah, and then Rodan and Methuselah fought, and then they went on to fight Ghidorah.
Yes, sir.
And then Ghidorah and Godzilla fought, which led on to Godzilla to fight there. And then you just have that's the only part of this is the only part of the bracket that makes sense.
I didn't even shit. I didn't even notice the lines there.
Yeah,
because you're not supposed to pause. That's the whole thing. Yes.
Did you go back to Ghidorah's screen thing or stats?
Yeah, because right here, because it shows. I'll go further back, because like you have the defeated thing here, but they don't say what his cause of death is. I guess they since they show it, but then like
the dramatic reveal.
Yeah, but then like obviously that's Scylla right there. That's Barb.
They never fought each other.
They never fought each other. I'm not sure who that's supposed to be or who that's supposed to be. But then like, oh wait, no, they do show it. It actually is. Wow.
I mean, Rodan being connected to Ghidorah. I mean, sure, Ghidorah defeated Rodan pretty much, but they don't show. Like, well, where's Mothra? Pretty much.
Yeah,
Could Mothra be somewhere around there?
Is that Mothra there?
It would have to. I mean,
I can't even tell.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell.
Also, what's it called? If you go back.
Oh wait, that's good. Wait, I think that's the top one at the
No,
right top.
that's Godzilla. These are all
Godzilla's
Godzilla there. Yeah, because that's 2014 right there. I assume that's Cottom, but then that has to be what?
Wait, I think that's the Antarctica fight. The very top one. Because I can sort of see the same movements that was in that fight, I think.
Yeah, it is. Wait, no. No, because I think that's like, because that looks like Godzilla's arm there. So is that like him in Boston when he's about to do the tail slap? Ah, it moves too far away before then. But yeah,
Yeah.
actually, what's it called? It does say that nuclear incineration was Ghidorah's cause of death. So I was
I
wrong.
mean, it was
Like,
pretty much.
yeah, it
I think-
was. But then, yeah, this whole bracket here doesn't make sense unless we're to infer that these guys were fighting before the movie.
Yeah, which
No,
could
what's it called? What's it called? Vic, that is the Boston fight, because I just realized
Oh.
that is definitely the Boston fight.
Mhm.
And here's the thing.
Was that the part where he's about to like run into the building?
No, that's
He's
like when
going
they're in
back
there.
up to the
That's when
building?
they're in the Red Sox stadium, and you see him about to smack Ghidorah with his tail. That's where it is.
Right.
So,
Oh yeah, and keep in mind in GVK they pretty much like said like there hadn't even been like any Titan sightings until Godzilla for like 3 years. So potential it's like they pretty much like there's like a 5-year gap between Kadam and GVK, but in GVK right after Godzilla does the Pensacola thing, they pretty much said like it's been 3 years since there was like a Titan sort of appearance or
doing
something
anything,
like that.
yeah.
So we would have to just we had to like assume that like that bracket there must have been like like those Titans were like fighting each other at some point, you know.
Yeah, but then like here's the thing is that like we only see one fight before GVK. Actually, two fights. There's Kong versus Kamazots, and then there's what's it called? Emluk versus Behemoth and Godzilla versus Scylla. So never mind. 2 fights for Godzilla, 1 fight for Kong. But both of those fights included Godzilla, and the bracket is clearly showing Rodan. Well, what's it called? Barb and Scylla fought. One of them fought Methuselah, who then fought Rodan, who then fought Ghidorah, who lost. But that means those fights had to have taken place before King of Monsters, because then Ghidorah's bracket doesn't make sense there.
Oh. Well, I mean, if we were to, let's just say if we were to take like the comics into consideration of the canon, which
yeah, well, even if we take the comics into canon, none of those fights happened, because if we take I like what's it called? It still doesn't make sense, because the only fights that happened were Godzilla versus Scylla, which was a Godzilla fight, Emluk versus Behemoth, and Behemoth and Emluk aren't even on that bracket, and then Godzilla versus Tiamat, which, unless like Monarch was monitoring Godzilla that entire time, I'm not sure how they would have known Godzilla fought Tiamat either. But like,
right,
the only fights that they know for a fact happened was Emluk versus Behemoth and Godzilla versus Scylla.
Is Tiamat showing up in this movie or what?
I don't know.
Is that the Dope Pope? Is that the Dope Pope creature?
Dope Pope designed a lot of monsters, but Tiamat was one of the monsters he designed. Like, he's designed a few.
What other ones did he design?
I think he did the new monster for the movie, and
Really?
then I know he did do Tiamat.
There's also, I don't mean to like break the flow that you guys are going, but there's like a little thing in GVK that kind of like rub me the wrong way. So you know how they say, oh yeah, these HE vehicles have enough power to
light up Vegas for a week.
Yeah. Guess where Vegas is?
Nevada.
Gone.
Do you remember the fucking PowerPoint presentation that
Vegas is gone? Yeah.
No, Vegas is gone.
Oh, dang it!
Yeah. Yeah. No,
what's that means anything?
Like,
no, but like, then the question becomes, if they could light up Vegas for a week, then couldn't they be using that technology to then re-inhabit Vegas?
Yeah, no, because it's like for some reason nature just grew over the whole city and they didn't do anything to repair it.
Yeah, but then like also then the question becomes, what happened to San Fran either? Did they just like, what has happened to those cities? And if like something like special is going on there, that's super interesting. That's not explored.
Dude, I want to know what the fuck happened to Boston after he did the nuclear pulse like 2 times.
Like
3 times.
Being not to dox myself too hard, being a Massachusetts person, I could literally, if need be, I would be able to see that entire fight from like where I live. And I'd be able to hear that entire fight from where I
You'd
live.
probably fucking die too if you didn't.
No, give or take, given how much radiation was actually outputted realistically, yeah, that radiation would travel to like where I live and probably kill me.
But it's just crazy. Like it's not even like mentioned again, and I'm surprised, dude. Okay, when Godzilla fell from the atmosphere, his land should have like caused so much more damage. He was like bigger than I don't know if he's bigger than the meteor that killed the dinosaurs, but
no, he's definitely
bigger
smaller,
than Mount
'cause that's-
Everest.
He's definitely small.
Yeah, he's definitely smaller.
Being the size that he is, he should have caused a fucking ginormous explosion, not just that little crater that he did.
Yeah, bro, because like they fight primarily in like the North End, and you then see some of it like some of the fight you see it from like around Kendall Square. So then the question becomes is like how much of like Boston actually got destroyed, and then like how much of it like lives.
Yeah.
Because like that's a lot to consider.
I gotta say the Godzilla King of the Monsters trailer is probably the best trailer in the MonsterVerse.
Oh hell yeah, it is.
Like the first one, and then it just God, the movie's just so disappointing.
Like I still like it. I still enjoyed myself, but like I think there's a lot that can be discussed from it.
And I saw it in like every single way imaginable. Like I saw it Screen X, 40X, D-Box, IMAX, Dolby Theater. I wanted to see this movie in every single cinema experience I could. And then it got really boring after like the fifth watch. And I still had a few more ways to go. So the part where I get lost or just loses me from boredom, like I start falling asleep. After the oxygen destroyer, it's between after the oxygen destroyer gets, let off to the point where he gets reignited. That whole submarine scene, that whole second act fucking sucks.
So you want to know something that's like, if we want to get really logistical here, based on where we see Godzilla get out of the water, Godzilla's breath would have had to have traveled really far to hit Ghidorah, because Ghidorah is in Fenway Park, and Fenway Park isn't by the ocean, it's by the Charles River, and Godzilla is coming out of Boston Harbor because you can see where he lands. And the Argo is also coming from the Atlantic too. So if actually one sec, hypothetical, like actually I can share my screen again. Yeah, we'll do it right here. C, let me know when you can show that.
All right, I'm getting it up right now.
So for context, guys, Fenway is here. If Godzilla wanted to come from the Atlantic, let's just be generous and say he came from here. His breath is gonna have to travel from here to there to hit Ghidorah, and then he and Ghidorah then run, and they meet about in the middle, and that's where they would have made landfall. However, because there is not that big of a density between like Ghidorah and Godzilla, more than likely he came from here, which is an even greater distance, and they fight here. However, most of the fight, like they meet dead in the center, but if they ended up back at Fenway, either Godzilla pushed Ghidorah back far enough to like where Fenway is, or they just continued to fight and ended back around here, because later on Godzilla and Kong fight near the John Hancock building. And for context,
you mean Ghidorah?
No, well, Ghidorah gets attached to it, and then Godzilla rams him into it, but they fight in the center of Boston.
Oh, but you said Kong, though.
Oh, Kong, my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, the John Hancock building is right about here.
Is it the one where Ghidorah gets fucking like webbed?
He gets webbed, and then he ends up here. Yeah. So that's where he ends up. And again, you could also then say that Godzilla appeared out from this area here, which still means he's coming out of the harbor, but it also means Godzilla then swam this way up, got here, and then ran that way.
Black Rooney's asking where the link is. He's trying to get on.
What's it called? and I'm just gonna give the link to.
I'm
I'm
just
gonna give
waiting
the
for a
sound-
Godzilla film, like an American Godzilla film, to take place in Japan.
I might
Oh,
buy
I forgot that was
the.
ROM.
Let me just say, Zim, that I cannot wait for us to like eventually do like a Cottom debate at some point, because that would be great. Like,
Yeah, no, what's it called? I'm still trying to get Sanimus to come at a decent time.
I sent him like a funny little picture of like with him and I, like our faces like on Godzilla and Kong's body, like we're just like prepped for battle, like we're called the Sea Kings. Like it's
It's gonna be fun. Like I'll tell you this, like what's it called? When I could get that set up, it's gonna be an interesting discussion for sure. But yeah, like for context, also too, based on like how also we're seeing shots, the Russell family lives like around this area here because of how they see Mothra hitting Ghidorah. Because if the Hancock building's here, Fenway's here, that means the entire battle took place around here. But then like a lot of what they're showing of Boston's like the North End area here, which is weird. But like I understand like they like a
Can I
lot of
get
like
a size
locations
reference?
squished. What do you mean by size reference?
Like, how big is like Ghidorah was like took up the whole stadium, right?
Yeah, 1 sec. Actually,
Ghidorah's huge just by his wingspan alone, pretty much. Like his wingspan could cover like Fenway Park.
mm-hmm.
Like if we were to extend all the way out.
And I can kind of buy it because in the fight they do like throw each other pretty far. But like depending on how big they are and like logistically how really like far they threw each other.
Mm-hmm. That's new
Like,
there. Let's see how much of the fight it does for this one. Okay. We'll just have to split between these two clips here because let me turn off that just for my own sake so that like I'm not trying to like shout over that.
This stream is brought to you by StreamYard.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. So let's go back here. So we have this shot here. Ghidorah gets hit with the beam.
Yeah.
Which sends him falling back that way. And then obviously we have the turnaround. And then Godzilla's already here.
Yeah.
And Godzilla, like, if Godzilla's coming out of the water, it would take him a long time.
Unless maybe part of it's flooded.
Again, he's still in the water. Yeah, unless it's flooded.
He's still in the water, pretty much.
Yeah,
I would say he's probably still
in the wall.
But then look, here's the thing: is that it can't be flooded because
can't be flooded.
We're seeing all these ships here, which are just kind of chilling here. We're not seeing any of the land area here. These are all strict barriers here, and so 1 sec. Let me hide that. We can go.
Like Godzilla could potentially still have been like, swimming up into that river until he like got to Fenway Park, just as the Argo
but like
getting there. But he was just getting there.
I
like
want to see how they zoom this in for Boston. So yeah, so where are they? So they're flying from here. That means Godzilla should be like here or here in terms of where their location is.
I think he is a little ahead of them because we see.
Yeah,
he's ahead of them. He's ahead of these guys, but based on the location where they like, that's really weird because like you see them coming. If you follow my cursor, they're coming this way, but they're actually coming from Boston that way. Which I guess it's like it's just disorienting as like someone who knows the area, but like I guess that makes sense for the most part.
Yeah, and the fact, and Godzilla would definitely be sort of like huffing it pretty much to get to Boston.
Yeah, because like if you're looking here, Ghidorah's there, Godzilla's here. There's a lot more. There's a lot more space that's going to need to be covered. So then, yeah, Ghidorah's already in Fenway here.
Yeah.
And then, whoops, I remember that always happens. Dude. So now Godzilla's finally on land, which again, if Godzilla, based on the fact that so Godzilla would be coming then from here, yeah, which means he had to have swum up this way, or he ran and I was like following the trail this way.
Hmm.
I guess if Ghidorah couldn't sense him, sure, but like at a certain like from here, when Ghidorah was able to like know like something was up with Godzilla when he was under the ice. So at least if he's about here, he might have been able to sense him. But like, let's just give the film the benefit of the doubts. And then you have like all the storms and stuff.
Yeah.
And then yeah, if the two are running, because Ghidorah moves from Fenway. And at least we can say that Godzilla's faster than Ghidorah, and that's why they're able to catch up to them. But based on that gap right there on the side, that does mean at least one sec. If Ghidorah is coming from this way, that does mean that the Charles River is on their left. So Godzilla would have had to have still hoofed it a pretty good bit. If he's coming from that angle that's going down like that. But yeah. Also, what's it called? See, is Black Rooney in the back or no?
He's no, I still don't see him yet.
Okay.
We'll get to you, man. Let me see.
But yeah, that's a Bostonian talking about Bostonian Godzilla stuff.
Yeah. It's a taste for what's to come. Yeah.
I guess like for all the Brazilian people, they're gonna be like analyzing like, yo, this is gonna make sense based on being someone who lives in that area. But like yeah, like I will say this, like that's like one of those things where people talk about like nitpicks and stuff. I could say that like logistically, as a resident, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that based on like where the framing and stuff is, but like it's one of those things where it's like, do you really give it the benefit of the doubt or not? But neither here nor there.
Yeah. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like that. It could be potentially be like that similar thing about the T-Rex paddock in Jurassic Park, where it's like
you have like a hole.
Yeah, you have like a hole there just because it's like, well, it's not like it breaks the story or the plot or anything by any stretch, but it's like if you pretty much catch it and notice it, especially if like obviously there's a difference between like Isla Nublar and Boston pretty much. But
yeah, well, I guess like maybe it's worse for Nublar because since Nublar is a completely like fictional constructed environment, you have to be careful of that more because the audience has to buy into that environment more than they have to buy into a city. But then like you get people like me who like know the city and they're like wondering like what is going on.
Yeah, but it's
what's
like,
the Jurassic Park thing?
So you know how the T-Rex, when it breaks out, it pushes the rover into its paddock, but then there's a giant cliff there.
Yeah, the T-Rex was able to, like when the T-Rex first breaks out, she's able, like the ground is like established to be where like she could just kind of like just take a light step up off the thing to get out.
There's
but then like somewhere around that, around that general like that same general area, like a few minutes later, you have like it's like some kind of almost like a cliff, pretty much that Alan Grant and Lex have to like scale down to get away from the T-Rex pushing the car over.
Yeah.
That's because the T-Rex was at a point where there's a hill that goes up to the fence, and then it goes down into the cliffside.
Well,
actually, behind the scenes,
we should be able to see it right here.
There's a behind the scenes map that shows it because the T-Rex dragged it all the way to where the cliff was. That's just what from videos I've seen explaining what would be a plot hole.
Yeah,
in
let
the
me.
film.
Because
Yeah, because,
right. It's like, well, because look, because when you see the T-Rex walk out, the hill would have to be like right here.
Yeah. Yeah, the hip, the change in geography in this instance would cause an issue because like if it was able to just if it was like one or the other, it would be like either we wouldn't have the scene of the car like going into the tree to have a later scene, or the T-Rex wouldn't even be able to get out of there at all.
Because this is where the T-Rex had broken out, and then we see it pushed back to where the T-Rex was.
Yeah.
And then we see the car now being moved. Now they're where the cable is, and that's where they get knocked off. And then now you see that like you're right here. So that's like the issue because we see where the breakout occurred, unless we have to assume that this is a different breakout area.
Which would be very hard to really suggest because like the space between like where the Ford Explorers, the gap in space between the two Ford Explorers and where the where the T-Rex could kind of like walk in between. It's also where the goat. It's also where the goat is. Like
yeah,
where
that's
the goat
where the
is.
goat gets brought up. Yeah, because then like also here's the other thing too is that like we could say that the T-Rex like broke another area as it walked here, which it could be in that moment there, but then we know for a fact he didn't push it further out because after we see him kill Gennaro, it's right here is when the T-Rex just reappears, and we can actually just speed this up because because you see it just pushes it and then it's pushing it back that way, so it's not like it moved at any significant distance.
No.
So
and again, like where the goat is, there's like no indication of like a cliff that could lead down to like a much lower level where treetops could potentially be there.
Because like the other issue too is that like it could be off to the side, but when Alan and Lex are on the barrier where the fence would have connected, they look down and they just see a sheer drop. It's not like you could see like the makings of a hill, which is like the big problem that arises.
Just in case.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the most
Let me
notable...
send you the maps that I'm referring to. Just to
DM it to me on Discord. Sorry. One sec.
It's pretty much like the most notable error in Jurassic Park. Pretty much, it's like the most commonly notable error in it.
Because there's there's the road. Wait, main sequence road. Scale 1:1. Wait, boat, T-Rex paddock. Main sequence. Benches. Okay. So the moats. Yeah, no, even with this, at least how I'm looking at it, the grease rocks.
Yeah, let me see here. How do I?
Oh no, I'm not sharing it. I'm just kind of looking through it myself. What's that called? I'll forward these to you if you want to. Copy image, and I'll send them to you. See, mostly so you can sort of see what I am referring to. That's one, and let me do the other one.
Yeah.
Copy image.
Oh, Blackarooni's coming up. Here we go.
Is he in the? Oh, he's in. Okay. Cool.
Yep, he's in the queue. All right, bringing him on.
He's
Hello there.
Big and he's black. And
Hello.
Nice to meet you all. Hello there, Zim.
Sup?
It is a pleasure to meet you, Blackaroony.
What's up, Blackaroony?
The pleasure is all mine, sir.
Welcome to Sea Monster Live.
What are you guys
BBR.
talking about?
Right now we're talking about the paddock scene from JP, and a lot earlier, we were talking about the logistics of the Boston fight. So that was fun.
You cut off for a second.
So,
I
like,
couldn't hear anything.
oh, sorry. I said, what's it called? We were doing right now. We're just talking about the logistics of the Rex Paddock scene, and then earlier we were talking about the logistics of the Boston battle.
In Cottam.
And, yeah,
Okay. No, because I
Yeah,
tuned
'cause-
in for the. Oh, go ahead.
no. Generally, like, what's it called? Since I live around the area, just talking about like how like Godzilla would have been able to then fire his beam, hit Ghidorah, and then how they line up with an actual map of the city, and whether like landmarks and stuff kind of line up or like the general area. But yeah, it's been it so far.
All right.
Yeah, we've just been talking about the MonsterVerse, like in general. Like it's called Godzilla versus Kong
Well,
discussion because GFK is coming up. But got anything want to bring to the table here? Like just about anything MonsterVerse in general?
Yes, I do actually. I tuned into the first part of the stream. I couldn't tune into the later parts of the screen, but there was this one conversation in particular regarding Adam Wingard and the Showa era. I would like to give my 2 cents on that. So recently, they decided to start binging the Showa era. Give them a proper analysis. It's again.
Yeah.
And after giving it a proper analysis, I didn't give it a score, but I have concluded that the film was not very well written. Let's just put it that way. I've also noticed a pattern in a lot of Godzilla movies where the writing quality decreases the more the goofy nature increases. Now, this isn't to say that a goofy movie is necessarily, going to guarantee that it's going to be a bad movie, because quality, especially writing quality, there are many films that are fun and, well, not fun, entertaining. They're entertaining and they're still well written. This is a conversation Zimzilla and a lot of people in my podcast have talked about before, and this is something I wish the MonsterVerse fans and just Godzilla fans in general understood, that tone is not a dictator of quality. But
Right.
one thing I would also like to bring forth to the table is that the writing quality of the majority of Godzilla projects does not hold. Trying to emulate the Showa era is a bad idea, not necessarily because of the tone of the Showa era, but because the writing quality of the Showa era does not hold up to this day. So I would take, for example, what's this movie? I think it was Godzilla. I mean, the obvious pick, Godzilla versus Megalon, where the infamous tail slide thing.
Yep.
And so when you try and bring that to modern day, right, especially when your franchise started as something really serious, I think it's a bit. Not only does it detract from what the original, like the very start of, it pretty much dooms it, because now you can only go in that specific direction. You can't really backtrack to becoming serious again, or at least trying to ground it in reality again, like Monarch Legacy of Monsters, for example. The show itself is also very contrived, a lot of plot holes there, but it also felt like whiplash. Imagine just someone watching all the movies back to back, 2014, then Kong Skull Island, and then King of the Monsters, which I would say somewhat eased in the arrival of GVK, but not too much. It didn't really prepare audiences for what GVK was going to be. But
there should have been like another
then you
movie
see
between
GVK, and it's just balls to the wall action, just TGI WWE match, and then
I think that's kind of what they felt when it came to Terror of Mechagodzilla and then going to Godzilla 1984. Because people didn't like 84 because they're like, it's not kid friendly or whatever.
Oh yeah.
The other issue is that
see
like
that.
with 75 to 84, that's so many years plus it's a new series. So like
Yeah, but at that
Is-
point, people like the American audience, especially, were so used to the kid-friendly nature of Godzilla that they don't know what to think of this movie. They're like, "What the heck? Why is it so serious?"
They
Yeah,
wanted
Return
to
of
turn it
Godzilla
into a
was
comedy.
Yeah,
for
Return
the
of Godzilla
American
just
version.
essentially wiped the slate clean. So, for aside from the original Godzilla, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
And,
like it's definitely harder for anything to go from like
Oh.
silly to serious. It's always gonna be an uphill battle.
So yeah. So back to Monarch. Monarch. If you watch GBK and then Monarch right afterwards, you were saying something to him?
I don't know. I was just saying that like it's generally always gonna be harder for something that if someone perceives it as silly to then take seriously because like there's already a perceived bias built up. Whereas like if something becomes silly, like it seems like there's like a weird like justification or like allowance for something to be silly. I guess because like when people think serious, they then think that's not going to be quote unquote fun. So therefore, if you're injecting quote unquote fun into a project, then you are therefore helping the series. But if something is silly and therefore quote unquote fun, you can't make it serious because then you're taking the quote unquote fun out of it. And I'm saying quote unquote fun because like what that fun means when people make this argument seems to fluctuate all the time.
yeah, like the fact that like Terror Mechagodzilla was kind of doomed, financially speaking, because of the fact that the Showa era went on for so long in like such a more lighthearted tone from between Godzilla's Revenge and even Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, what's it called? Terror is really different from even Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Oh, definitely.
Like in all honesty, like even though Terror Mechagodzilla does deal in some silly anthropomorphization of Godzilla, it feels closer to like the 60s Godzilla kind of silly, like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster kind of silly, than like what you get in like Gigan, Megalon, or Hedorah, even though those are its contemporaries.
Yeah, like that's why, like, even though there's like, even though I might be, I don't know if I'm in the minority of this, but I definitely kind of prefer Terror Mechagodzilla over Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla because Terror Mechagodzilla kind of like was trying, like, it was like trying to do a little more of like a balance between like the the typical like alien invasion plot, but also like giving us like a some human human drama that's actually like pretty kind of dark, pretty much, in terms of like just tone, like the fact that you just had like this woman who kind of a young girl who was like just shaped, like just had like this horrific surgery like happen, done to her to be almost like used as like a weapon for like an ulterior force, because she nearly died from a lab accident with her father, pretty much. And obviously, you got like the Godzilla and the Mechagodzilla and Titanosaurus going on with the monster battles going on that certainly have like some moments here and there that make you go, hey, that's kind of goofy. But for the most part, it's actually like much more much more scaled back in terms of like what sort of defined those post-Destroy All Monster movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty fair. And then like even with the Millennium Era, like we get Final Wars, which is like really kind of showy balls to the walls, but like after Final, like we didn't get anything after Final Wars. Like we got our big anniversary film, Showa Goofy, and like even though like someone could say there's stuff in the Millennium series that's cheesy, sure, but like we didn't really get that from the Millennium Era, and a lot of people like think the Millennium Era is like one of the better eras. Which
I with the Millennium Era, I totally forgot that every movie was a goddamn reboot. Like I didn't realize that Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla was a reboot,
and like not connected to 2000 at all. Yeah,
even though they used the same exact design.
Mm-hmm.
The Millennium Era pretty much had like the benefit because of the fact had the benefit, even if it's almost sort of ironic because of how many false starts there were for with almost each new movie, is because like each new movie is like their own continuity. It's just like they don't have to like take into account as many things within the continuity of like the show or the Heisei era did. But yeah, obviously mileage may vary in terms of like how well some of them hold up. I mean, in terms, writing wise, like some certainly hold up more than others. GMK, pretty much I would say holds up as opposed to something like Godzilla versus Megaguirus, which, oh my god, the amount of issues with that.
I have a bit of a nuclear hot take, and I was saving this for a video essay that I'm currently working on. I actually finished writing it today. I think
We're getting exclusive.
so. Take. I think that over time, what started to get more diluted because, as you know, people have argued that Godzilla is versatile and can mean anything you want it to mean. But as soon as you employ that, right, as an excuse to, allow the silliness of the Showa era to permeate the MonsterVerse, you start to realize that Godzilla doesn't really. Because if you of course, we all have the general understanding that Godzilla is the representation of, he's the embodiment of nuclear holocaust and the bomb and everything. But over time, that the meaning and the weight behind that sentiment has been lost. Because if Godzilla can mean anything, he means nothing. You know what I mean? Because as soon as he becomes a vessel for literally any person to dictate what it is that he means at any given time, depending on how convenient, Batman has always meant consistently, most of the time anyway, has always meant, protecting people from criminals and never killing. He's got the no kill rule, and people just decide to make him kill all of a sudden, but they actually push his morality to the absolute limit to the point where he kills, but it's still thematic to who he is as a character, because it isn't it serves to explore, it orbits in a way, it orbits what Batman represents and what he is, as opposed to just having him kill and never having it be brought up again. Superman, in his case, he's the symbol for truth, justice, in the American way. He's human in all the ways that matter because he was raised as a human. And the dramatic irony of it all is that despite being than most people, so raised with human values, valuing human life a lot more than even humans value human life. And that's the beauty of Superman. Spider-Man, in his case, also he's been relatively consistent, arguably more so, even to a fault, where he's kind of like a joke. His life is really miserable, but despite all of this, he keeps picking himself back up. And writers want to explore that to its utmost extremes, sometimes a bit too extreme. And I'm looking at you, Zeb Wells. If you know who that is, by the way, Zeb Wells is the guy if you don't know who Zeb Wells is, he created Paul. If you know, you know.
No, don't remind me.
No, not really.
No, you don't want to know. Trust me.
If all these characters have been consistently characterized for and have this much.
I think you're cutting it out a lot.
If all these characters, and notice how I noticed how I brought up the big three, the big three greatest superheroes of all time. If they have the same, if Godzilla has impact and reach, it would be because they follow a similar formula of consistent characterization and using what it is that Godzilla represents to explore other avenues. Because there is more to a nuclear holocaust than just a bomb. There's also radiation in general. That's what Shin Godzilla did. So if you can just have it mean anything without really exploring what it is you already have, because what it is you already have, if you really wanted to explore it, you could expand on it in ways that not a lot of people could possibly even begin to imagine. So if you really can't find an interesting way to tell a good story with Godzilla that explores the themes of that just shows a lack of imagination on your part.
I think another thing too
But
to consider is that like
as soon
people
as
like to
you
say
start
Godzilla means a lot. He
watering down
doesn't.
the meaning of what Godzilla is, then he really means nothing. And at that point, why do we watch the movies anymore? Because Godzilla is not exactly a shallow concept. He's good.
Oh no! Oh, you're cutting out really long because I was about to say something. But at least when I think about it, like a lot of people say Godzilla is really versatile, but like, and they'll point to like Hedorah a lot because they'll say Godzilla represents pollution. Godzilla doesn't represent pollution. Hedorah represents pollution. Like Godzilla as a character and his concept can fit in other stories talking about other concepts. Just keeping Godzilla consistent is what's important.
Yeah.
Because like if his other monsters represent these things, then that's what allows the franchise to grow, rather than trying to say Godzilla himself is these concepts. But at least that's one asshole's opinion.
I mean, I would argue that
Is Black cutting out again, or?
Black, are you cutting out?
They might be on a delay, maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know.
Okay.
I think I might be cutting out. I need to, because I'm trying to plug in my microphone, but let me see.
Yeah, it might be a cutting in issue. However, I do have to say for myself, since it's about to hit midnight for me, I'm probably gonna have to bounce right now.
I'm gonna leave, and then I'm gonna come back to see if.
Yeah, no, see if that works. If not, just try rebooting.
Yeah.
But see, Monster, thank you for having me on, good sir.
That's
I look forward to you coming on, obviously, for the open mic on Friday, and for all you guys, if you guys want to jump in on the open mic on Friday, let me all know. But
I'll try to
sleep.
I will try to make it to Friday night, pretty much. But but like you, I also have to work, pretty much. So but I'll try to get there. Like hopefully your open mic will be on long enough for me to.
Yeah. I made sure it started early so that like enough people can come in and out, and I'll keep myself distracted enough to a point where like, I'll try to get everyone on like the spectrum of hours, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But thank you guys, and you all have a wonderful night.
Yep, you too. Hope to have you on again pretty soon, because so far this streaming thing is pretty rad, I gotta say.
Peace.
Peace. Now it's come to 4.
Indeed it has.
I did kind of want to continue to like talk about points that like Blackaroonie and Zim had said earlier. But personally, I kind of disagree with a lot of like the points they were making with Godzilla and his versatility, and like also with further points of like how the Showa era is being, I guess, homaged in the new MonsterVerse films.
Yeah, I mean, well, considering that Godzilla kind of started out from the very beginning as as like an allegory for nuclear power, pretty much, and what its potential effects on the world. It's versatile in the sense of like the avenues of like what nuclear power is like could do, pretty much, like whether it's like for for bad or for good or anywhere or just like considering how really complicated it is. Like it's a really it's like a great insane power pretty much that man would have to like wield like very 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 carefully pretty much and tread lightly, let's just say, and because otherwise there could lead to some really grave consequences because you get like with something like, but yeah, there's like meanwhile you got like other Godzilla movies like you could even potentially say like Godzilla at its own, like for the most part was sort of like an after effect of like what happened of like the events of like World War II, pretty much, considering that how closely tied 54 was to like the aftermath of World War II, pretty much. So where like like on the one hand you get something like -1, which Godzilla in that film would more or less represents like the trauma or that kind of like happened that was the result of World War II, or GMK, where he represented like the sort of like like the sins that Japan committed in World War II, just sort of like coming back to haunt them. But meanwhile, on the other hand, you have like the fact that like what would happen if nuclear power was like even though nuclear power was used in the beginning as like a weapon, what if it could be used to like potentially benefit people, mankind, pretty much, kind of like what certain other Godzilla or something like, or the fact that nuclear power isn't like as like like as like black or white of an issue, pretty much, in terms of like how it's in terms of its application, kind of like what like what King of the Monsters sort of tries to do, where like where you had like Serizawa recognizing like even though the nuclear the atomic bomb of Hiroshima pretty much like took away his father, like he still knows that this very weapon that killed his family is now the same thing that that they need to save the planet from an even bigger threat, pretty much, to get Godzilla back to fight Ghidorah. So, and it's just like about dealing like how like how people sort of like try to deal with like the demons that that kind of wound them, what I mean?
Yeah. And I think the reason like Godzilla as a character is so versatile is because of films like you have 54, and then you have Shin Godzilla, you have GMK, and you have -1. And Godzilla in all those films represents something different, like he represents like the cost of nuclear testing. He represents like the tragic souls of those the victims of World War II. He represents like government, like I forget what the word, like negligence, or like something like I forget the exact word, but like government negligence. Or he represents like the grief and like the value of life, or he's a metaphor for like valuing life and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think he's still very versatile.
How's the mic going? Sorry, Vic.
No problem.
Can y'all hear me well, or?
I can hear you.
I'm probably gonna go, but I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Anything you want to shout out, Jawsman?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me be in your stream.
Yep, not a problem. Thanks for stopping by at Sea Monster Live. Hope to talk again soon.
You bet. Have a good night.
Good night.
See you later.
Now there's 3.
I hope the mic is fine because I have to switch to a headset.
Okay, yeah, you're definitely sounding better.
Oh, okay. So I'm jumping off to, was it Vic that said that, or the versatility of Godzilla in general? I think all of those concepts mentioned are somewhat intertwined. I don't think that they're necessarily too different from each other where they start to, I don't think they're too different because, nuclear holocaust leads people to question the value of human life and to question government negligence. I think that all falls under the same umbrella, and I think that this is just Toho just scratching, but just scratching the surface of what Godzilla and what he represents. The themes that he's capable of exploring. For like -1 in particular, explored the effects of World War II at an individual and societal level. Shin Godzilla was pretty much a retelling of the original if it happened in modern times without any of the mysticism involved, because there is a little bit of mysticism in the original, although I find that part of the original a bit contrived because the idea is that he's mutated, but the people of Odo Island describe him as a legendary creature of myth that existed for hundreds of thousands of years. And there is some, something, hints of it in -1, at least at the very beginning, but it's just one and done. It's abandoned almost immediately, which I think works better for the film because, it makes things less contrived. GMK, the tortured souls of World War II.
Yeah, the people that Japan killed and, did a lot of, terrible things.
Unit 731. Just look at that. That was a result of World War II. Godzilla, I think that was what GMK was trying to do, the sins of Japan. Because if you really think about it, historically speaking, Japan is not exactly innocent. When you really think about the bombings, and you're thinking, oh, Japan suffering, this is so sad. But Japan is not exactly innocent. Now, the people that were bombed were innocent, but Japan as a government wasn't exactly innocent either. In fact, the United States helped cover up Unit 731. It was only, after we uncovered people started uncovering what it was that we started to realize how bad things really got, because not only did Japan ally themselves with Hitler, they also experimented on humans. So that's what I think GMK explores. And the further you go, go ahead.
Yeah, and it may have even been something that -1 sort of slightly commented on when the captain pretty much said like information control is Japan's specialty. Something like that.
I think that's just more of an imperial Japan thing as opposed to, because it was the U.S. that covered 731, not Japan. I mean, they did, but the U.S. helped, and the U.S. did not really help in covering up others' information. That was entirely just Japan. But that is just one avenue that Godzilla could explore. There's just an untapped well of things and directions you could go in when it comes to Godzilla's characterization, his main themes. And I've seen people say that, if Godzilla's just the one thing, he's going to be boring. I don't see anybody calling Spider-Man boring or Batman. I've seen people call Superman boring, but that's mostly out of, I don't even know why anybody would call Superman boring, because he's like the most moral character.
Yeah, they just say like, oh, he's such a Boy Scout, but it's just like, well, I mean, you could.
That says more about you. That says, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. A Boy Scout can be an interesting character, so.
Yeah, like imagine a Boy Scout character just juxtaposed by a world that's just so immoral and cynical. Imagine Superman in the world of the boys. I mean, the entire reason why the evil Superman trope exists to begin with is because of how consistently Superman has been characterized over the decades.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got with stuff like Invincible, The Boys, Brightburn.
Oh, yeah, Brightburn is a perfect example. I mean, that film could not exist without Superman. If you ask people on the street to describe Batman and Superman, they will give you somewhat accurate descriptions. But if you tell them, what is Godzilla to you? People are just going to say, oh, he's just a big dinosaur. Now, one can argue, well, that's all he really needs to be, right? And my counter-argument to that would be that that's devaluing what Godzilla could be. So I would argue that, not keeping it consistent, but at the same time expanding on what's already there. I mean, it takes a huge amount of imagination to come up with, especially like if you look at people like Hideki Anno, who created Shin Godzilla and the concepts he wanted to go with. If you look at the deleted scenes and the concept art and the plans he wanted to go with for a sequel, pretty much turning Godzilla, just emphasizing the God in Godzilla. Or if you see Quentin Tarantino actually wanted to make a Godzilla movie, I think it was Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, it was him. He wanted to make a Godzilla movie, and he really wanted to emphasize the God in Godzilla. He wanted to really focus on the God part of everything, and
Wow.
that's pretty much kind of sort of what Hideki Anno did. I would have loved to see that, by the way, but that still falls in line with what Godzilla is and could be under the umbrella of nuclear radiation and nuclear holocaust. Like it can all be intertwined. It just takes imagination.
Yeah. 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 I mean,
Well,
like, yeah.
Concretize Godzilla in something. Is the whole takeaway here.
Yeah. So basically, what I would like to ask is like, what would you like? What would actually you like to see? Like any specifically? Like if you were given like the keys to the kingdom and you were allowed to make a god, and you were given like whatever like someone said, hey, make a Godzilla movie or kaiju film or anything like that, or at least a Godzilla movie. Like make like whatever you want to do with it. What would you do with it?
Well, if I were to make a Godzilla movie, my instincts tell me that I would want to make Godzilla a devil of sorts. I wanted to tell an end of the world type story with Godzilla, where Godzilla destroys the world. But the way I would go about it is as a bit of a character drama. So what I would want to do is focus on the characters, how they fare up against Godzilla, how humanity goes about in trying to defend itself from Godzilla, pretty much emphasizing on the indomitable human spirit, and see how it thrives and or is crushed under such insurmountable odds.
Right.
Because what I saw that Hideki Anno did, I kind of like wanted him to expand on that, but it seems he can't. And as for Gods and looking at Godzilla -1, my hope was that something like that could happen, where Godzilla continues to grow and evolve, and eventually, all of humanity is in peril. So all of humanity has to come together to defend themselves against Godzilla. When I was also proposing, think of it like as the three-body problem. If you've read that book, by the way, there's a Netflix show that came out recently. I haven't watched it, but I did read the book, and it's really good.
I saw
what I remember.
I saw like a clip, like just kind of like browsing through on my Facebook, where that was like advertising Netflix, and they showed like a clip from that show, Three Body Problem, about like some like that little girl just like looking like to just like turn into like, but just I don't know if it's like much of a spoiler or not, but just like something really terrible happening. Let's just say it involves a lot of heat.
Oh yeah, that
It's
would
like,
be
geez.
the VR chamber. I forgot what it was called exactly, but it was a simulation of sorts. But yeah, basically the whole gist of the three-body problem is that aliens are coming to Earth because their planet is doomed, because they come from a planet with 3 stars, and that type of solar system is constantly unstable. I mean, the environment is always changing, and the world is constantly being destroyed and reformed, and the aliens can't really live like this. So they try and go to Earth, and what they do, and this is actually pretty horrifying, the best way I can describe it, this is probably not very accurate, but the best way I can describe it is that they hack the minds of all the smartest people in the world, basically, scientists, pretty much essentially just stunting human progress permanently. And one by one, scientists start committing suicide. And the reason why they do this is because they don't want, the aliens don't want humans to really fight back. They don't want to give them a chance to retaliate. Now, over time, that changes, but they kind of need to, because they really, really need to go to that planet. Otherwise, they will live in constant pain and suffering. So it's kind of like an us or them type situation. But we also get the majority of the story from the human point of view, and a lot of it is just the government trying to fend off against, at least the latter half of the story. But a lot of it is at an individual level. Societies have to accept that aliens are real, and this is more so like the second book than the first one. But society has to adjust, and people have to learn that that aliens are coming and there's nothing they can do about it. Some people want to leave, other people would rather stay. Like governments rise and fall all before the aliens even arrive. It's a very horrifying type of situation, and it's the kind of story I think I would want to tell with Godzilla. If not that, then I would take Attack on Titan and just slap Godzilla on it. The idea of humanity protecting itself against Godzilla with giant walls, and to building Mechagodzilla to defend itself, and Godzilla, you know, unleashing uh, his fury on humanity, and humanity being forced to fight back, creating monsters of their own. It kind of sounds a lot like Pacific Rim, but like the tone of it, I was hoping it could be a lot more like Attack on Titan. That's how I would direct a Godzilla movie. And I would also lean into the cosmic horror type of things. I've been a huge fan of cosmic horror for a while. I mean, I love Dagon from H.P. Lovecraft. I haven't read Call of Cthulhu. Uh, I haven't read Shadow over Innsmouth, but I have seen The Color Out of Space with Nicolas Cage. That was a fun movie. But yeah, I would love to tell a cosmic horror type story with Godzilla, where what can humanity do against such insurmountable odds? And I think there could be a way to tie that back to nuclear radiation, and that could be like a Hidekiano type situation where radiation lets people, evolve. Not people, no, lets Godzilla evolve the way he does, becoming essentially a god, and really, tapping into the forces of that control the universe. The strong nuclear forces, the weak nuclear forces, that kind of stuff. That's how I would direct it. Now, as for the writing and the characters, I don't really know. I would have to actually, get offered, the opportunity to do something like that. But that is how I would make a Godzilla story.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty. That sounds pretty cool. Actually, it almost kind of sounds like the cosmic horror stuff. It almost sounds like something that the Polygon trilogy sort of attempted to do. Keyword attempted to do.
Yeah. I mean, the way, I always imagined that the Polygon trilogy always viewed Godzilla as Mother Nature incarnate, because I mean it's in the name, Godzilla Earth. I guess with Ghidorah, with Void Ghidorah in particular. I mean, unless you mean Singular Point, because Singular Point tried to do cosmic horror. I mean, would I say it succeeded? Because I'm not really sure, because the plot, I couldn't really describe it to you because it was written by a theoretical physicist, and I'm no theoretical physicist. Like, I watched the show twice, and I still don't understand it. I even have a book by a theoretical physicist, Michio Kaku. I don't know if you've heard of him. I have a book that I've read twice, and I watched the show twice. And even with my limited understanding of theoretical physics, I have no idea what's happening in that show or why it is that it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could, at that point you would probably have to look to well, did the writers even or maybe the writer even I don't know, I may have heard that maybe even the writer of the show wasn't even entirely sure what they were doing with it. So at some point,
yeah, it's a very bizarre show. I think it's an issue of overcorrecting a problem, because I'm guessing they viewed Godzilla. They didn't want Godzilla to just be dumb fun. I mean, so they overcorrected and made it way too smart. I think that's how I view it. At least, it could be a completely different thing if I were to look at the intentions of the author, but at least that's what it seems like. I mean, I appreciate the attempt to make it smart fun as opposed to dumb fun, but they made it too smart. That's the thing.
Yeah. I've only watched the show once, and I was really not a fan of it at all. Pretty much, I was kind of with it at first, just kind of going with it, but at some point, it just it just totally lost me pretty much. Like I was trying to go with it. I would like, if I were to like have the time pretty much in the down the line, like I probably could like I would try to like, give it like a second go just so I can like if I were to potentially do a video on it, just to kind of see if there's like any way I could like break this down in order to see if it even makes sense with what they were trying to do with the theoretical science and all that, whether or not it just aligns, whether or not it even works on on a storytelling or plot level or how the characters are done. But yeah,
Yeah. I think the most damning thing, and this applies to the Polygon trilogy as well, is that the character writing was practically non-existent. I mean, you got a bunch of stereotypes. You got the anorexic goth, the crazy old grandpa, the level-headed jock, the protagonist, the nerdy science girl.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing to them. I couldn't latch onto them as individuals. I don't know who the characters were, why they were the way they were. What they cared about, what they liked, disliked. I don't know anything about them. They were just kind of there.
Yeah, they
to
could
move
have.
the plot along.
Yeah, they could have like done. They pretty much like could have like done like a little more with them than what they actually did. They just kind of seemed like they were just vessels for us to kind of follow follow along what's happening rather than like actual characters. Like they just kind of it almost like the theoretical science kind of gets to like they become such mouthpieces for what Toenjo, the writer for the show, was trying to like get across in terms of like teaching us theoretical science or trying to get it across to us in a palatable way that they almost just become like it just becomes diarrhea at the mouth almost, and it's almost like it's like they just don't really come up as people. They just come up as like just mouthpieces for the writer to explain things to us. But there's nothing. There's just not much to us for to really latch onto or to really care about.
Yeah. A lot of the scenes felt like college lectures, and whenever exposition of the archetypes, as they call it, they started explaining what it was and how it worked. It just felt like I was being flashbanged by words.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I felt that way whenever they were like doing the science explanation scenes, like you guys said. Like the ones I really didn't like is whenever they explained it over like these text speech bubbles.
Oh yeah.
And like
that was hard to follow as well. Like I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't have minded if it was like legible, because a lot of the time I had to pause just so I can read the subtitles. If your show makes you pause just so you can read the information that you are giving to us, then you're probably not doing it very well. You're not being very concise. And a lot of the language that they use, especially in the later parts of the show, with Pelops 2 and the AI and Jet Jaguar, a lot of it just devolved into the esoteric, and it almost felt like it was trying to it almost felt like it was trying to call back to a prophecy that was at the very beginning of the show, hidden in plain sight, that nobody really knew. But when Jet Jaguar was talking about the answer was right in front of us all, like this whole time from the very beginning, I was like, huh? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You liar.
Like, let me just say, like, the fact that it almost kind of seemed like the way they just like had to be like, so they just like, it was like they tried to find some kind of way to justify like Jet Jaguar like doing like his mass shifting pretty much in the show, pretty much.
Give it a spiritual aspect to it, but no such thing was present at the very beginning.
It's like man, it's just like it's just a bit much. I just like I mean, Godzilla. The way Godzilla versus Megalon pretty much does it with Jet Jaguar like changing size to fight a big monster. I mean, that's like it's ridiculous as all hell as well, pretty much. But like at the very least, there's like
they're not trying to be deep, is what it is. At like with Singular Point, they're not trying.
And just to give, if I were to give like just the slightest benefit of the doubt, like Jet Jaguar may have like had like some they may have like implemented some component to him, like they found like sand or something, or like the people who were making him like found some like mineral or substance that I guess had to have been like relevant, like in that like that one little red button that one of the guys like got off of like one of the Cetopian agents.
Right.
And they just like cracked that, and so maybe there was like something there, and the fact that Cetopia was kind of like this advanced underground civilization with like crazy technology and all that, there may have been something there, but I mean, like just hearing myself trying to like defend that aspect of Godzilla vs. Megalon is like crazy, just hearing it, but
scraping at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, it's like there's like a tiny something, and yeah, the fact that Godzilla vs. Megalon doesn't even, it's like not even trying to explain it or take itself seriously.
It's not trying to be deep or profound or philosophical, but Singular Point is with Jet Jaguar, and it just comes across as random. Like, okay, where did this come from? What was this at the very beginning? I don't know. Why are you doing this to me?
I don't know. What have I done to you, Toho? Why do you do this to me?
Yeah, I will give props to Singular Point. The soundtrack is pretty good, really, really good.
The soundtrack is nice. I do kind of like the variation of the classic Godzilla theme that they do for it, pretty much.
Oh yeah, I love it when composers expand on the original soundtrack as opposed to just rehashing it for their movies and just letting it go. That's what Bear McCreary did for King of the Monsters, and I really enjoyed that. It wasn't just a remake and then just moving on with like the original. That's
right.
Part of the reason why I don't like the soundtrack, at least completely, for -1, because -1 has some incredible tracks, but a lot of it is just a remake of the original and no expansion whatsoever. Divine and what was the other one? Divine and
Resolution.
I think so.
The track when he's like on the plane, flying it. The Shinjin.
Oh no! I'm thinking this the Ginza scene and the other scene where he charges his atomic breath after chasing Shikishima and the others. Where he destroys the ship, roars into the sky, and leaves. That track.
Mission?
No, it's it sounds exactly like Divine, but
Last.
No, that's also a good one, but it's not the one I'm thinking about. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. The point is that those tracks, I think, were probably the best in the entirety of. Whenever they played the original Godzilla theme, it just felt kind of. I mean, it was definitely absolutely fan service, but it felt a bit hollow because almost all of the most recent Godzilla movies do this. So they always have the original Godzilla theme, and they don't really do a lot of creative things with it. So, I found it. The name of the track is Unscathed. That was the one.
Right, Unscathed.
Yeah, really good. I wish we had more tracks like that in -1, but oh well. I mean, what we got was pretty good.
Yeah. The soundtrack for -1 is great. Is really good. I would say I don't mind the Godzilla theme in there at all. It sounds like it's almost like it makes me slightly think of Bear McCreary, like at least like some small hints of it. But I don't know, like maybe I just really love the Godzilla theme that much to where it's like it just sounds like
it's iconic. Yeah, I just wish there was like more creative juice put into it. You know what I mean? Try new things, but use that as like a base. And Junkie XL did something similar with Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla X Kong, and he failed. That's a funny part where he actually tried, but he failed because Godzilla's theme and GVK as well as GXK, it just sounds like he doesn't remember the main melody, and so he's just playing the notes on a keyboard by memory, like like the first few notes that come to mind, and it kind of just vaguely resembles the original theme. He did the same thing with MonsterVerse theme, and it is a. He also another thing that Junkie XL did for the GXK. Well, not GXK, but something he has said coincidentally right after the soundtrack was released to the Warner Brothers music channel.
For GXK, is there like anything like spoilerific or anything? Just
no, there is no spoilers and stuff. Junkie XL, in regards to music making, says that he embraces AI when it comes to making music, and he hopes AI could be perfected so that it can, make music. And after listening to the GXK soundtrack, I think that is very telling of its quality. I'm not going to just say anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm just throwing that out there. He advocates for AI music, and I will say my views on AI fluctuate here and there. Sometimes I'm against it, sometimes I'm for it. Right now, I'm not too hot on it, but it's very damning when you make that statement almost as soon as you release the soundtrack for one of the movies that you made. So, yeah, that's.
I kind of listened to the to like the main title theme track for GXK, just like as a sample of it, which I'm assuming will be playing during the opening credits for the film. It kept like it pretty much sounded, kind of, I kind of liked it because it's like, well, it's at least kind of like sticking to some of the melodies of GBK, so it's like, it's at least kind of consistent with that in terms of like the tone, perhaps, but there is, I will admit, there is like something about it that just kind of sounds like maybe there was like a little too much, like maybe a little bit synth-like, like a bit too synthetic, pretty much, like more so than the score for GBK. I would say
the score for GBK is a tough one for me because, the only good theme in that soundtrack is probably Kong's theme, and even then, the Skull Island theme is even better. But I will say that's the only good theme to come out of the GBK, because I listened to Godzilla's theme and it just sounded like a bad Godzilla ripoff. And then you listen to Mechagodzilla's theme, and it's literally just the exact same thing, but with electronic warbling, and it's just about as lazy as you could possibly get.
The Mechagodzilla theme is a bit chaotic, pretty much.
Oh yeah, yeah. It just I tried listening to both the soundtracks, and it just devolved into a mess of noise. At times, GBK sounds like Man of Steel, like the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It really does, and it's a shame too because Man of Steel actually does have a pretty good soundtrack. And,
like when Kong saves Godzilla from Mechagodzilla, you almost expect the track when Man of Steel, from Man of Steel, like da, 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 da. It kind of sounds like that. Like Kong, when Kong kind of grabs Mechagodzilla's head before he shoots the proton scream. Pretty much.
Oh, the photon scream scene. That scene looks straight out of Batman v Superman. It's shot for shot, play by play. You have the beam clash. Godzilla approaching, and then boom, beam clash. Superman approaching Doomsday, beam clash. A shot of the hero struggling. Godzilla, Superman struggling, and then the shot of the villain overpowering him almost immediately. That is just shot for shot, the exact same. And I thought it was hilarious because both Junkie XL and Junkie XL did the score for Batman v Superman as well as GBK, so I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The best case I can make in favor of that scene looking pretty similar is that I don't think it was intentional to be looking like something out of BVS, but rather it's mostly more of a callback to when Godzilla and Mechagodzilla do that kind of thing in the past iterations, like the Showa era or the Kiryu movies. I just think, and the fact that it looks similar to when Superman and Doomsday did that in BVS, it's sort of coincidental. But I can understand that, that vibe for sure.
Actually, now that you mention it, I have a bit of a nuclear hot take. I think that Batman v Superman is better written than GBK, and the reason why is because if you look at the writing of Man of Steel, it's a bit catastrophic because you're establishing a bunch of things, but you contradict yourself in many different instances. Like, for example, like you say, like Zod says, "Oh, we have to spend years of pain to try and master our senses," and then just a few minutes later, he masters his senses in about like 3 or 5 minutes.
Well,
So,
well, the thing is, he said that line like after he mastered his senses, not even before that.
oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So
at
that point, you don't even need to
Jor-El's
terraform.
hologram, pretty much.
Yeah, like at that point, you don't even need to terraform the planet. Just live there, like Superman. You'll be gods.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you look at Batman v Superman, it doesn't have the same issues as Man of Steel does, because it's not exactly breaking the world like when it expands it, because all it really does is expand people's opinions of Superman within the story. The main issues come from Lex Luthor's plan, which is just nonsensical, and the movie just falls apart.
And there's some like issues that could be raised about like, well, just by the fact that you establish like I mean, like why wouldn't Wonder Woman or Aquaman try to stop like this like potential alien invasion? If they've been around the whole time, and if they pretty much would have a stake in not wanting their home planet to be destroyed or terraformed.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman is a whole case of a genocidal maniac. Same with Superman. Superman is a genocidal maniac. He just eliminated his own race. He just killed a bunch of babies, and we're just going to gloss over that. But at least the movie tries to hold him accountable for his actions, and they use Batman as the outlet. Like overall, the movie is very badly written, but it's better written than Man of Steel, and BVS tries to be well written. It's a bit pretentious a lot of the time because Zack Snyder is a pretentious hack. I mean, I still love the guy. I still love the movies that he makes because they're just so enjoyably bad. But at least BVS tries to make it well written.
I've been hearing nothing but concerning things about Rebel Moon, and I say that as someone who pretty much likes Zack Snyder in general, but there's definitely some things. But even Rebel Moon, just like on the opposite, just like. Well, it looks way too much like dollar store Star Wars almost, pretty much.
Yeah, it looks like an inbred child between Star Wars, Warhammer, and Seven Samurai. I mean, there's a lot of Warhammer influence in Rebel Moon. I actually watched it, and it was not very good. Let's just put it like that. I mean, I enjoyed the movie because, I mean, it was fun to watch everything. Just like comparing this to the movie with Star Wars and other elements of pop culture, seeing the similarities. It was like a game of Where's Waldo. Like find the similarity. That's how watching Rebel Moon felt. That's why I think it's so fun, and I actually do want to watch part 2, just for that reason, just to see everything crumble. But BVS, people have compared BVS with Godzilla versus Kong, and a lot of them, like the metric is usually just, oh, did the titular characters fight? Did they do it? Yes. For how long? Well, Godzilla and Kong fought longer than Batman and Superman, so GBK.
Yeah, the thing about that is that Batman v Superman, like probably like the fact that was called that just because like it's like the name of like something resembling Batman versus Superman would like sell better, whereas I think Zack Snyder probably would have preferred to have called it like something else other than that.
Like
perhaps.
The Dark Knight Returns or something.
Yeah, whereas like Godzilla versus Kong, it's like that is the point of the movie, to watch Godzilla and Kong punch each other and by the end like team up to take on something. And throwing Mechagodzilla into the mix as a bonus.
Yeah, my question is, why can't it be done better though? Because whenever I have conversations with people about the movie, like, and it's always like, oh, it's always what you want, right? I'm like, no, I'm just coming up with ways that we could be better, because like whenever I critique something, I don't critique it because I hate it. I critique it because I wanted to like it. But but the plot got in the way of that. Like the badly written plot got in the way of that. I'm thinking of ways to improve the plot because I mean, writing is as much as it is an art, it's also a skill, and we have standards for skill. So I don't think it's bad to criticize something if if you want it to be better, then obviously you got to criticize it, right? I mean, that's the whole. I'm assuming that's the whole reason why the stream is even happening right now. It's like, critiquing different aspects of the MonsterVerse and the good and the bad. But,
I mean, like basically before like Zimzilla and other people pretty much came on. Like I was kind of like even so like saying like, look, I mean, as much as I personally enjoyed Godzilla versus Kong, as like a fun monster themed action movie with Godzilla and Kong fighting each other, there's problems with that movie that I think like really like some slight reworkings of like what was going on in that script could have made it like so much better, pretty much like in a lot of ways. Like they could have like how Bernie had like that flask of whiskey. Like I've kind of like gone over this, but like he had that flask of whiskey that came from his late wife, and he pretty much like had like a sentimental value to it. Like what if like instead of like having that flask of whiskey being poured down onto the computer and then a joke is like made about that at Bernie's expense? Like what if Bernie pretty much like did it and it was like actually like a somewhat sentimental scene pretty much because he said like earlier in the film, the day that this flask goes empty is the day that I've given up. But then at the end of the film, what if he was like the one to pour that whiskey onto the computer that was controlling that was operating Mechagodzilla, and he was like saying, "No, this is not the day that I give up," or something like that. Like the Omniviewer even sort of brought that up in his video about Bernie and in GBK and potentially GXK.
Yeah, that was I actually managed to catch that in the first part of this, like in the opening part of the stream. I thought that was a pretty good idea, but then you have to consider, okay, why do your controls? Why are there controls for Mechagodzilla? It's like the whole point is that you have the AI, you have a pilot there. Why do you have a control system in the building there, and why does it have vents for water to go into it, or just any liquid whatsoever? Why is it there, and why do you have it exposed that way? And why is it that the wires get? With that level of technology, you would think that they would have some form of protection against stuff like that. I mean, they have Tron level technology, which, given the type of world that they live in right now, they absolutely should not have that kind of technology. But just giving it the absolute benefit of the doubt, assuming that they do, you would think they would have more protection against that, and they would be a lot smarter about positioning their equipment.
You would just have to like assume that well, they just kind of built it like that because they don't want like the systems to like overheat, and they would just like potentially have like a policy where it's like only our CEO is allowed to bring drinks into the room, like the scotch he had.
I mean, that just kind of makes them dumb, just to allow drinks in that area to begin with. Just that would just make the personnel dumb, and this is a problem that
well, not the personnel, like just well, the personnel wouldn't be allowed to bring drinks in, just Walter Simmons. but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
and this is a problem that permeates the entire movie as well. Just really dumb decisions made by Apex. For example, the Mechagodzilla eye, when Godzilla attacks Florida, the Pensacola facility at Apex. So, firstly, the atomic breath just happens to miss the Mechagodzilla eye and Bernie. So,
yeah.
but then, why would you put it at that level? Like, why would you put it there instead of someplace more secure?
Why wouldn't they have just put it at sub level 33, like what was like hinted at in the movie
in Hong Kong? Like, why put it there? Like, of course, the idea. Right. Oh, they were going to ship it there anyway. Okay, but why would you place it in like somewhere where anybody could access it easily? Why not place it underground? Like that Godzilla exists. You know that like Ghidorah exists. Matter of fact, the facility, based off some calculations that I did, the facility was built right after Ghidorah's attack. So everything must have been flooded and well, I mean, given the circumstances, and I live in Florida, and we get hurricanes a lot, so yeah, like Ghidorah's like Florida would probably not survive Ghidorah, but assuming that they did, you would think that they would place the eye in a much safer facility than where they placed it.
I would say like they wouldn't even needed like that little scene with the eye just like kind of right there because Bernie would already have like like some kind of an excuse to already like try to investigate what sub-level 33 is already when he got the schematics off the computer right before Godzilla showed up.
Yeah, I have a question though. Bernie finds a flash drive that gives him the specs for Mechagodzilla's eye and the shipments to sub-level 33 in Hong Kong. Where did that flash drive come from?
That's not what it is.
That it was his flash drive. He brought it with him, so he, to plug it in and download files.
No. Like at the very beginning of the movie, we see him grab the flash drive, and it was already there. So, like when he plugged it into the computer, he didn't know what files were in there until he accessed it. So, how did he? Like, where did that just materialize, or what?
No, he's downloading the files on the guy's computer into the flash drive.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, I thought that was. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay.
He brought the flash drive with him into the facility, and he brought it in to plug it into the computer and download the files.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be weird. It's just like, oh, hey, how convenient! This flash drive just sitting right here. Maybe I could use this.
That's what I've always thought. Actually, that's what I always thought, and I thought that was weird. But hey, you know what? At least that's one less plot hole from the 500 others.
It's not even like that. It's like not even like a huge problem. Literally, it's just like something that's like, what about this? Oh, there's a good answer.
I mean,
right now.
It would have been a plot hole though, because not only does it facilitate him finding the eye, but it also leads him to recruit Maddie and the other kid, Russell. The actor's name, Josh. Okay, he wouldn't have recruited Maddie and Josh to help him break into Apex and find out like the entire reason why this happens is so we can get the reveal of Mechagodzilla. But like realistically, Bernie is not really needed as a character, nor does Maddie there are ways to make them tie into the plot a lot better. But as it stands, Bernie as a character is completely unnecessary. If you wanted to reveal Mechagodzilla, you don't need him. Like his very existence is unnecessary, which is a bit harsh to say about a character that's supposed to be like a person. But when you really like, if you cut him from the movie, right, then it could just be about Maddie discovering on her own.
Would you buy it more if like they did like just go in there on their own? Or?
No. I mean, it would still be
because I think
dumb
the
regardless.
inside man
absolutely
makes it more reasonable.
Yeah,
I mean, true, but the thing is that he doesn't really use his skills to infiltrate Apex or any. And by the time Pensacola happens, I'm pretty sure he would have been fired because he did access a place that he was not supposed to access. And so that probably would have gotten anybody fired, especially if it was something as top secret as building a giant friggin' robot. So, I mean, how he even got there. The fact that there was no security whatsoever, too, for such a high secret, like super secret project that there
Or
was.
like before or after like the facility like was destroyed.
Yeah, the security should have been like way better, pretty much than what they actually had. Pretty much.
Yeah, this is like beyond military equipment. This is just also why isn't the military using this kind of equipment? Because they're still using just normal ships and fleets and planes, throwing their men and at Godzilla and Kong. Just men with families just dying, knowing damn well that they're not going to hurt Godzilla. Meanwhile, Apex, some random tech company, just has all of this technology that the government just doesn't commandeer. They're just an independent company with a giant freaking robot that the government really has no control over.
I would only assume it's just due to the secrecy of it all.
Yeah,
how do you keep that a secret? It's a giant robot. It's a giant robot. How do you keep that a secret from the government? You know, the government that spies on people using Google Chrome, the government that somehow knows when you're not paying your taxes. Like even the most minuscule change in your bank account, you're really
They
gonna.
got good VPNs. What can I say?
This video is sponsored by NordVPN, by the way.
StreamYard VPN.
Use promo code CMonster for 10% off.
Yeah. Wow, man, it's going on for like close to like 5 hours. Man, for my first stream, crazy. It's like
If I may bring up one thing with you, Blackaroonie.
Yeah.
Something that I like started doing recently because of my MonsterVerse marathon that I'm doing personally before GXK, and having watched some of your videos and streams, you mentioned some of the other plot holes, and I know there was one regarding that you brought up in, I believe, like the Rick the Squirrel stream you did with Zim about the Tasman Sea battle and how that's a plot hole.
What part specifically?
Well, when I was listening in, you were talking about how, or it's you and other people mentioned like the flying Kong after the battle, like the only thing I could really see as a plot hole there, doing my research, is that the reasoning for why Godzilla doesn't chase after Kong, when they airlift him out. I was wondering if you can explain more your side, what you think is like the plot holes around that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, firstly, the stream with Rick the Squirrel. Not Rick the Squirrel, with Zimzilla about Rick the Squirrel.
Yeah.
In that particular stream, I was detailing ways you could fix the issue. That was just me spitballing, but I could go into the plot holes if you'd like. So, the reason why the entire Tasman Sea is a massive plot hole is number one. So Kong, the fact that Kong can even fit in that ship is an impossibility. You have to shrink him down because both him and Godzilla are larger and heavier than that ship. That's the first part. Secondly, they tell us that Kong cannot leave the island or else Godzilla will come for him, and he especially cannot go in the ocean because the ocean is where Godzilla fights best. And yet they put him on a boat directly to basically putting him in danger, and knowing very well like right afterwards, Nathan Lind, played by Alexander Skarsgård, I think it was,
The Northman.
yeah, the Northman. By the way, it's an excellent movie.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. He suggests, oh, can we just fly Kong? And they just do it. They somehow have the resources to fly Kong, and that wasn't even their first suggestion. They just went with the ship. They didn't even try that. The third reason why it's a plot hole, in particular, is basically Godzilla's behavior. So at the aftermath of the Tasman Sea, more or less. So Godzilla is hunting down Kong for reasons unexplained. So you would assume that he would want him to either A, submit, or B, he would rather just kill Kong. And so Nathan Lind goes, hey, what if we play dead? Making Godzilla think he's won. They tried. There are two reasons why this cannot work. Number one, Godzilla's I don't actually think Godzilla did manage to do so, but he knows that Kong swam up because he was underwater when the depth charges were blown beneath the ocean floor, which probably should have killed Kong, but whatever. He swims up, and Godzilla knows this because he sees the ship right afterwards and laughs about it. So he knows that Kong swam up, something he would need to be alive for him to do. So playing dead wouldn't work. Secondly, what Godzilla should have done is go up to Kong and kill him himself or make him submit. But instead he just leaves. So again, I have to ask, what was the point of the fight if you were just going to beat him up a little bit and leave? So on top of the fact that the fight should not happen if they want to keep Kong alive, Kong should not be alive by the end of the fight if Godzilla really wanted to kill him. So what, and you could levy the fact, oh, well, he wanted to toy with him. Why? Because if Godzilla thinks that Kong is a threat, wouldn't he want to eliminate the threat as fast as possible? I mean, he has Kong dead to rights. Like he is in his territory. Godzilla can fight very well on water, and Kong cannot, and he knows this. He takes advantage of this multiple times, and yet he lets him live and then he just goes away. Why? Why does he? Like the obvious answer is, oh, he's looking for, the eye, which he senses as King Ghidorah because they're using Ghidorah's skull to power Mechagodzilla. But then why did he go after Kong? So, and this connects to different plot holes within the story, but within that scene in particular, those are the major ones because the entire reason why this happens is, I mean, it cannot happen, right? You know, it like based off of what the story itself establishes, the fight cannot happen, and if you want it to happen, then it cannot end the way you want it to end. You'd have to either A, kill him, or B, just not have the fight whatsoever, or C, alternatively, and this is something I suggested in Zimzilla's stream, is to keep away with Kong for as long as possible while having Godzilla chase after him. Like the entire first act of the movie would have Godzilla chasing after Kong. We actually see him chase after Kong in particular because he's the Titan that's closest to him, assuming he's on a genocide run or titanicide run. But by then you'd have to alter Godzilla's behavior from the movie, which, if it's necessary, I think it would make the plot hole even less impactful, less damaging to the story. But yeah, that's pretty much what the problem is with the Tasman Sea fight.
Yeah. And then I guess let me run by you some like suggestions that I came up with that I think could explain why the things happened the way they did. When it comes to the size thing, like I don't really have a good explanation for that, other than like, it just happens.
That was a little hard. Admittedly.
It's a thing that happens in monster movies, like even in the best of them. But
yeah, I mean, it's a problem in there
to
too.
each their own. Yeah,
it's a problem is still a problem in one movie, but if it's in another movie, it's still a problem in that other movie. It doesn't.
Yeah,
really...
like if it exists in another movie, then I would count that as a problem with that movie as well. I mean, Attack on Titan is a perfect example. In the first few seasons, the Titans are drawn very inconsistently. Eren Yeager is, at least his Attack Titan, is supposed to be half the size of the Colossal Titan. But in that one scene when, I think it was in season 2 or 3, I don't remember exactly what, Eren can barely hug the ankle of the Colossal Titan. So that is an inconsistency. That is a flaw within the in-universe, because you want something to be there that you can't, but you're trying to sneak it in anyway because it's animation and you can probably get away with it. Obviously, you didn't because I know about it. Mm-hmm. But no, if it's a problem in another movie, then it exists.
Sure.
Now I'm not sure if I'm sorry, Vic. I don't know if this was like sorry about that. The point now I'm not sure if this is a defense that Vic would have, like as far as like why would they choose like the boats to like to carry Kong over from Skull Island to Antarctica. Well, they pretty much do kind of it because like really like the help like we do kind of see later on that they just like use helicopters like hold them with like a net, like which could be like an alternative, but it wouldn't really be viable because those helicopters would like that would just be like
the weight would give in like, basically.
That would be like the last stretch of the trip, pretty much, more or less. Whereas like ships, it's like with ships, especially with like a big naval convoy, just kind of like an escort, pretty much. There's at least like something that there, like, and they pretty much even made a point that they were like steering away from Godzilla's territorial like water tracks. Yeah.
That's kind of like what I suggested in the. Sorry to cut you off, but that's what I suggested in Zim Stream, where they used more boats to carry the entirety of Kong, just to keep his size consistent. Like if you really wanted that to happen, you could have just multiple boats serve as a sort of bed as opposed to just using the singular boat, and also playing keep away by using the entire military force to keep Godzilla as busy as possible. Because like the military isn't just like 12 dudes, like the military is huge. Because like they know they can't really beat Godzilla, so all they can really do is distract him and keep his atomic breath from reaching Kong. And I would reverse the roles, and instead of having the helicopters be a last resort, I would have the ships be a last resort in case Godzilla's atomic breath ever reaches. Because if Godzilla hits the atomic breath, uses its atomic breath to hit the ships while he's chasing after Kong, and there is no ship to support him, then it's pretty much over. Now, as for the territorial waters thing, I always found that confusing because, I mean, the entire ocean, like Godzilla can realistically, he could travel through any ocean he wants. I don't think. I don't think it's true that. I know Rebecca Hall's character says it, but I don't think it's true that he has territorial waters, because number one, he is like the alpha predator. He like is the king of the monsters. He's like the top G of the MonsterVerse. So him having territorial waters,
Yeah,
I would argue that the ocean itself is his territorial waters. I don't think.
Yep. Yeah,
The thing with that, I want to say is that I don't think they ever say specifically territorial waters. What
Oh,
they
they
say
do.
is territorial
Yeah, they do.
routes. They say
They do.
routes.
No, they do say territorial waters.
Okay, well, sure. But mostly whenever they speak to it, whenever they display anything on screen, like in King of the Monsters, they display the same thing where he has specific routes that he takes. And a lot of them go through the South Pacific. And just looking at the route they take in the movie GVK, they tend to avoid a lot of where Godzilla's routes go through there, which is why they end up in the Tasman Sea.
I mean, sure, but Godzilla showed up there anyway. So clearly, like, the territorial water thing doesn't really matter.
To avoid that because they deviated from his would-be routes.
I mean, sure, they tried, but then again, like, it's water. I don't think because Godzilla having a route doesn't really like a traditional route. Because for example, imagine like you always take the one street whenever you get from, let's say, work to home. That doesn't mean that there aren't any other streets that you could go to, like if you really wanted to. So Godzilla having a route doesn't really prevent him from going anywhere else if he really wanted to, because at the end of the day, Godzilla arrives there nonetheless. So it's not really much of them. It's not as I wouldn't count that as them showing effort in their advances. It's not. It's just them putting a band-aid on a decapitated head. So, like, I mean, the sentiment is there, but I don't think it doesn't really help that much. You know what I mean? Because again, like, he has his roots and that he usually goes, but that doesn't really prevent him from going anywhere else. So,
and I agree with that. But I think that if you knew where his typical routes were, and you needed to go somewhere, and you don't want to bump into him, you would do your best to avoid going on those routes, which I think is what they did. And I don't think the aerial lift was at the start the most practical way of taking him there, or at least probably not the first thing they would have thought of.
Why not?
Logistically, maybe it may have been tough.
I mean,
well, also the fact that the helicopter, you got all those like helicopters, it's like they would need like a lot to go through, like a lot of refueling just to get from Skull Island to Antarctica, and the fact, and plus there's also inclement weather to worry about that could mess with the with them.
True, and he's sort of like more of a sitting duck in the air. If
that would have, yeah, that would have been interesting to see.
Yeah, but I think like he's more of a sitting duck in the air.
A flying
again,
duck.
Even if a flying duck in the air, and like, even if he were to have, which I think he would have, I think Godzilla either way would have gone after Kong, and there may be other different ways to depict that battle, but I think at the end of the day, we have to explain a way for why he would stop chasing him, which I think was the purpose of the playing dead part, where I think Godzilla because of how they're carrying Kong and the military is actively going after Godzilla and trying to keep him away, he probably sees the fleet as an extension of Kong, and thus after he gets like physically beat and exhausted from the fight, and then the fleet shuts down, he basically sees that as a submission from Kong, like and thus he no longer has to worry about him being a threat, because other films and the comics depict it as like Godzilla will usually stop pursuing a Titan, or at least not kill a Titan, if it submits to him. And because he's no longer like seeing Kong as a threat at that point, he won't chase after him.
Wait, but why would Godzilla see the fleet as an extension of Kong? Because Godzilla isn't after the fleet; he's after Kong. If the fleet stood out, like decided to abandon Kong at sea, he wouldn't go after the fleet. The only reason he attacked the fleet in the first place was because they were preventing him from getting to his goal, which was Kong. So I don't see how that would track.
Well, because they're actively like engaging in his way, and they're also like aiding Kong at that point.
They're aiding. I mean, yes, they're aiding Kong, but if, like I said, if they left Kong alone, he wouldn't go after them. So, like, that doesn't really that's not as much of an extension of Kong as it is the barrier between him and Kong. There's just an obstacle, not an. I would argue that they're more of an obstacle rather than an extension of Kong, because Kong is completely independent of the fleet. Like, he doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't realize, oh, they're trying to protect me from Godzilla. The only mouthpiece to that is kind of information would be Gia, and we don't really see him and Gia communicate that Godzilla is after Kong. Like, I think that's also one thing that I think the movie probably should have done, was just have a scene where Kong explains to Gia that Godzilla is after him. But so far as Kong is completely oblivious, he even he even takes one of the planes and throws it at Godzilla, thinking it'll do something. So Kong is a completely independent agent from the fleet, despite the fleet's best efforts to try and defend him. So given the actions of Kong as well as the actions of Godzilla and the fleet, seeing it as an extension feels like a cop out, as opposed to, because one defense I would levy against that scene in particular is what you said, that Godzilla sees this as submission. But why would he need the fleet's submission? Because the fleets aren't Titans. The fleets are just ants to him. So why would he need the approval? Well, not the approval, but why would he require the submission of the fleet? At that point, Godzilla would go up to Kong, look him like in the eye, or examine him properly to see if he submits. And at that point, I would say, oh, Kong is finally submitted. But then we have to question why Godzilla attacked in the first place, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Kong wasn't really, didn't even know what a Godzilla was at the time, or why Godzilla would want to hunt him down in the first place. I mean, we know from the meta that, the Godzilla species and the Kong species had a big beef in the past, but Godzilla is presumably the last of his kind, and Kong is also presumably, at least at the time of the movie, when the movie came out, the last of his kind. So, really, what threat would Kong pose that Godzilla could not dispose of easily? Because if he could dispose of Kong that easily to get him to submit, was he really ever that big of a threat to begin with, especially when he's in his territorial waters?
Well, so the thing with that is, so Kong is basically another alpha predator species, like Ghidorah would have been. So he's another alpha titan, and the only reason Godzilla never went to seek his submission or fight him was because he was isolated on Skull Island, so he was never really a threat. And now, because the military is taking him off the island, he's able to sense that, and now he sort of has to go and like settle the score or like see what's up, which is why he goes after Kong to fight him, which is
Wait.
explained early on before the intro.
Wait,
Why he's
wait,
seeking
hold on.
that submission.
So it was the military that brought him out against Kong's will. So wouldn't Godzilla want to investigate what the fleet is doing as opposed to Kong? Because what if Godzilla arrived early and he found Kong sleeping? Because like he was heavily sedated. Like at the very beginning of the scene, we see him sleeping. So like wouldn't at that point his motivation would be more interested in what the fleet is doing? Because I mean, it was all their idea. It was like the Monarch's idea to bring him out. And real again, like he is an Alpha Titan. I will say that Kong is indeed an Alpha Titan. But if he wasn't a threat in Skull Island, what makes him more of a threat now that he's out of it?
Well, because basically Godzilla didn't have to worry about him because he was isolated. Now that he's sensing his presence off the island, he sort of has to go and investigate like where he stands with Kong. And I would agree. I would want to say that maybe the sedation probably played into why he didn't chase him up until because like Nathan Lane says to like lower the sedation on him earlier in the scene
To wake him
and
up,
yeah, and then I think also part of the reason why maybe Godzilla didn't chase further is because the last and next time we see Kong, he is unconscious because he like gets like knocked unconscious like or passes out at the end of that fight, and then we next see him, he's asleep and then is awakened once he gets there. So maybe that may play a part into it. And it's like if he's because I think another reason why Godzilla doesn't go after Titans is whether they're in hibernation or not. So if they're like asleep, they may not tick off his senses as much. If they're like in the deep sleep or something like that.
Well, that's another thing, right? Because like if all it takes for Godzilla to go after a Titan is for it to number one be outside of their natural habitat and number two be awake while they do it, like why wouldn't the fleet? Because these Monarch has supposedly studied Godzilla for years, decades even. So I'm pretty sure that they would know this. I mean, if you count the comics, which I generally don't like going after third-party media to justify this events in the movie, but for the sake of the argument. But for the sake of the argument, because nobody really reads them, let's say for like the most diehard of fans, but for the sake of the argument, for the sake of the argument, Monarch knows enough about Godzilla to even form this theory to begin with. So why wouldn't they keep Kong sedated the entirety of the trip? Because if all it takes for Godzilla to go after a Titan is for them to be outside their natural habitat and be conscious while they do it, why not just keep Kong sedated? Oh, the reason why is because they needed the fight to happen. Because, the title, Godzilla versus Kong, right? But they couldn't really find a more logical way for that to happen. But again, like I ask, what prevents them from keeping Kong sedated? Because Kong, I mean, they keep him sedated for the rest of the fight, and so I mean, not for the rest of the fight, but they keep him sedated the entirety of the trip to Antarctica post the fight. So if they could have done that, as well as keep him sedated from the time he gets to Skull Island to the time he gets to the time before the fight, and just wake him up to feed him, then you could have just kept him sedated the entire way through and just have him wake up when he reaches Antarctica and just feed him then.
One thing with that is, from what I know of like animals in general, and animals are very difficult in the real world to keep sedated, depending on how much you really know about like the side effects or any of their allergic reactions to the sedation, because they can really, like, depending on how much you use or for how long you have them under, they can die, stuff like that. So it's very difficult to keep an animal, and like the bigger the animal, the harder it is to have them sedated.
I mean, clearly not in this movie. So, I mean,
no. And then the thing is, they also keep him off sedation. Like Nathan Lynn says that they don't want him to comatose before they get there or as they get there. And
they want him
also,
sedated enough to be chill, but at the same time, like not sedated, but not too sedated to where like he becomes kind of, he won't be able to get up soon enough when they arrive to be of good use.
oh, the way I would fix that issue is just to just lower the sedation when you're almost there as opposed to halfway there, because their mistake was lowering the sedation when they were halfway there, because that was probably like when you're at the halfway point, you're at your most vulnerable. So like when you're almost there, at that point you can just see the continent, just you can see Antarctica from a distance, from a very long distance. At that point, I would imagine that it would be a lot safer to turn off the sedation, or at least when you're close enough where Godzilla isn't a threat anymore, and Godzilla and even Kong himself could probably get the rest of the way there if he really wanted to. And also, to feed him, because like I said, you needed to feed him. But clearly the sedation is not that big of an issue, at least for this movie in particular, because they sedate him pretty easily. I mean, they managed to get him on a boat, so if they managed to get him on a boat, which I don't even know how they did it, then clearly they have the means to keep him sedated and alive long enough for the journey.
Another thing they could have done, and they were somehow able to get to convince the military, like, hey, can we borrow like a decent sized like naval escort to bring this Titan off of his natural habitat and take him to Antarctica during the time when Godzilla's like going around and just being all kind of crazy and all.
Yeah,
like just somehow being able to convince somebody to just approve of that operation.
So
under just kind of like the vague pretense of like, well, we might be able to find something, in somewhere if we bring Kong with us.
Yeah, the main takeaway here is that the scene only exists to have Godzilla and Kong fight. And they didn't really care how they got it logistically. They just wanted it. And a lot of the behaviors of Godzilla and Kong had to be set up conveniently so that they fight, as opposed to just a natural occurrence.
Perhaps so. I would still say that some of the explanations I came up with, I think, do a good enough job to explain why they didn't do things differently. Or at least do it the way they wanted to, because aside from a few key specifics, I think overall the scene does still work on its own. And like, I think personally, again, the only thing I would have to like explain away is like why he wouldn't go after Kong, whatever method they use.
Like the obvious, and like I said, the obvious answer would be, oh, he wanted to go after Ghidorah. Well, Ghidorah is a more pressing issue than, that's one thing. Ghidorah is a much bigger threat to humanity than Kong, because Kong, all he did was just move from point A to point B. Ghidorah, like, he has more beef with Ghidorah than he does with Kong, because Ghidorah actually tried to destroy the world. Now, obviously, we know Ghidorah is not alive, but Godzilla thinks that he is, because they are using the skull of Ghidorah.
Godzilla thinks that Ghidorah may come back in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, which on its own, it's like on its own, it's pretty stupid that they decided to use Ghidorah's skull as opposed to just literally anything else as their base for their Mechagodzilla. And apparently, they have all three heads, not just the one, not the one that Alan Jonah sold to them, at least, in the novelization. No, they have all three of them. How, if they were all vaporized, I don't know where they got the extra heads, but the very fact that they're using Ghidorah's head as a base is kind of stupid. Just build the robot as you normally would. There's really nothing stopping them from building the robot as they normally would. But the reason why they needed to build the robot with Ghidorah's head is because they wanted a reason for Godzilla to fight him in the first place. Yeah. Because for him to be angry at him as opposed to just him developing just a natural rivalry between him and Mechagodzilla. Like wondering, hey, what is this thing that looks almost exactly like me, but like a skinless skeletal version of me?
They basically want to like kind of do something to where like, well, humanity kind of tries to basically oversteps. They want to try to have something to where like humanity like does something that's like overstep, that's like a huge overstep, or at least seeming to be as such. And it has to give, they have to give Godzilla like a reason to just like try to like to be like to come off as like a threat to humanity, at first. I mean, which like to be like, yeah, sure, yeah, definitely. People have died as a result of the Pensacola thing, and obviously going forward, thanks to Godzilla. But in terms of like the fact that but that's because Godzilla's like on the hunt, looking for something that's like potentially a threat to not just him, not just humanity, but just the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, if you remove Ghidorah from the equation, then the scene in Pensacola cannot happen. That's the funny part. I also would argue that humanity building a Mechagodzilla in the first place is a good idea. I mean, you're leaving the survival in the hands of monsters that don't really care whether you live or die. All they care about is the environment and whether it's preserved. Because, I mean, let's face it, these animals, because they are animals, they're just really, really big. These animals have selfish reasons, and by selfish I mean they're self-serving, right? They preserve the environment because they live in the environment and they need the environment to survive. Yeah. They don't really care how many humans need to die to achieve that goal, and they don't care how many cities they have to crush. So humanity defending themselves is a good idea, and I think it's stupid that they're trying to plant Walter Simmons as the villain because of it. Because, like, they make him cartoonishly evil, but he is 100% in the right for creating Mechagodzilla. Because me personally, as a human, member of the human race that lives in a building that I would not want crushed by Godzilla fighting another monster, I would not leave my hands. Like, it's as simple. You can be as simple as, I would not leave my hands, like my survival in the hands of an indifferent titan, of an indifferent god amongst men. Like, I would not do that, especially when he can kill me so easily. I would rather have monsters of my own that I can control and can use it to defend myself against ungodly creatures that I'm pretty sure God himself did not make. I mean, that is nothing. Godzilla, Ghidorah, really, like that's certainly nothing God made. So, like, I mean,
a case that I can make for. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's fine.
A case that I can make about Walter Simmons being portrayed as pretty much a villain, despite building a mecha Godzilla would actually be not a bad thing given the context of a world full of monsters, is because it is like a good idea, like, for sure. It's just a matter of like who are the kind of people that would actually kind of like do it, and how are they making it happen. And it's like, given like this, even with like the advanced technology that they pretty much have, like building a Mechagodzilla without some kind of the way that they would want to would still like potentially like take like longer than they would like. So Walter Simmons kind of like seems to be sort of like found this Ghidorah skull, and potentially is trying to find a way to almost like get like a shortcut into getting it to where where it's like, oh, we got this thing with psionic link, gotta pilot. We just put 2 and 2 together. We just pilot this robot. This giant Mechagodzilla, and we just go to town. Like, yeah, like a Mechagodzilla, and as a concept in the in the world of the MonsterVerse, would certainly work very well as a means for humanity to protect itself from potential Titan attacks, and even be a deterrent, for other Titans that maybe are less susceptible of attacking, but it's like a just in case sort of thing. It's just a matter of the fact that Apex was kind of like were in the wrong because they were doing it like the wrong, like just kind of the wrong way by using Ghidorah's skull. as a means to expedite the process of completing Mechagodzilla and getting him out there and trying to make humanity trying to put humanity back at the top.
Yeah, using a bone of literally the bones of literally anything is probably not a good idea when you're building a robot. But if they really wanted to, they could have used Dagon's bones that from the Philippines. And you remember the skeleton in 2014, right? That was Dagon, an ancient ancestor of Godzilla.
But what was left of what was like left of it aside from like the bones that would like allow it to like if they were to use it as a template for Mechagodzilla.
I mean, I think there's enough of it to probably use to make use of that as a base for Mechagodzilla. I don't think they really needed Ghidorah in the first place, or any psionic anything. They could have just gone the Pacific Rim route, and I mean, legally they could use some sort of neural interface to connect the mind of the pilot to the rest of the AI of the machine, and make the mind make the AI subservient to that of the human pilot. And like the very fact that it even comes back to life in some form, it's just, not only is it not explained, it's just kind of random. It just comes out of nowhere, and you rely on meta knowledge on how these things work to even justify it, which is not really useful, because a lot of people, like, it's right, like most audience members, like, they're not going to see this and go, oh yeah, AI, of course, evil. Oh yes, Space Dragon controls AI. That's a thing that happens.
The most that the movie tries to justify Ghidorah like controlling Mechagodzilla is kind of because like the energy that they pretty much had were able to like access. Although actually even then it was like synthesized. It wasn't even like the energy from the Hollow Earth itself. It was just were they just copying it? Like,
oh yeah, actually, as matter of fact, there is an issue with that as well. So the energy that they extract from the Hollow Earth, you know what it is?
What it is?
No, and I'm asking, do you know what it is?
I don't know.
You're never going to guess what it is.
What is it?
Radiation. It's literally just radiation
from the core. Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that so they went all the way from wherever it is they were, from Antarctica. No, they went from Skull Island to the Tasman Sea to Antarctica to the center of the planet to search for radiation. Something that they could have found in any nuclear power plant around the world. They just went to the center of the Earth to extract radiation.
Well, I mean, it could be
a bunch of people died just to get radiation. That's what I find funny. Like, a bunch of these people died, and for what? Radiation.
Is there any special radiation?
No, it's not special. It's not like it glows, but Eileen Andrews specifically called it radiation. It doesn't call it special radiation. It doesn't call it by any other fancy name. She explicitly says radiation. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, if they said a special, mystical kind of radiation, I would have been like, oh, this is like a different type of energy source. But no, she just says flat out radiation. What kind? UV, gamma. She doesn't really specify, but she just says flat out radiation with no special
whatever radiation Godzilla runs off of, basically.
Yeah, they couldn't have gone to a nuclear power plant. No, they had to kill a bunch of people just to get to the center of the Earth to get the same radiation you could find at the surface. And what's more, they sent a copy to it, and they sent a zip file via Bluetooth from the center of the Earth to the apex, and then they just 3D print it. And I don't even know how to justify that. Like, I'm trying to be charitable, but like, how do you justify that? How do you justify 3D printing what is essentially radiation from the center of the world, which is hundreds of thousands of miles away from apex?
Yeah, it'd be really hard at best to try to figure out that, try to understand how that's supposed to work.
I got nothing. I really got nothing. I mean, the very concept of the Hollow Earth within itself is Matter of fact, there's actually concept art of the Hollow Earth by Matt Alsop. You can find him on Twitter. He makes incredible concept art where the Hollow Earth is just this dark, lightless, volcanic hellscape of sorts, which I think would be the more logical way to depict the Hollow Earth. Because where does that sun come from? Why is that sun there? I think the best way to have the Hollow Earth be like illuminated would be to just have it be through volcanic activity and bioluminescence, because having a sun there is just, I don't, how do you even, but yeah, no, back to the radiation thing. I got nothing. I don't know how you would explain that. They rest in peace to all the airplane pilots and the Navy fleet and the Navy's fleet that died, so that they could find radiation that they could find at any power plant in the world. No, actually, matter of fact, I probably thought I just thought of a counter argument to say, oh, well, what if all the Titans, absorbed it, because they do consume radiation? And I go like, okay, then what's stopping them from building a radioactive, like, nuclear power plant now? What's stopping them? Matter of fact, what's stopping Apex from having their own and just using that to both lure Godzilla towards Mechagodzilla so that they could kill him, but also use that radiation to power him? Like, wouldn't that be a lot? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense?
I would only have to assume that for the radiation thing, is that because it's from the core and it acts as a life force for the Titans, it has to be some sort of it has to be special in some way to where it isn't easy to replicate without having an analysis of it or the schematics of it in order to replicate it.
That would have been true if it were not for the, not only just the comics but also Godzilla X Kong, which I'm not going to spoil anything, but let's just say, actually, I don't think this is a spoiler. Godzilla eats radiation in that movie. That's not really much of a spoiler, but yeah, Godzilla eats radiation in that movie straight from a power plant. So yeah, and I don't think, and like I said, like the Titans require radiation to survive. So I don't think the radiation being from the core of the Earth makes it any more special than the radiation we have at the surface, because they both consume it. They both have it. They both wield it to create their attacks. It's really not that different, at least, from what is established throughout the entirety of the MonsterVerse thus far.
Yeah, one thing I want to posit that is admittedly upfront, a headcanon thing that is, if I were on the writing team, I would have this explanation in any one of the films, to where the Titans basically act as a filter system that takes in whatever radiation that comes into them, and as we've seen in King of the Monsters, whatever they go, basically they take it in, filter it out, and then release it back as maybe whatever this pure radiation source is, which is why that causes the environment to change and overgrow wherever they go.
Oh yeah,
that's just a headcanon thing that I would use for it.
Bro, that scene in King of the Monsters, the credits, where all the Titans bloom just to cause nature to grow. I apologize for my French, but that was just such bullshit, because we know for a fact that in King of the Monsters they wanted an environmental message, but they had environmental terrorists be the ones that tell the message. And at the end of the day, they ended up contradicting their message, and Michael Dougherty realized this, oh crap, Godzilla literally just destroyed the entirety of Boston. Oh God, what do we do? Oh, I know. In the credits, we're gonna say, "Oh, the Titans restore wildlife." It's a cop out. It's because if you see all the damage done by the Titans throughout the entirety, at the very end of King of the Monsters, the world is pretty much destroyed. Ghidorah caused a Category 6 hurricane that it swept through the entire world. He unleashed all of the Titans, all of which did tremendous amounts of damage in the cities that they trampled through. Because like one would be like one would assume that, oh, they're in unpopulated sections of the city, like no, unpopulated sections of the world, right? Yeah, but they go to cities to destroy it. They go out of their way to destroy cities. Like, we see scenes of different titans arriving at different populated cities and destroying them. So yeah, no, the world as we know it is gone. Like, we're in a post-apocalyptic type world right now, but and then Michael Dougherty realized this, and so he added that at the end credit scene to save face, and it comes across as, what's the word, sneaky. I guess that's the best word. um he wasn't clever for that, by the way. That was just absolutely not clever in the slightest, because if you want an environmentalist message, you can't just destroy your own world. That's just like, that's like completely antithetical to what it is you're trying to do, especially
Perhaps.
after.
And one thing I wanted to add on to whenever we were talking about like the villains of the MonsterVerse, one thing that like I think I noticed is that when it comes to the villains, they're all portrayed as villains due to the fact that they are overstepping their boundaries when it comes to nature as a whole. Like Emma Russell oversteps her boundaries, thus causing like more calamity than what would have been like happened naturally. Walter Simmons is like overstepping his boundaries and trying to replace Godzilla and like possibly like eradicate more Titans than like needed. Um, uh, Packard is overstepping his boundaries and like taking vengeance more so.
For revenge.
Yeah, for revenge rather than like a greater good, really, and because he's so like craving a war, basically.
I have
so
a
like
question.
all these villains like
Yeah.
basically overstep their boundaries in nature.
I have a question though.
Yes.
What exactly is that boundary? Because I've actually heard this argument before from different people, and I don't think I've ever heard of like a clear boundary. Like, what is it? What is the boundary?
I would say the boundary is basically like overall. I'd say it's like the coexistence between the Titans and allowing Godzilla to do his thing, and rather than like, even if his thing may be, because for the Titans and Godzilla himself, it's more of like an overall thing with nature, because they don't like very much care for like the small calamities that happen when it comes to humanity, because Godzilla has been seen like from the start like causing destruction, that's like collateral damage. So
isn't that a case of Godzilla overstepping our boundaries? Because if he can overstep our boundaries, then who is he to say that we can't overstep his? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I would say that's more like I guess it comes to like the illusion that these are like godlike beings, and that they're like casting judgment or like stuff like that, to where it all depends on where we are in the situation, to where the best solution I think is really just learning how to better coexist with these like beasts, because I think for nature to thrive, they sort of have to be there, just because of like their special powers that they get from like the natural radiation that is their life force and that they bring onto the surface world. And
that's the thing with that though, right? Because in order to coexist with monsters like that, I think the only logical way to coexist with them is to just revert to being a Luddite type civilization with no technology. That we just all live in trees, live in huts, die at the ripe old age of 21, and just live like pre-technology, just cavemen, Neanderthals, like basically the future Ted Kaczynski wanted. But in this day and age of technological progress, like, there is absolutely no way in hell we are reverting to a society with sticks and stones and fires, and there is absolutely no way, because with this many monsters existing on the surface world at the same time, because this is something the Polygon trilogy explored. Like, what if Godzilla was real? Well, Godzilla in that story went on a complete genocide run of both all the monsters of the world and humanity itself, pretty much essentially just taking over humanity and just nature itself. Godzilla himself became the embodiment of Mother Nature, and the characters are trying to fight him, but over time they realize that they can't, and even like humanity is not enough against Godzilla, and they try and defeat him and they find a way, but the way they could defeat Godzilla is through inhuman means. Like, they have to abandon their humanity, and they refuse to do that. And that's a whole thematic element of the movies, because that's why Haruo in that story refused to ally himself with Metzvies, because by abandoning his humanity and sacrificing everything that makes him human to an immoral, just devil, it pretty much defeats the purpose of his mission. Like, what is the point of saving humanity if I have to lose mine in the process? So at that point, he just accepts that Godzilla is the god of this world, and he refuses to live in the same world as someone who has taken so much from him. So that's pretty much why he kills himself, which is probably the most amount of characterization you'll get for anybody in that trilogy of movies. But nobody will ever, in the modern day, revert to a Luddite just to coexist with a bunch of monsters that don't really care whether they live or die. So I don't think I think coexistence, in the MonsterVerse specifically, is a myth. Like, it is not it is not an achievable goal. Like, eventually one will wipe out the other, especially with so many monsters being created that threaten the humanity, like Ghidorah, Shimo, the Scar King. Like, eventually we'll have Space Godzilla, Destroya, or some other new titan that the MonsterVerse invents that is just an even bigger bad, an even bigger threat than before. And they will all, like, their very existence will just end humanity. And with this constant escalation of stakes, if this continues, like, it was already pretty impossible in King of the Monsters, but it's even more impossible now, especially when entire cities are being destroyed in weekends. So, like, if you see the trailers for Godzilla X Kong, you see Scylla or Scylla, however you pronounce it, and Godzilla fighting in Rome. God only knows how much damage was done to Rome after that fight. So, like, God only knows how much damage, property damage, how many people died in that fight. They're probably going to undercut it because they're not going to want you to think about it. But realistically, that fight would be catastrophic. And Rome would be a wasteland, a radioactive wasteland, because you have to remember these monsters are radioactive. So with so much radiation everywhere and so much destruction and so many monsters up and about doing their thing, how can coexistence be achieved? Because, like, if we, at one point, at some point, it's either us or him. You know what I mean? At some point, it's either Godzilla or.
I think that could all very much be true, and I think that's what the struggle of the MonsterVerse, and the humans trying to find that. And I don't think the solution is gonna be like being like going like Stone Age type of. I guess so. Or what was the word you used?
A Luddite.
A Luddite. I don't think that's gonna be the solution in the end. Or perhaps it could be, considering that Yui people have their ways of doing it. But I think that because the world as a whole probably isn't going to do that. Like, I think coexistence means, like, the same way we coexist with a tornado. Like, there's no way of stopping it, but there's ways to learn how to live in spite of it. Because I think that's what these titans overall represent. They're forces of nature, and you can't expressly stop them, nor is it really within the boundaries of nature to do that. Because like, like should we be on a crusade to like, end the weather so that there's no more tornadoes, no more, tsunami, like, and what are the repercussions of that? Like, what is that going to look like?
Well, I'm pretty sure that if we found I'm pretty sure that if we found a way to stop tornadoes from happening altogether, we would, because tornadoes kill thousands of people. Like every time it happens, people die, homes are destroyed. The only reason we live through it is because number one, tornadoes don't happen as common as monster attacks. Number two, the damage done by a giant monster is significantly more than that which is done by a tornado. And number three, we really don't have the power to change it now, as opposed to Godzilla and the other Titans. In the MonsterVerse, they actually do find a way to do it, which is, Mechagodzilla, the oxygen destroyer. If they equipped Mechagodzilla with the oxygen destroyer, then the fight would have been over in like 5 minutes. But they don't do it because we need Godzilla alive for the MonsterVerse, so people could have a giant monster fight.
In the context of the MonsterVerse, like they pretty much they have like established that Godzilla, or at least like Titans in general, like don't really, like, at least as far as like between the events of 2014 and 2019, it was like a 5-year gap, and there's like between 2019 and when GVK takes place, which is supposed to be canonically like 2024, this year. It's like another 5 years. There could have been like some with some potential like interims of like kaiju stuff that may have happened, because they pretty much did mention in a line after the Pensacola attack, like there were, Godzilla made his first Titan incident, like in the for 3 years pretty much. So like in the context of the MonsterVerse, like Titan attacks or Titan occurrences aren't quite as frequent as tornadoes pretty much. I mean, tornadoes do kind of happen like more than once over per year pretty much. Like they may not be like as so it's, I mean, it may not exactly be a 1-to-1 comparison.
Yeah. But even then, like over time in the MonsterVerse, giant monster attacks are becoming more and more common now. That being said, whether they're common or not, they're still infinitely more devastating than a tornado. I mean, Godzilla himself is capable of nuking entire cities, and Ghidorah was capable of wiping. Like if Ghidorah flew over my home island in Dominican Republic, if he flew over there, that entire island would be destroyed. If he flew over Cuba, if Ghidorah just flew over Cuba, Cuba would be destroyed. If he flew over Florida, where I'm living, then Florida would be underwater right now. So and this is just 2 Titans that I'm mentioning, the Behemoth, Mothra, Kong himself, it just a bunch of Titans. Rodan in particular, that's a big one. The Scar King Shimo, and even if they wanted to introduce the new Toho, if they wanted to introduce Toho Titans like Space Godzilla, Destroya, or even Bagan, if you know who Bagan is, if they wanted to introduce those Titans, then they would be capable of destroying the world 10 times over. So with so many Titans that are capable of so much destruction, I don't think, like, even if they aren't common, they still create enough catastrophic damage to leave humanity in an irreparable state of decay.
Well, here's the thing. Well, then we just kind of like make the question of like, well, the reason why the monster attacks aren't as frequent is because like a lot of them, most of them typically don't really are even like actively like going around and even like causing like a lot of destruction, or even like becoming active in general, because like after like basically like for example like after King of the Monsters, like like you get like the newspaper sort of like stuff for Cottam saying that Rodan just like flew into like another volcano to kind of like get some to catch some Z's,
Yes,
for lack of a
stuff.
better word. And the reason, it seemed like, at least in the context of GBK, the reason why people aren't really actively like going after Godzilla is because of the fact that they kind of recognize like now the world perhaps potentially like sees like some sort of pattern about Godzilla like coming up to stop like a monster that is an actual threat to humanity's existence, like the Mutos like reproducing, or Ghidorah just outright literally just destroying the planet, controlling all other Titans. And there's like almost like could be potentially like a recognition from the public that of that being the case, which is why they come up and seem very much discombobulated by the fact of Godzilla like suddenly attacking the Apex facility. So and you get the questions raised even more. So it just like becomes a fact of like, considering that Godzilla has been shown to be somewhat like not actively, he doesn't like go out of his way to just destroy the planet. Like he has the capability of it, but he's not like actively attacking pretty much. So it's just kind of like one of those things is like, do we really want to provoke the sleeping giant pretty much just to get rid of him?
Looking back at the other movies, I could probably see that that humanity could survive, but over time, as the MonsterVerse continues to expand, I can only see the problem getting progressively worse, because you have to consistently raise the stakes. Once you explore Titans like Ghidorah and Shimo, there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. You know what I mean? And now that leads to my next question, which is something I asked to one of my friends. Godzilla is not exactly an agent of destruction in the MonsterVerse. He just wakes up, kicks a Titan's ass, and then goes home. But how many times can he do that before it starts to become a problem? Because this is kind of like the same argument that Lex Luthor would have with Superman. Like, how much can he save, quote unquote, save Metropolis before the collateral damage becomes so much that no matter like if he defeats the villains, the result is still the same? Like, how many times can Godzilla save, quote unquote, save humanity before like it starts to become meaningless, because there's just so much collateral damage that it wouldn't even matter if he defeated the evil monster? Like, at what point does it no longer matter? Like, what's the threshold?
I definitely think it would be like it would be somewhat of a very interesting sort of angle to kind of go off on if the movies themselves were to go on to that would be like something that another movie would have to like go on to address pretty much.
Monarch Legacy of Monsters had this opportunity and they wasted it, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard of, one of many wasted opportunities on that show.
Yeah. But go on.
But yeah, like I think it wouldn't necessarily be so much of a problem that the movies that we have currently, at least in terms of like 2014 KOTM and GVK, like they're like not so much like because like again 2014 Godzilla for which is first appears or makes himself known to the globe firsthand. KOTM is him just like showing back up again to stop this even bigger threat. And then GVK is basically the first instance where humanity is all like, what the heck? Godzilla just committed like an unprovoked attack on a facility that is owned by us. What's going on? And maybe we should really consider like really like kind of just like doing something about it, like reeling them in and just responding to it. And I don't know if I don't think GXK's maybe GXK will do it. Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I think it would have to be onto it. Like it definitely is would be a really interesting angle for a MonsterVerse Godzilla movie or a MonsterVerse movie in general to actually take on, the prospect of in the world, like how much is the world willing to tolerate, the destruction that something like Godzilla would create to stop an even bigger threat before, it's like the collateral damage is like equal, or at least like so close to equal to the destruction that would happen if like the opposing force was left unchallenged. Like it would definitely be a very interesting angle, but I definitely think it would have to be like another movie to really discuss it, pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of like how it's pretty much doing the exact same thing I wish Marvel did with the aftermath of Infinity War, like a mini series just exploring different characters that survived the snap and how they go about with their lives, and pretty much the opportunity that Spider-Man: Far From Home wasted. You know what I would have loved? I would have loved a mini series starring Matt Murdock, from the Netflix series, just exploring how he goes about his life, after the snap, or him being like the point of view character. That would have been awesome.
I would love to have seen that, in the from that, but I definitely wouldn't want that now, given like the regiment that we have going on with the MCU.
Yeah, it's too late. It's way too late for that.
It's like no, don't do it. These people they're probably gonna hire someone who has no idea what they're doing.
Yeah. Now, as for the MonsterVerse, I would like them to explore that in some capacity, but as of now, I'm going to be completely honest. I lost faith in the ability for the MonsterVerse to tell well-written stories. Like I think they locked on with Adam Wingard, and given the trajectory of GXK, I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. They're pretty much repeating the same thing of the Showa era, and the Showa era, like after it lost its edge and started appealing to a wider demographic as opposed to sticking with their original demographic and expanding on what is already there, I think it doomed itself, and now we're headed in the same direction. And who knows, like maybe in like 10, 20 years from now, we'll get our next big Godzilla hiatus, because I don't really see this stopping anytime soon. It sounds quite cynical, but and on the topic of collateral damage, that's actually what I talk about in one of my videos. That with No Sympathy for the Monster is the name of the video. It pretty much focuses on Godzilla and the collateral damage, and why people should care about the collateral damage more than the person or the agent causing the actual damage. I don't know. Maybe I'm just interested more in humanity. Maybe I just have more faith in humanity than I do in a giant monster that's quote unquote protecting humanity. And it's kind of like the X-Men thing too. It's kind of like the X-Men thing too, like where the villains, even in the most recent episodes of X-Men '97, you got the Executioner telling Cyclops, "Hey, you think you mutants have it hard? Humans have it hard too, but we just have the dignity not to whine about it." And like, I think I'm placed in a position where I have to agree, because like the mutants have the power of gods, and what are we? We're just human. Like Cyclops and like a bunch of mutants could destroy the world if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
But I would say when it comes to the MonsterVerse, I think the overall point is that going to such extremes to get a quick solution isn't the answer, and that you have to take the time to find that balance and understand it. Because when I watched your video, No Sympathy for the Monster, because I again see them as this force of nature that is still something that we need to understand and learn from in order to have that coexistence. I think it's less about having sympathy and more about having that understanding of the dynamic and how we play our part, which I think is an overall theme of the MonsterVerse that you find with characters like Sarazawa, Mark, Madison, and then you have to like when it comes to again the villains, like they overstep the boundaries. And like an analogy I would come up with is like if a like if I'm out in the woods, like in a national park with my family member, and a bear comes in and kills them, and seeking vengeance, I go on a mission to eradicate all bears in the world. Like, am I right in doing that?
Um, I would say that you're wrong, not because the sentiment itself is bad, but because killing all bears is just not feasible. At that point, I would just hunt down the one bear that killed my family, and that's it. That is like I know, like the point of the analogy is just to say no, but logically speaking, the thing that would make the most sense is to go after the bear that killed your family, not just all bears, because it's the whole thing like not all bears, right? You know what I mean? Not all bears, but
Right.
yeah, like if but with the MonsterVerse in particular, they're like the MonsterVerse cause more damage than bears do. As a matter of fact, bears are probably not as aggressive as they once were. Let's say like a decade ago, 50 years ago. They're a lot more tamer now, at least from what I've seen. I mean, it could be wrong, but damn, giant monsters like Godzilla cause more damage, and these animals, because the Titans are essentially animals, are self-serving, so they only serve their own needs, not the needs of humanity. Because why would they care about humanity? What do we offer them that they don't already have? So they have no reason to. They have no reason. They absolutely have zero reason to go like look up to us and ask anything of us. We're insignificant to them, so they're going to get it. If they need something, they'll get it without our permission. Like, why would they need permission from us? We're ants. Why would an ant ask permission from an anteater to do something for them? You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't think this is an issue of coexistence, because like we can live on the same planet, but eventually the needs of the many will outweigh the needs of the few. And if there are more Titans than humans in the world, then and the Titans start to need more things, because given their size, then eventually they're gonna have to like they're if they need more space to do what it is that they do, then they're eventually going to overpower humanity, and we would be powerless to stop them. So this is an issue of us versus them, because with the bear analogy, where humanity is at the top of the food chain, like we are the apex species right now, so we don't have anything to worry about when it comes to bears. Like we're not gonna see a bear uprising anytime soon. Like we have guns, we have nukes, and bears, all they have is their claws and their teeth. Titans, on the other hand, have super god powers, and their massive monolithic size. So just from that alone, that would be enough to wipe out entire cities, which is why coexistence can only go so far before it starts to become an issue, before it becomes an us versus them thing. So it's kind of like what Mordo said to Doctor Strange in the movie, like, you didn't like you didn't he was about to kill you when you didn't have the dignity to kill him first. You know what I mean? Like at that point, it's just an issue of self-defense, as opposed to just going out of your way to hunt down Titans that aren't going to hurt you. But these Titans have more potential to kill you and everyone you love than any natural disaster could even hope to accomplish, especially with the powers that they're giving to these Titans, as well as the amount of Titans that are being created specifically for the movies and specifically to expand on the lore. Because I have to ask, like, do you really think that after GXK they're going to stop introducing new monsters, giving them cool powers? Like evolved Godzilla is just the beginning. They're going to do more with Godzilla. They're going to make him go through different phases. They're going to give him different powers. they're going to make him more powerful over time, and they're not going to stop a Godzilla. They're going to do the same with Mothra.
In the meta sense, it depends on how well the movie does financially, pretty much. I mean, we'll see how it turns out around then.
True, obviously, yeah. But if it is successful and if it's successful enough to make sequels, then they're not going to stop at just evolved Godzilla and just this new Mothra form. They're not going to stop at Shimo or the Scar King. They're gonna expand, and humanity is going to suffer because of it. At least you would expect it to, because these are giant monsters that are constantly threatening to destroy the world. Like even like the Marvel universe, like is going through this problem as well. Like being a normal person in the Marvel universe would probably be the most terrifying experience ever. Like an existential dread every single day. Like there's always this cosmic being that's going to rewrite reality. It's going to go back in time and prevent the humanity from being existing. Like it'll be just constant dread, and the MonsterVerse is headed towards that direction.
But then that would be like in a case for like Marvel or the MonsterVerse. Like I think that's like the point of why the heroes and the quote unquote heroic monsters are there. Like that's why Godzilla is there. And I think with GXK and how they're setting up, like the Kong species was a specific protector of humanity. I think that's sort of like the point of why we need heroes and why we need more benevolent monsters like that, and how we have to find that balance of understanding that. And no doubt we definitely need to evolve with them, but it's not, the evolution isn't like always eradicating the overall would-be threat, especially if we don't understand the consequences of that if it is taken too far.
Now that you mentioned it, the Kong species that are protectors of humanity, I will say this, good on them for introducing that fact, because I mean the Kongs get leeway because they're primates. They're primates, much like humans, so they get that kind of leeway. Of course, they're going to protect their own kind, and we look enough like their kind to be protectable. Be protected by them. We get that kind of leeway, but let's be completely honest. They're not gonna, like. I mean, if you're being as realistic and as pragmatic as you possibly can, right? Space Godzilla, Destroyer, Rodan can come back. Godzilla comes back with a new form. Like Godzilla now could, if he really wanted to, wipe out like the Kong species. Like there's absolutely nothing that they could do to stop him, or even if Godzilla with a new form just arrives at the Hollow Earth and finds the Kong species, there's absolutely nothing that they could do against him. It would require some massive, humongous plot contrivance to have him lose to the Kongs, because there's just no way. Like, especially with what we've seen him do in the trailers and what he could end up potentially being able to do in the movie. Like, there's absolutely zero reason why anybody should lose to this version of Godzilla. This is probably the most powerful Godzilla has ever been. So, and they're not going to stop there. They're only going to make him more powerful. And then Mothra as well. Mothra. You have to consider Mothra as well. Just between Godzilla, Mothra, and Rodan, like those three combined, even just Ghidorah, actually, if Ghidorah showed up in the Hollow Earth, then it's over. It's over. It's done. But at least there are protectors of humanity. But do you really think that the Kong species could prevent collateral damage? Because from what I've seen in the trailers, Kong doesn't really seem all that focused on trying to prevent himself from destroying buildings and preventing the Scar King from destroying buildings. As a matter of fact, Kong partakes in that destruction. Like if you see that clip of Kong punching Scar King so hard that he knocks out a tooth, and that tooth goes through several buildings before crashing in front of a car. that was collateral damage. I'm pretty sure a lot of people died in just that swing alone. So even in Godzilla versus Kong, we see Kong pounding the ground of which is full of people that have still not yet evacuated. So for somebody that is supposedly the protector of humanity, he seems to completely disregard it when it comes to fighting other monsters. So not only is that sentiment inconsistent, but also, well, actually, no, it isn't consistent. We've seen it several times already with Kong himself, let alone imagine what we could see with in Godzilla X Kong when it comes out.
I think that's definitely a case to be made. And again, I think it's important to recognize that, like, it stated that that's what their role was like in the past before. It was probably before and probably the cause of the Titan War that we've like only briefly explored and seen the aftermath of, with like how we saw a temple like in partially ruins and with the arsenal of like axes and weapons that the Kongs had. And it is also like I think explored to be the reason why some Titans like Godzilla and Kong are on the surface in the first place. So I think that stuff like that is going to be explored in this movie and possibly in the future, with like Kong having to learn to be that protector again, and probably like as king of his people, like try to achieve that again.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
you could have the title, but then the events of the movie also have to justify the title. And from what I've seen in the trailers, I don't think that's happening. Like, he's gonna be called the protector of humanity after like the end. I'm just gonna predict it. He's gonna be called a protector of humanity, and then we're just gonna completely ignore all the people that he's accidentally killed in protecting humanity.
yeah.
Yeah, very much could be the case. I would lean on the optimistic side, saying that, like, again, that's probably going to be something that he's going to have to learn to do better at as King Kong, you know, if they go that route with his people.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope so. I would love that to be the case. I mean, I don't trust Wingard in the slightest. Like as soon as I watched his adaptation of Death Note, I was like, yeah, no, no, this guy's not going to do it. But you know what? I would love to. I would love to see the plot, you know, grow and become a lot more concise and a lot more well written, while also expanding on Kong's character as a protector, as the King Kong. You know, I would love to, but me personally, I do not trust Wingard, because Wingard has demonstrated time and time and again that he does not understand storytelling. Like he doesn't seem to get it. Like when people critiqued Death Note, and rightfully so, all he did was just say cry about it, lol, and then just left Twitter. I mean, he did get death threats, you know, but which is, you know, you should never do that to someone.
Yeah.
So leaving Twitter for the death threats was justified, but at the same time, like telling someone to go screw themselves after critiquing your very poorly made movie is a very dick move. So it kind of goes to show what type of person and what type of director Adam Wingard is. I don't think he really cares enough about the story. He cares about how cool it sounds as opposed to how it fits into the world. Because, you know, it's basically like the rule of cool overpowering any logical consistency within the story that could be extrapolated from the movie when you're analyzing it, which is a shame, because there are good Godzilla movies out there that with tight plots, and I mean, there's few of them, but they exist. They exist. Like making a great plot for a Godzilla movie, it can be done. It can certainly be done. Adam Wingard, though, I don't I don't trust it. No, I mean in the trailers alone, I counted like several inconsistencies, especially with, you know, after what Monarch established.
Could you give me one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So this one is more so GBK than GXK, but so in Monarch they established that there are portals to the Hollow Earth, and this is followed up in Godzilla X Kong. But then Godzilla blasts a hole through the center of the Earth, and there is no portal. So going through a portal means you just Godzilla pretty much defeated the purpose of a portal in the first place when you can just bore a hole into the center of the Earth and just go there. And then in Godzilla X Kong, in the trailers, we see Monarch opening a portal. So you can just how did they even do that?
They figured it out.
Like do
Super
they like
science.
like what is even the point of the portal? At that point, just dig to the Hollow Earth. You're wasting
Well, I
money
think when it
and
comes to-
resources just to open a portal that you could easily access through just nuking that same place over and over again until you get to the Hollow Earth. I mean, if you have the technology to make an interdimensional portal between the surface world and the Hollow Earth, you can build a laser that could shoot to the Earth all the way down to the Hollow Earth. If not, you can also just use the massive gaping hole in the middle of China to just have Kong fall into the Hollow Earth and just go there. And just have Godzilla, just lead Godzilla there if you really wanted to. I mean, you got this massive fucking entrance there. You might as well. There's no harm done. There's no reason to create a portal if you already have the biggest and best and possible entrance to the Hollow Earth that you could possibly have made. So like the portals are pretty much, they shouldn't even exist anymore. Like what was the point of them?
Well, when it comes to the portals, I think they happen regardless of like of the method. Like Godzilla burrowing down, like it's never shown, granted, but I would only assume it works the same way, just because that's sort of what we've seen, and there's never been anything that's like directly contradicting of like, oh, just dig down and you'll.
Oh no,
it there.
it actually is. No, we actually see Kong falling up, down. I don't know what direction it is, but we see Kong going through the actual hole that Godzilla bores into the center of the Earth. We don't see any portal shenanigans after Godzilla shoots down his laser.
Well,
He
that's
just goes
because
up.
like the portals are only there at certain points depending on like I guess how they were made in a sense.
Why?
I don't know, because of how we've seen some of the portals
No,
work.
like I know we've seen them. I know that we've seen them. I've seen the movies too. I just want to know why it is that they work that way.
Gravity shenanigans is the only thing. I don't understand the exact science of it. But
I mean, that's not how,
most portals are located in deep caverns and crevices, which
Not
is the
acco-
point at which.
not according to Monarch or GXK, at least from what we've seen, because a lot of the portals there are opened at the surface. Like the portal in, I think it's Rio. It might be Rio. I'm not sure, but it's at the surface. It's really above water, and the portal opened in Monarch is above not the sand, the snow, and I think it was what's his name, the guy played by what's his name, the
Kurt Russell?
no. Well, is it Kurt Russell? Yeah. The guy played by Kurt Russell, Lee Shaw. He closes the portal. So, but it is above ground, so we actually have seen it before. And as for the gravity thing, that's I'm not sure that's how gravity works. I mean, gravity is kind of a binary. You have a massive body of mass that creates a gravitational pull, and you get attracted to that pull. I think it's you cannot get any more straightforward than that. I don't think like gravity really affects portals that much, and that's also kind of the problem with the Axis Mundi in Monarch, because they tried to use gravity to justify the fact that in Axis Mundi, which is above the Hollow Earth, like a separate pocket area that is above the Hollow Earth, apparently time flows differently. So if you spend 50 days in Axis Mundi, 5 years, like 50 years in the surface world pass, but that place is closer to the crust of the Earth, to the surface of the Earth, than the Hollow Earth. So it should be the other way around. But even then, even if that were the case, neither place should even have that kind of special relativity thing, because that kind of stuff only happens in places of high gravity, such as black holes. and the center of gravity in the Earth is not strong enough to cause special relativity to age people that way. That's not how that works.
From videos I've watched, the aging thing mostly happens within the portals themselves and not the actual Axis Mundi or the surface world or Hollow Earth regular.
I don't know. I don't know which video said that, but according to Monarch itself, because I'm citing from like the actual show, like that doesn't seem to be true. Not only does the show not confirm that in any sort of way, we actually hear explicitly from Lee Shaw and Keiko. Is it Keiko? Yeah, Keiko. That they've spent X amount of time in Axis Mundi and above in the surface world, X amount, Y amount of time passed, and it was like they never said it was the portals. It was they said that it was spending time in the actual place. So I don't know what video said that, but whoever said that was wrong.
Okay. So yeah, I think I think I've kind of this stream's kind of been on like for 6 hours, which is pretty much fine and all, but it's kind of it's actually getting it's really late for me. Like where I'm at, it's like 2:13, 2:14 now in the
Oh,
morning.
same for me, bro. Same for me.
Yeah,
It's
but
11 for me.
But yeah, I think we've gone on for a really good length. We got ourselves like something that if it wasn't for our icons, it could be mistaken for an EFAP stream.
Oh yeah, legally distinct, of course.
We pulled a long man. Okay, so I think we'll just be calling this one a stream. Very pretty successful, I will say. So I'd like to thank you guys for popping in, and as well as Zimzilla and Jawsman. So any shout outs that someone wants to do?
I was gonna shout out Zim, but you already did it for me.
Yeah. So anything on your end, Vic, or?
I'm Vic. You can find me at your Crispy Vic or Kaijunot on most platforms. So hit me up if you want to see some of my content on YouTube or some of my art on my Twitter.
If you would allow me, sir, to plug in myself, my channel, I will probably link it later in the chat. And new videos coming up. One on Kate Randa, a character analysis on Kate Randa. Another one is a short video essay on Godzilla's versatility, and my podcast every Sunday at 12 p.m. Eastern time. I'll try and make it. It's a bit hard to make it every single Sunday at exactly the same time, but hopefully I will make it this time around, and we'll be talking about Dune Part 2, hopefully. So yeah, just stay tuned for that.
Cool. Yeah, Dune Part 2 is actually pretty good. Liked it a lot.
Yeah, I tried finishing the book, but I just gave up.
Yeah, and as far as yours truly, your host, the Sea Monster here, actually, while the stream was going, I had just uploaded my addition to the One Monstrous Moment movement for the Year of the Dragon edition. So you can check that out here on my YouTube. Yeah, it's literally a video that I just put out. It's been out for like an hour now, so as the stream. And as far as like what I got coming up next, basically I have I'm working on a couple of videos, to be put out in the future. One on Son of Frankenstein. I mean, I probably mentioned it a couple times prior, but it's still work in progress. Same as an essay video on Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, the third Heisei Godzilla film. Definitely, I'm really interested in doing that. But those are like the two that are definitely going to come up in the near future. I don't have a set date for either of them yet, but I'll definitely be sure to keep everyone posted and updated And as far as like when to expect my next stream, which definitely feel like I'm getting the hang of it, I'll be sure to let everyone, all you fine folks out here know.
All right.
All right. Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. And take care, folks.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
All right, see ya.